the Mordian 50th, where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vexino's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Morning Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It's time for the Friday stream. My God, how has another week come to pass already? Scary times indeed. But whilst it might be scary, it doesn't mean we can't have a bit of fun, and that's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to have lots of fun. We've got lots of stuff to talk about. I don't want to alarm you. I've had some thoughts. I've been thinking. I know. You can almost hear the cogs turning through the screen, but I've had some thoughts. I know. I've been thinking again. I know, right? So I've got some thoughts, and then also Warlord Games dropped a new big reveal for Konflikt 47 for the new upcoming Festung Europa rules, which are pretty exciting. So we've got hype, and we've got thoughts, and it's great. It's great. So yeah, today we're just going to be having a chill one. We're going to be talking about anything and everything. We were talking about Warhammer 40k, Old World, Bolt Action, Konflikt 47, New Hammer, Old Hammer, all that kind of good stuff. And we're going to be talking about competitive stuff and casual stuff. We're going to be contemplating the follies of mankind, contemplating the follies of GW, probably. And we're just going to be having a great one. So yeah, there we go. So really, we can talk about army lists. Anything goes. You guys know the drill. Classic Mordy and Glory live stream. Anything goes. There we are. So that's it. It's a quick briefing today. I know, my God, normally the briefing rambles on and on and on and on and on, but today we're keeping it snappy. So, with that all said, it's now time for our traditions. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors. Traditions are what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. It's time for roll call, baby! Stand up and be counted. Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? Let's see who we've got in the stream. We've got Kalanish Cat, Reagan, Sam Wilson, A Gaming Stuga, Tim Durham, Princess Drusus, Zello, Grey Knight, Jenny Bratt, Snoopy Steve, Macon, Airborne, Magwitch Jablonski, Kalanish Cat, Reagan 9000, Rolando Rattus, Monley, The Whispering Monk, Butt Dog, and Russell W, and That Right Bastard, and Squawk, and Chris K, and Cal Herbert, and A Gaming Stuka, and Denzel Wenzel, and Brown Bread, and Antonio Rhombus, and Mike P, and Christian Glover, and Mark Morkai, and Home of Hunger, and Baron Kaza. Oh, shit. No, I'm so good. And Artillery Dread, and Butt Mountain, and Andrew T, and Solomon Smith. Hey, Solomon Smith's here. We've got MZ, or Z-138. RT was here. Archon Hank. Conman 16, I said Conan 16, but Conman 16, and Tropic Tyranny, Ibram Gaunt, Rocket Man, Lord Pulpy, James Face Plastic, Ed Scar, Full Metal Owl, Leslie Mitchell, Scribbles07, Ix, and Lewis, hey, and J Bond, hey, and Mark Coyle, hey, there we are. Welcome, all of you brave, beautiful, magnificent, degenerate bastards. How are you all doing today? Don't forget to go ahead and smash that like button and subscribe to the channel and all that kind of good stuff. It really does make a big difference, so don't forget to go ahead and do so. Messier, hey, good to have you here, man. And Mad Larkin, hey, good to have you as well. Don't forget to like and subscribe, you two late bastards. Then we've also got, I need to say a big thank you to all those people that have got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that amazing stuff. And let's get into the stream. Let's see who's been popping off and getting the stream started off right. We have got number one. It is. Oh, fucking hell. No, I pressed the wrong button. Hang on. Professional at work. Spriggs, I'm sorry. You're too late. No roll call for you. No matter how hard you spam, there's no roll call for Spriggs. I'm only kidding. Spriggs is here. Hey, there we are. First up, we've got Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Russell W, thank you for being an absolute Giga Chad. Appreciate the support, man, and support the channel and the community. Thank you, man. Speaking of gifted memberships, we've also got Chris K. Hey, Chris K, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. We've got the Lower Decks. Hey, Lower Decks, thank you so much for the super chat, man. The turnip vaults await. All right, let's have a look. Here we go. Sir, fighting of the most desperate and dirty sort rages across station. You would think that the crew of a Lunar class cruiser would overwhelm us through sheer numbers. You would think that, unfortunately for Jenkins, I may have set a system-wide alert to any pirate bands listening that a treasure ship was docking with the station. A dozen groups appear to be trying to board the cruise as we speak. Whoops, did I do that? We've got, it appears Jenkins has been informed about this as he is now wildly gesturing to his depleted guards in what appears to be sheer fury. This would be a terrible time for a trapdoor to open under him, shunting him into my prepared turnip vault. Yes. Ah, the old turnip vault. A staple of Von Shithouse military doctrine. Both useful as a food supply and a form of torture. And all it took was extra beer bribes to the station's engineer clan. Let's have a look. Another day in Russia, right? A normal day in Russia. Absolute Giga Chad. Absolute Giga Chad. Is the turnip vault green? Of course, Barankaza. Because green is the sign of the good guys. Alright, what have we got here? We've got Entropic Activity. Thank you for super chat, man. Memes in stream discussion. Beef bingo. Oh my god, it's Morty and Glory beef bingo. Things that make Mordian beefy. Requesting Benny and the Jets. That's correct. Telling Mordian to get a haircut. No, not so much. I know I need a haircut. I mean, a little. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. Requesting multiple songs for one super chat. It's not that it's one super chat. Anyway. Because that makes me sound greedy. It's not like that. It's just making sure everyone's fair. One super chat, one song. Keeps it fair for everyone. Asking if audience grey marks are prime before painting. Yeah, that'll make me beef. Asking more to scroll up a lot in stream discussion. Oh, like if I don't, once it's gone, it's gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. Asking more how to like the stream. Yeah. How are you meant to know to like the stream when even though everyone tells you to do it? Yeah. If you still haven't picked it up at this point, that's on you, to be honest. Requesting the Octopus song multiple times. Look, there's a reason we have a limit of 3. Like, it only ever gets played 3 times. It got out of hand. It got really out of hand at one point. Asking to see Mordian's worm. Okay, that doesn't make me beefy. No. Do not super chats. The stream is 8 hours in. No, I don't really get beefy about that one. I'm always grateful for the support. I even try and keep things going a bit longer if I get a lot towards the end. That's how people started making me do 8 and 9 hour streams, because they'd like they basically like drip feeding them in, or do like a big one at the end. I'm like, well, I feel like I gotta go longer now. Requesting 10-minute long songs. That's true. Yeah. I'm like, fuck, no. Telling Morty the problem he sees with 40k all in his head. Yeah. Telling Mordian to wait and see. That's what really makes me beef. Yeah. Reminding Mordian he's late to start the stream. I mean that's just I wish I could say that I started the stream late on purpose as part of a bit, but it's just I'm disorganized. I'm just disorganized, so I can't even make that claim, unfortunately. All right. That was pretty good Entropic Activity. I'll give you that one. Brown Bread! Thank you for the 29 months, man. X-Force, baby! Yes! Thank you, man. Hobby update in chat. Yeah, I just saw this, bro. This is amazing. I'm a little jealous because you kind of stole my idea. I am the only one that's allowed to have a Crusader-themed Praetorian army. How dare you go out and do it, even though I've been saying I'm going to do it for ages. How dare you? I'm only joking. That looks cool, man. We've got the Knights Hospitaller. Knights Templar with a few Teutonic Knights thrown in there as well. Oh, sorry, no, not Knights. Sorry. Jerusalem Knights. Knights Templar. Teutonic Knights, Hospitaller Knights. Not sure on those ones, to be honest. Oh, they look so cool. Yeah, they look really good, man. Yeah, I'm really glad that you've done this first, actually, because it makes me realize that you're You are showing me a preview of my own army in many ways, which is very helpful. Yeah. Very cool, man. Very, very, very cool. Beautifully painted. Beautifully well done. Works phenomenally well. Absolute 10 out of 10, mate. Absolute 10 out of 10. Excellent, excellent, excellent work. Yeah. Excellent work. And genuinely, not only excellent, but genuinely very helpful for me personally, because I am thinking of doing an entry crusade. And if you go do an entry crusade, having Crusader colours could be pretty cool. Yeah. So there we go. Nice. We've got Macon. Macon next. Thank you for super chat, bro. A stream hostile to FDR's enemies as we know it. Yes. Indeed. Indeed. All of the heretics, all of those who do not believe in Miracle Day, who do not believe in FDR's divine right, who do not believe that the entire world should be formed into a single nation under God, must be destroyed and purged, hunted down, and eradicated. There you are. There you are, Macon. I want to say a big thank you to Simple Logic. Hey, Simple Logic, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Yes. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the extra conscript. Hold the line. In the name of the Emperor. We've got the Whispering Monk. Thank you for the super chat, man. Tau are better than guards. Tau are better guardsmen than the Imperial Guard. At Grey Knight 1. Like that. Oh, you think you're funny, do you? Oh, you think you're funny? Do you? Whispering Monk. You know what I think's fucking funny? Do you know what I think's fucking funny? I think this is pretty fucking funny. Bam! See you later, shitlord! He's out of here. He's gone. You don't come in here and start talking that kind of mad shit and not expect the Commissar's bolt pistol to come out and start fucking blamming. Oh, 24-hour ban. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Yeah, there you go. I know I'm funny. No, right? I'm going to say something controversial. You're not entirely wrong. You're not entirely wrong. I've said this before. But Fire Warriors, if I could get the Fire Warrior stat line for my guardsmen, I would happily pay it. -1 to be wounded. Comes with a free little indirect fire drone. All the weapons are like the same, so it makes it a little easier to roll things, and they've got a good range on those weapons as well. And they can do marker lights and stuff. I'm just saying, Tau Fire Warriors are really, really good. Tau Fire Warriors. Look, I have a lot of opinion. Look, right. I have a lot of opinions which people don't agree with, especially about Warhammer. But here's the thing. You may not like what I have to say a lot of the time, but unfortunately for you, you agreeing with me doesn't make me wrong or right. You not agreeing with me. Fuck! You not agreeing with me doesn't make me wrong. There you go. I said this. But we still come back. Right? You still come back. That's right. But I've been saying this for a while. Like, Fire Warriors are a really, really good choice. And oh, look. People started... You know what? Do you know what people started running? Do you know why Tau started doing really well? Because people started running. Oh, by the way. Who said Montcar was the best Tau detachment? When every other Tau player said Retaliation Cadre, who said the best detachment? Montcar? I said that. Do you know what people are running now as the best Tau detachment? Montcar. You listen to any of the big wigs, any of the videos, Art of War, those kind of people, they're like, yeah, Montcar. That's you know, they talk about Tau being the new top 4 faction, the 4th best faction. Montcar is what they're talking about. I said that. Do you know why Tau started doing better? Because I showed them the way. They'll never admit it. They'll never admit it. But I showed them the way. And you know, people said I was wrong about Tau Fire Warriors. But I'm right. I've been proven right. I proved myself right, and others proved me right as well. And I released a video today. Saying that Tactical Marines are one of the best infantry choices in the game. What do you think my response was? What do you think the response to that video was? Why would I take Tactical Marines over Intercepted? I need a triangle so I can bang it around. If you get the reference. Tactical Marines are great. I already proved it once at a casual event, but I'll prove it again at a competitive one. I'm doing the last death ride of the Firstborn. It's going to happen. There you go. Did you say why in the damn video? I did, Airborne! I actually did. I very rarely reply. Right. I very, very rarely reply to stupid comments. But someone left a comment saying, why would I ever choose Tap Marines over Intercessors? And I was just like, I had to reply. And I just said, maybe if you watch the video, you'll find out. I had to reply. I mean, if you watch the video, I literally tell you why.
Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Not even a very long video. But here's the thing. Eventually, on this massive ego trip that I'm on, but eventually, everyone comes to realize that I was right. Everyone comes to realize that they should have put their faith in me. I'm going to bring forth the prodigal son. Hopefully he's still in stream right now. I call upon Swordsman Smith 87. The fallen guardsman. The ultimate cultist in this community. Him and I, we've disagreed on many things. Him and I have had to agree to disagree on many things. But even Swordsman 87 has come to see things my way. So, Swordsman 37. I've been playing versus the Gardified Tau list recently. What does it say? Sorry, I've lost my place now. I've been playing against a Gardified Tau list lately. Fuck me sideways. Devilfish with 10 infantry, Piranha, infiltrators, scout, triple riptide, tanks, and now twin lance. The Gardified Tau. I'm sorry to everyone who doesn't play Tau, but I had to show them the way. I had to show them. And it's Monka! And it's Monka! My son! It is good to have you back amongst us as one of the faithful. I'm just being stupid. But Sword Smith, on a serious note, that's actually kind of interesting to know. It's interesting to see that people have started running things that way. It's always good to get reports from the front lines. Yeah. So there we go. So, yeah. Let me just 1 minute. Just deflate my head a bit. Okay, back to normal. If Gardified Tau gets first drop and goes first, you lost. I love going first with Gardified Tau. Because I put smart missile. I don't know if this guy does, but I put smart missile systems on everything. So I'm like, oh, sweet, I get to go first. Oh, you've got no shipments left by the end of turn 1. Cool. Nice. Yeah. And then you get into position. Solon Smith, absolutely. You get into position turn 1. I don't know if he seems to be playing even more aggressively than I do. But I like to get into, if I go first as Gardified Tau, I get everyone into position and just yeet about 50 smart missiles at people. Do a bit of scouting with things like the Piranha. So that's like, I'll take that objective there. You've now got to come out and deal with that. I'll put a transport on an objective. So if they destroy the transport, the infantry get out. Still stays my objective. All this kind of stuff. Yeah. If that's what your guys basically do, if your guys doing stuff like that, then that's exactly what I do with Gardified Tau as well. And you can see it in the after action report, yeah. My Tau list was described by one of the best Thousand Suns players in our local community. And it's not just like, we're not talking like 10 people here, we're talking many, probably 100 people, as oppressive. Yes. It is the way. It is no longer Mordian Glory. It is Viola Victory. Yeah. The Tau list I can't beat in stream discussion. Right, I'm looking. I'm going for it. Let's have a look. Oh, it's not come through yet. It's just coming down the pipes now. I'll need to the whispering monk. 1 minute. There you go. Poking me with a stick. Nice. How do we even get onto this? Oh, it was when Whispering Monk said Fire Warriors were better. That was it. Monkey, Tower Empire. So a single ethereal. Who was the first person to run a single ethereal in their Tau army? I know that sounds like, oh, the first was ever. No, but like competitively. No, it's all about crisis suit commanders, right? Yeah. Breach team, strike team. Okay, he's not quite got as much OC as I like to run. But Devilfish, Ghost Kill, Battlesuit, Hammerhead. Oh, he's got lots of Pathfinders. Okay, that makes up the difference. Double Piranha, that's good. Double Riptide. Gunship, Stealth Battlesuits. Yeah, this is very similar list to mine. So he's got 2 years of Stealth Suits. And then he's got Double Riptide and a Skyray. Now, I had Double Riptide and... Oh, he's got 2 Hammerheads. Oh, he's got 3 Hammerheads. So I had Double Riptide and 3 Hammerheads. This guy's got Double Riptide and 3 Hammerheads. I had 2 squads of Stealth Suits. He had 2 squads of Stealth Suits. I don't own a Skyray, but I had a Broadside. So that's basically the same thing there. I had 1 Piranha. He's got 2, but that's fine. I had 2 Pathfinder teams. He's got 2 Pathfinder teams. So basically, the difference here is The only real difference is that he's gone for only 2 squads of fire warriors where I had 4. But he's substituted 1 squad of fire warriors basically for a ghost kill and 1 squad of fire warriors for a piranha, which is actually totally okay. Yeah, I actually see the method in the madness. So, yeah. No, this is very, very similar to the list that I ran. In its specifics, it's a little different, but in its what each unit's role is the same as what each unit's role was in my list. Just he's got a few different choices, which is, of course, that's fine. You know, you can swap a few things out, but as long as you're not compromising roles in the list, then that's totally okay. Like a ghost skill's great as a ghost skill could be great as an objective piece and as a damage piece. Yeah, because of the lone up. Haven't seen it since he's added Twin Lance. I mean, bro, he's just gonna swap that ghost kill out for Twin Lance. If he's smart, he'll do a straight swap with the ghost kill. I hope he doesn't swap out any more infantry though. Yeah. But swapping that ghost kill out for Twin Lance would be unreal. Unfucking real. Yeah. Devilfish move on to the objective. Dudes get out. Another unit gets in Devilfish. Boom. I love that. Literally, I did that trick in like every game with my Tau. Yeah. Love that shit, man. Love that shit. Oh. There you are. There you are. Anyway, Sultan Smith, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Good job in the stream. And I hope I didn't put you on the spot, mate. I just saw you in the chat and thought it'd be a good chance to meme. First time that happened to me, I wanted to rage quit. Sultan Smith, I'm sorry to say this to you, but maybe now is the time to put a little bit of shooting in your world ears. No! No! No, I know you don't want to. No! But you have to clear the screen so you can get the combat in. No! He probably already is. World is on the shelf, even Double Forge Fiend. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I was about to say you probably were using Double Forge Fiend. Yeah, yeah. World Eaters can't kill a Catan. Well, that's very true. That's very... Because everything in your army is damage 2, right? Even the 8-bound are damage 2. So it's like... Run a max unit of 8-bound into a Catan. Bounce. Get killed on your own turn. Yeah. Yeah. It's bad, isn't it? It's bad, isn't it? What are you on now, then? Out of curiosity. Are you, oh, Gene Silical. Gene Silical. Yeah, yeah, of course. Or Demons. Oh, fair enough. I thought you were on your GSC, but you're on the Demons. I do wonder how Demons do into Catan. I imagine it could be a bit touch and go, but I don't know Demons well enough. I know how to fight Demons, not how to use them. Yeah. But Sultan Smith, dude, it's great to have in the stream, man, and it's good to have a bit of back and forth. Well, this time we're both on the same page, I think. So it's actually nice as being on the same page for a change. What have we got next? Rex here! Thank you for the super chat, man. Space Marines should get combat squads as a general rule again, and tactical squads should get fallback and shoot. Prove me wrong. So the problem with your... Okay, so you've asked me to prove you wrong, so I will do by somewhat. I will do somewhat by saying you don't need combat squads for intercessors because people only take them 5-man squads anyway. Think about 12 Terminator squads, but you can already get 12 Terminator squads. Just take 6 assault. Oh, no, I suppose that you get 6 Terminator squads, can't you? I don't. In fact, I don't agree with that, Rexir, and I'll tell you why I don't agree with it. Combat squads was more of a useful thing when you had like the force organization chart. I think now if you give them combat squads, it just basically allows Space Marines to just completely disregard the rule of 3. And that's not good. Yeah. So I like the idea of combat squads, but I think combat squads are something that should be used to help facilitate force organization, but they're not necessary if in like 10th edition we have no force organization. So that's my take. That's my take. Yeah. Like back in the day when you could only get 3 elite slots and you could be like, okay, well, I'll take 1 10-man squad of regular Terminators, then 2 2 other elite choices, but I can still basically then combat squad the 2 Terminator squads. So yeah. It's it's kind of like how the Imperial Guard could take platoons for 1 troop choice, that kind of thing. But I honestly don't. I think from a practicality point of view, Rexia, I think you could introduce combat squads tomorrow, and I don't think it would massively move the needle. Most Space Marine players are just taking 5-man squads. Anything that can come in a 10-man squad, they're just taking a 5-man squad anyway. So if you can have it, but I don't think you need it. Yeah. But I'm not against the idea. Do you know what? I tell you what, Rex here. I tell you what kind of combat squad we need back. Let me show you. Oh, I'm gonna make a lot of people sad again. Who wants to get upset again by me showing off how good we had it back in the day? Me. Okay, I'll show you now. Oh, cool, man. They actually did. It wasn't even. Wow, I didn't even realize they sold them that recently. Cool, we got some really good shit here. So, when you said, Rexir, that we should bring back combat squads, what I thought you meant was we should bring back the combat squad box. Look at that beaut. Look at that beaut. 5 tactical marines. You got you've got a beaky hat in. These are multi-part tactical marines. These weren't single piece. In fact, I think there's a picture here. No, this one, sorry. There you go. You can see. Like, complete multi-part tactical marines. Not that different from what we know and love today. Okay? In fact, they even sold them up until quite recently. I actually never saw this box, which is kind of interesting. This is like a 4th edition style box. This is like a 5th or 6th edition style box. So I'd love to actually. I never actually saw that one, so I'd love to see it. But I'd love to see it. But back in the day, this box right here was 6 whole pounds. 6 pounds. Translating that into today's money, into dollars. What's 6 pounds today? We'll say 2003. That'd be 12 pounds. That would be 2. That was basically, it was like just over £1 marine. Now it'd be £2 per marine. That's the kind of combat squad we need back. But here's the thing. I mean, imagine if GW just dropped that again, but for £6. I mean, oh, inflation. Nah, man, don't worry about inflation. Oh, man. Good times. So, yeah, Rex, you're right. We do need to bring combat squads back. I wonder if I can find one on eBay. I'm going to see if I can find one. I'm just looking, chat. Someone is selling one for £35. It's quite expensive. Someone's selling one for £60. Okay, suddenly it doesn't seem so bad anymore. Someone's selling one for £20. It's going down. we'll find the cheapest one eventually. Anyway, I just want the box, man. I don't. You can keep the models. How much for just the box? Yeah, it's cool though. No, there actually there's a lot of cheap ones. There's one here for £15. Not even that different from what it would have been back in the day. Yeah, crazy. Crazy times. Yeah. Back. Yeah. But boy, that would make 40k affordable again. I know, we can't have that. GB Gamer, we've not done the broadcast yet. Johnny's not been available. Sorry, man. Alright. But what are we, I don't even know how we got on that. Oh, it was Rex here, that was it. Rex here making me go down memory lane. We've got Florida Eccentric. Thank you for super chat, bro. Short in stream discussion. Let's have a gander. Let me just pre-watch just to make sure it's all right. Florida Eccentric. This is a very... I love this short, man. Like, Florida Eccentric, this is so wholesome.
Going into North Carolina, leaving Georgia. Going into North Carolina.
And that's it.
Leaving Georgia.
That's it.
Going into North Carolina, leaving Georgia.
I love it, man. There you go. Amazing. Dude, have a good trip. And I look forward to seeing your K-pop zone battle raps when you get back, man. Nice. All right. We've got Board Baobab. Thank you so much for the 4 months, man. Hey, MG, have you had a look at the Exile edition yet? I have not. I'll be honest. I'm curious about Exile Edition. Truth be told, I am curious about it, but I've just been like no life in 4th edition and K47 and Old World at the moment. But I've got my eye on it. I've got an eye on it. I'm not anti Exile Edition even slightly. I'm hearing a lot of people getting excited by it, so I've got one eye on it. Mango Jabronsky, thank you for the 8 months, man. Hashtag free monk. No, in fact, I'm gonna ban him again now. That's it. Just because you asked for him to be... This is the consequences of your actions. If you try and lobby me, I'm just going to keep banning Whispering Monk. See what happens when you challenge. When you challenge me! Whispering Monk's like, wait, what the fuck did I do? Justice for Whispering Monk. Just. Oh. I only did it for 10 seconds. He'll be back. He'll be back soon. What have we got next? Board Baobab. Thank you for the super chat, man. Hey MG, have you had a chance to look at X Engine yet? Got a lot of guard players wanting you to write the codex for the codex the Emperor's Fires. I mean, I'm interested, man. I think Northern Exile messaged me about this, but then I think I just forgot to get back to him. I think I sort of read his message and went, oh, I should get back to that, and then forgot. Oh no, he didn't. Well. Oh no, shit, yeah. Oh no, he did ask me, and then I never got back to him. I mean, I need to. Yes. I am very open to it. I'm very open to the idea. I probably just need to. I probably need to look at the. Sorry, I just got a message. I got an important message. That's fine. I'll go back to it in a second. So yeah, Bob Baobab. Baobab. Sorry for the disruption. Right. Board Baobab. Thank you for super chat. Sorry I got distracted and tripped over my words. I am absolutely open to the idea of helping write the Guard Codex for Exile Edition if Northern Exile wanted such a thing to happen. But it's his project. So I am not going to like muscle my way into it or anything like that. We've had like a message or two about the whole thing, but I don't want to step on any toes. So I'm open to the whole thing, but I don't want to bulldoze my way over it. There you go. There you go. All right. Marold, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Marold, my boy. Thank you for the gifted membership, bro. Appreciate the support. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, a goddamn hero. There we are. Oh, fuck me. What did I just drop? Oh, a dice. All right. Swordsman Smith, thank you for super chat. Painted a platoon of guardsmen, pictures in stream. It's not going to be guardsmen, though, is it? It's going to be some horrible thing. No.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
It took me a second to get it. Paid up Skull Taker this week. Look at his sweet cloak of guardsmen. Also picked up some more demons through Unscintillating Legion. Behold my shame. I was like, wait, what? Wait, what does he mean? A platoon of... Oh, yeah, all the skulls on the cloak. Hey, he looks good, man. You've done a good job with him. Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Monster Mash, man. Well, I don't know if it's Monster Mash, actually. I guess it's only two big ones? That's kind of all right. Or is it the fact that you're... No, I mean, Be'lakor can go with these guys, can't he? Or is it shameful that you're having to use Be'lakor in a Khorne army? Oh, that's the points of demons you own. Ah, I see now. 7,425. 7,425. Nice. I was like, I was just looking like, I'm sure Be'lakor's fine to run with these guys in the law, right? Picking up 6 flamers, 10 pink horrors, 10 blue horrors, and a Lord of Change for $200. Couldn't pass it up. That's a good deal. Yeah, if you've got the money and you come across a deal like that, it's worth getting. For sure, for sure, for sure. Nice, man. Swordsmith, you are an absolute heretical bastard. But one day, I hope to save your soul. No, it isn't. You're a heretical bastard, but you seem to have a lot of fun with the army. So I thought that's the most important bit. Yeah. What have we got? Macon, thank you so much for the super chat, bro. Did a 750 point 4th edition test last night. More teams are interesting, but good grief, the amount of pie plates the guard can drop. Yeah. 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 People are like, oh, God, I've got such bad ballistic skill in this edition. It's like, you roll to hit? What? Yeah. Yeah, you roll to hit? Nah, I don't roll to hit. Shit. I'm just like, pew, 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 pew. Yeah, man. I love it. All right. What have we got there? Macon, but hey, you tried a bit of 4th? So it begins. Once you take the 4th edition pill, you can no longer go back to the meta tricks. You know this. I'm confused. Guard don't roll to hit in 4th. No, they do, Swordsmith. The joke is you don't roll to hit like with ballistic skill with indirect fire in 4th edition. You use scatter dice. So you don't have, it's like, oh, everyone used to, in 4th edition, used to complain about how guard ballistic skill was, you know, not that great because there was no take aim or anything like that. You had ballistic skill 3, which meant you hit on 4s, right? So, but if you have indirect fire, then that means that, or you have blast weapons in general, you roll with your big templates, and whilst it might scatter, it actually was fairly accurate because you just rolled 1d6 plus the scatter dice, and especially on a 5-inch template that, and then you also got some. You didn't manage your ballistic skill though, but yeah, so you often didn't scatter very very far. So yeah, yeah, the who was it that said go forth and multiply? That's actually very good. That's actually very witty. Go forth and multiply. I love that. Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, so also you spam into fire. Well, you spam blast weapons, but yeah. Yeah, that's great. Macon, I love it, man. I already got my hard copies of the 4th edition rulebook and the 3.5 of Guard and Care Space Marines, as well as starting hours of both. Nice. Honestly, once you go 4th edition, like, here's the thing. At first glance, when you look at 4th edition, you might think it's a very simple game, but it's really not. And I honestly mean that. It is a very, it is, I honestly mean that. There's just, what it is, it's not a simple game, it's a frictionless game. The turns just flow from one into the other, The missions are, you know what your mission is at the beginning, so you just have time to think about the mission throughout the game and how you're going to achieve it. There's a lot of, I guess a good way of describing it is sort of modern Warhammer versus old Warhammer. It's kind of like old Star Trek, like, well, not old, but like Next Generation versus New Trek, which isn't that new anymore because, I mean, I haven't even seen the Academy, but you know, we're talking like, especially with the movies, right? The new ones, there's a lot more action, explosions. There's a lot more going on, but the story itself tends to be quite simple. When you sort of peel away everything else, it's quite basic. There's just a lot of stuff that's like going on. And then you've got fourth, TNG, where it's like, you might have an episode where it's basically just people like talking, but actually there's a lot, which might seem like there's not much going on, but actually you dig deeper and you realize there's a lot more going on. Yeah. That's kind of how I describe it. Yeah. So, 4th edition is really good. And, hey, if you're a fan of Chaos, the 3.5 edition codex for Chaos, which is one that you use in 3rd and in 4th, considered the best Chaos codex ever written. Catherine Clark, bro, I want help. I please want to know the rules solo auxiliary. Then, bro, in the nicest possible way, you can find the. I don't know the fucking rules. I don't play Horus Heresy, man. Like, I played a bit of 2nd edition, but you either need to go and get yourself the Horus Heresy books or try and find a copy online. I don't do anything with the solo auxiliary. I can tell you how to build. I can tell you how to build them and use them as Imperial Guard in 40k, but I don't know anything about Heresy, man. Sorry. All right, what do we got next? Whispering Monk, thank you for the super chat, man. The meme in the stream, Discord, that is. Wait, have I already shown your meme off? I've already shown it off, Whispering Monk. God damn it. I'll show it again, though. There you are. Stop poking me. I will re. I swear to God. All right. What have we got next? Curry Kane, thank you for the super chat, bro. Good evening, sir. Some pictures and a small story in stream discussion, plus a question. After my next AOS tournament, I want to try Old World. Yes. Come to the light, brother. Come to the best world. Do I need movement trays? And can you explain what the match play book is? You do not need movement trays, but movement trays make your life a lot easier. But you can use fucking folded up pieces of paper if you want to. It's movement trays are a tool. Like you don't need them, but they will make your life a lot easier. Yeah. As for the match play book, it was a supplement that was put out by GW about a year into the first edition of Old World, the one that we're playing right now, which provided some additional missions and made some tweaks to army list composition. But you don't need it to get started at all. Like you don't need to get started at all. The match play guide is something you can worry about later. Yeah. But dude, I guess the big question is, which Old World army are you looking at? That's the question. Dave Christmas, can you give me a decent recommendation for National Militarum Kriegarm for 400 points? Yeah. 400, you say? One Lehman Russ tank commander. 2 10-man squads of Krieg, 1 Commissar. For 400 points, that's probably your best bet. Tank, Lehman Russ at that level will be very, very potent. There you are. All right, if that's a little too heavy, I can suggest something else. The Rogel Dawn. The Rogel Dawn's probably a little too expensive for this point, for 400 points. I'll be honest with you. Especially if you want it to have orders. It's only going to... Yeah, you don't... The Rogel Dawn's good, but it's not good. It's a bit too pricey for 400 points. I mean, you're literally going to get like that and 10 infantry and then maybe something else minor. But yeah, I would personally recommend Rogel Dawn for 1,000 points. Yeah. It's a 300 point unit, mate. So if you get 400 points together and then stick a Rogel Dawn on it, you've only got to get 300 more points to get a 1,000 point list. Do you know what I mean? So the fact you've got your Rogel Dawn, don't be like, oh, I bought this thing, I can't even use it. No, of course you can, man. But at 400 points, it's just not gonna quite, how to put it? It's just gonna be a bit too much at 400 points. Yeah. But if you wanted to run a Rogel Dawn at 400, you'd probably have to accept running a standard Rogel Dawn, maybe. I mean, literally, Rogel Dawn and 20 Kriegers is 2 squads of 10 Kriegers is 400 points. Yeah. Yeah. All right. What have we got now? Oh, what was it? What did you say, Curry Kane? The Marauder box. Excellent choice, sir. Excellent choice indeed. Dark gods, speak clearly now. Ben McCoy, Mordian promised 30k. It's been 6 months. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Ben McCoy, I got to be honest with you, man. I had every intention of playing Horus Heresy, but it's just not looking like it's going to happen. Do you want to know why it's not looking like it's going to happen? Because the 2 guys that I knew that enjoyed Horus Heresy, like in the community, in the MG community, that were gonna show me the new edition, both of them have completely lost interest. Their community 3.0 completely killed their Heresy community in their area, and I even reached out to one of them recently and was like, hey man, I know it was a little while ago, but we were going to bro down and do some Heresy 3.0, and he went, it's just dead in my area, man. Like, and I'm just not interested. I've moved on to, he's moved on to Bot Action K47. Like, Bot Action's doing gangbusters at his thing now. And then I actually looked today. In my local area where there used to be 2 regular Horus Heresy groups that played, and both of them haven't put an event out in. There's 2 different groups, so it's 4 groups in total, and both of them haven't put a new event up in about 3 months. So I think it's died out there as well. So like I cannot find anyone nearby or in the community that's going to show me how to do 3.0. And the nicest possible way, in the nicest way, like, I learn games by being shown them. It's quite, it's difficult for me to sort of sit down and just like learn a new game unless it's very, very intuitive. So, I mean, I could try and muddle my way through a 3rd edition game, but I feel like what would happen, what I want, which doesn't look like it's going to happen, is, and I put this offer out on live stream multiple times at this point. No one's taken it up. I've said, anyone who wants to come and show me, you could literally come and show me the game. Don't have to be in Battleport or anything. We could just, meet up on neutral ground, Element Games or something. Come and show me how to play 3.0. Give me the fucking sales pitch and I'll give it a fair crack. No one's taken that offer up. I mean, I could play a bit of second edition. You know, I can play a bit of second, but no one wants to do 3.0 in my area or in my community. Yeah. So I had every intention of doing Heresy 3.0. I don't like making a commitment and then not following through on it. That's not my style. Yeah. It's not my style. But it just looks like it's not going to happen. You know? Looks like it's not going to happen. Wish I could help, but I'm across the pond. 3.0 has taken off where I am in the States. So sad that it's fallen off so hard over there. Bro, like, it's insane. Like, it's like dead. Like, hard dead. In my area. The thing is, so 40k has always dominated in my area. Like, even more so than usual. It's dominated. And around, you know, this time last year when I was excited about Heresy, there was a real, like, surge in local Heresy interest. Not only was I interested in it, but, like, I mean, loads of people were, and I'd go down to Element or just play, and there'd be people who were getting the fucking Heresy going. And I was like, wow, I regularly saw it. And then 3.0 came out and just killed it, man. I cannot express this enough. GW would have been better, at least from my perspective and from what I can see with my own limited experience, but GW would have done better to not have launched 3.0. Heresy was about to naturally pick up in a massive way. Massive way. Like, I've got a good, if I may wipe myself off, I have a good sense for these things. And it was really, there was a big groundswell happening, and it just, 3.0 came out and just killed it, man. It's bad. It's a shame as well, because I really like the look of Heresy. You guys know how hyped I was for it. I actually thought about playing a 2.0 game. I actually thought about playing a 2.0 game the other day. Yeah, the 3.0 launch teams have done them a not insignificant amount of harm over even just letting 2.0 ride. If they just let 2.0 ride, even with how unbalanced it would have massively taken off. It was sat there. Here's the thing with 2.0. It was sat there, nicely baked, with not in that way. Nicely, like a sort of like a pie sitting on the shelf. Nicely, just cooling down, nicely baked, a little bit steam coming off it, And it was just like, it was just reaching the perfect temperature where the community was small yet very well established, and there was a really like established etiquette as well. Like, okay, we don't bring too many dreadnoughts. We very much play for vibes. It's not about breaking the game. It's about making a game and all this kind of stuff. It's not about breaking the game. It's about making an experience, all this kind of stuff. Like, it was really, really, really well defined. And then 3.0 just massively muddied the waters. And there was too much. Like, if they just left it alone, so many people would have just naturally walked into it just to try it out for like 18 months. I know I would have done. I know that I would right now here be talking about how much I loved Heresy 2.0. I would have done after action reports on Heresy 2.0. I would have fully painted. I would have probably had a new Imperial House Militia army that I would have created from the ground up. You know what I'm like. I was so ready to go full hyper focused weaponized autism on this game, and then 3.0 just... And now if I wanted to, I can't get into it. Yeah. It's a shame. Big shame. Yeah. Rolig 2.0 is such a 2.0 had a huge night event here locally before 3.0 was announced, and after the launch event, the Discord has been completely quiet. Literally not a single post. Yeah. Ben McCoy, appreciate the honesty, man. It's just a real shame. No, it is, dude. Here's the thing. You can Ben. I'm not here gloating about it, am I? Here's the thing. I've said this probably so many times. People are sick of hearing me saying it. I'm a war gamer first. I don't, you know, I do love a bit of beef and a bit of drama as much as the next person, but not like for the sake of it. When I was complaining about 3.0, and when I was talking about the damage that it was doing, it wasn't gleefully, it wasn't happily. It was for me being a very, very frustrated 2.0 player. And now, a year on, or 9 months on, however long it's been, I'm still not happy. I'm not here like, yes, heresy has died. Yes. No, I'm sad. Like, genuinely, because no one likes to see a game struggle. And I'm sad because I don't think heresy deserves to struggle. I think it deserves to succeed. And I'm sad because now I don't get a chance to play it. Yeah, it's a real shame. So, yeah, I'm not gloating about it, man. I wish the best for all war games. I wish AOS was flying, not struggling. I wish heresy was flying, not struggling. I wish 40k wasn't boring and in the throes of a terrible, terrible stat check Catan meta. But this is where we are right now, and hopefully GW can turn things around on multiple fronts. Yeah. I don't want to think about GW struggling. I want to think about GW doing well. But and obviously they're not struggling financially, but I mean from a ability to do game design. I wish Old World... Oh, wait. Yeah. Old World's doing good. Old World does give me hope and faith in Games Workshop. It does. Right, I've got some super chats here, and then I might have a leak for 11th edition for you guys. Do you guys want a little leak? I would do it right now, but I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 things that are 4 super chats people have been waiting for. Swordsmith, I just want to keep my demons. Hopefully AOS does that, but if it takes AOS dying, so only 40k selling demons, so be it. I heard, Swords and Smith, that demons were going to come to Old World. I don't put much faith in that rumor, though. I heard that they were going to bin them off AOS and 40k and put them into Old World, but I don't know if that was just some wishful thinking from the Old World community. Yeah. All right. I suspect they'll keep. I suspected they'll bin them off anywhere. They'll bin them off AOS and put them in 40k. Yeah. All right, super chats. Let's do those and then a potential 11th edition leak. Yeah. So we've got Sir Newbie. Thank you for super chat, man. List my first 10th edition RTT. Going full vibes. All right, let me have a look. So got my first and maybe last 10th edition RTT tomorrow. It's the time of the 49th Callus Armoured Siege Regiment making their namesake. Leading this regiment is Krieg Command with a Quill and Eye and a Power Fist and Plasma, followed by 2 more Krieg Command squads but with Power Swords and Plasma. Then a Leman Russ Commander, Battle Cannon, Las Cannon, Heavy Bolters, Hunter-Killer, Heavy Stubbers, Tepris Engine Seer, 3x20 Krieg, Plasma and Grenades, and so on and so forth. 2x10 Krieg, same loadout, 2x10 Krieg Engineers, 2x3 Krieg Heavy Weapon Teams, 2x5 Death Riders, 2x Artillery Teams, 2x Leman Russ Vanquishers. Again, it's my first 10th edition RTT. I'm just going for vibes and giggles. Hope it does well. If not, oh well. I hope I get at least to kill some heretics and then a long wait to 11th. So, obviously it's a vibes list, so I'm not going to like completely tear it a new asshole. But I will say this. 3 tanks is not enough at 2,000 points. Minimum should be 4. And ideally, if I'm only seeing 4 tanks, I'm expecting one of them to be a Lehman Russ. One of them to be a Rogel Dawn. I'd say 4 tanks minimum if one's a Rogel Dawn, or 5 Lehman Russes. Yeah. Other than that, the list is fine. I think you've got plenty of infantry, plenty of action stuff. If I was to find the points for another tank, I'd cut the Krieg Engineer squads down to 5-mans. And I'd be tempted to just drop the 2 other Krieg Engineers, the 2 10-man Krieg squads. Just have 3 big Krieg squads. Yeah, let me build a list here. Yeah, okay. So you should be able to afford 3 20-man Krieg squads, 2 5-man Engineer squads, 2 5-man Death Rider squads, 2 artillery teams, 2 Lemurus commanders, and 3 vanquishers. That's what I would take if I were you. I hope that helps, man. And good luck at your first event, bro. Good luck. Curry Kane, thank you for the big super chat, bro. Thank you so much, man. Beef warning. Beef! Beef! My hot take about the Warhammer memes topic from last stream. I think now memes are too much and ruin some lore/factions. A lot of new players think that it's true. What do you think? Okay, so I thought you were... Yeah. So, I think there is a point where memes stop being funny and start actively like taking away or diminishing Warhammer. Now, I also do not think that Warhammer should be taken so seriously. I think there are some people that treat Warhammer like this sacred, unassailable thing, both from a fanboy point of view, but also like some like lore purist point of view as well. And then I also think there are people that don't take it seriously enough. And in many ways, they almost infantilize. Is that the word? Make it childish. They make 40k seem childish. So, like, on the one hand, a good meme is like, you know, a funny meme is, oh, orcs, like, or there was a funny meme video where there was a guardsman fighting some orcs, and the guardsman ran out of ammo, and the orc's like, oh, I'm gonna get you now, Ubi. And the guardsman goes, I'm an orc, yeah, I'm an orc. And he goes, and the orc goes, this Ubi thinks he's an orc. And then one of his mates doesn't quite hear him properly and goes, wait, that Ubi's an orc? And then all the other orcs start going, wait, he's an orc, he's an orc, he's an orc, he's an orc. And then the original orc's like, no, wait, nah. And then he looks over, and now he thinks the guardsman is an orc. And he's like, oh, he's an orc. Like, that's funny. Because obviously it's taking the concept of the, like, Gestalt field. And then, you know, taking it to an extreme, which is then, like, funny. because that's like a short, like 1 minute video, right? And then, but an example of a meme going too far, and I suppose people thinking like, and then people believing it being true, is when people are like, orcs can just like pick up a random bit of metal, and then if they believe it's a gun, it'll start shooting. And that's because there was like this throwaway line in one of like the orc codexes where like a tech priest was like, I have no idea how this gun could possibly even function. It's so barbaric. And if you actually read that piece of lore, the piece of lore was saying that the orc technology is so crude that it shouldn't work. Like it was an affront to the machine god and to the way that humans made things. But like it wasn't that it was a bit of random metal that just a bit of random pipe that could shoot bullets. But then people started saying, oh, orcs can pick up any bit of metal and it becomes like a gun. And then the meme, I think, got taken too far. And now, you know, people say like, oh, did you know that orc just don't feel means that if they pick up this pen and they go bang, then it'll start shooting. And it's like, no. No. Like that's when I think a meme goes too far. Like it's funny if people go, oh, they could, you know, it's funny like, oh, I bet they could pick a bit of metal, go bang, it'd be a gun. Oh yeah, that'd be funny, wouldn't it? Like that, like, but then everyone realizes it's not real. But then if someone starts being like, did you know it's actually, it's like quoting it like it's fact. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, the orc just outfield is basically just the more orcs that are together, like the more war energy, which basically makes them more like hyped up. Yeah. Yeah. But that's where I think the line is. Like you can absolutely have a joke. You can absolutely have a joke, and Warhammer shouldn't be taken too seriously. I know the idea that like, you know, another great example of the orcs, like, you know, they paint the red ones because they think the red ones go faster. Well, the thing is that like, it's more that if an orc paints it faster, it's more likely to drive a bit more recklessly, kind of thing. Yeah, but yeah, yeah, basically, just I think sometimes like I said, I think there's a fine line between a joke and then the over memification of Warhammer. So I'm no purist, but it does sometimes. And I don't even really, you know what's funny? I don't even really mind some of the throwaway things. Like I don't really mind the whole Magnus is nothing wrong. Like it's just a joke. It's a saying. That's it. Like Magnus is nothing wrong. Or Krieg bayonet. You know, did someone say bayonet charge? Heavy gas mask noise. Like that's actually fine. Yeah, it's a little overdone. You know, yeah, the Magnus nothing wrong is a little overdone. Yeah, happy gas mask noises is a little overdone. But there's nothing actually like wrong with that. That's just a bit of typical nerdy, slightly cringe culture, which we all know and love and are part of. Yeah, there's nothing really wrong with that. It's when like. And I'm gonna use an example, and if you're in the stream today, you'll know what I'm talking about. Again, for me, there's a difference between if I was to dig a bit further down, and I said this before, but I didn't really come back around to it. There's a difference between a joke and trivializing something, and there's a difference between a joke and like being childish about something. Like the other day, there was that Tyrannid Lore video that was in stream. And it was just like super, like, I don't know, man. Like, it was just like, I don't know. It was like, it just reminded me, you know, and like, GW tried to put those like Warhammer kids books out. Yeah, exactly, Macan. Yeah. And it was like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, not everything needs to be dumbed down in like a for kids explanation. When I was a kid, I never needed something dumbing down. Like, I read the codexes as they were and enjoyed them as they were. Like, that's fine. So yeah, I don't like this whole like trivializing things, and I find it with I'm very consistent on this opinion actually. I have the same opinion on whenever I watch like nature documentaries, because I love a good nature documentary. I don't watch them anywhere near as much as I used to, but God, see if this unlocks any core memories for anyone. I wonder if this is... 1 minute. See if this unlocks a core memory for anyone. Eyewitness, man. Maybe it's just me. But I used to watch eyewitness documentaries all the time when I was a kid. I remember this. Yes, that's the eyewitness intro opening theme, right? So, I grew up watching... So, one of the reasons I'm terrified of sharks is because we had the eyewitness shark episode on videotape. And I used to watch it a lot. So, the reason I'm terrified of sharks is because I know a lot about them. But the point is, like, when I'm watching a nature documentary, I want it to be presented in a certain way, and I always and even when I was a kid, I had this opinion. Like, I always like, you know, it was always about like, oh, you know, look, watching Planet Earth or Blue Planet, and you know, or any sort of anything that was narrated by like David Attenborough, like, do you know what I mean? That's fine. Now, and the other day, there was this nature documentary series that got recommended, and it was narrated by Ryan Reynolds. Now, I've got nothing against Ryan Reynolds. I enjoy Deadpool as much as everyone else does. But the way that the documentary was presented, it was all like, you know, like it sounds silly, but like there was like swearing. Like, this little guy is really fucked up. He's got a real neat trick where he's going to shit out this goo all over someone and all over this bug so they can't get him and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, I actually want to know what's going on. Not about a fly having like a fucking trippy episode. A cockroach having a trippy episode because it got injected by a wasp. Like, the thing about the wasp injecting the cockroach basically getting eaten from the inside out by the wasp's larvae. That's really fucking cool. But I don't need like all this like tripping ball, like, and now he's tripping balls. Like, I don't, like, just say, and then the cockroach enters a hallucinatory state where it can no longer feel its own insides being eaten by the larva of the wasp. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what I want. And so there's a certain element of that with like 40K as well, especially from a lore perspective. Because it's like, you know, I want to like have the lore presented in a certain way, not in a childish way. And, you know, a lot of memes with 40k come down to the lore, right? So I don't mind the memes and everything, but I don't like the trivialization and the dumbing down of the lore, because for some reason people think that everything needs to be presented in like a super immature way. Like, I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I don't know why, but it feels like people are constantly trying to like make everything super fucking childish, and it's like, no, can we actually have like something that's grown up? Like, I in some ways I don't like the way like Games Workshop presents their like Warhammer community articles for Warhammer 40k. You can always tell the difference. You can always tell the difference between like, so, you know, when someone's written an article for Old World versus someone's written an article for 40k. 40k it does often sometimes seem like the way they present the articles, that can be a bit like childish. But with Old World, it's generally quite well presented, like quite sensibly presented, but still hyped as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. The tweetification will continue until morale improves. Yeah, people say it's the Redditization of reality. Yeah, it's a little bit of the Redditization. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. The Marvelization of everything. Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. There's 1,000 different terms for it. And I haven't explained myself particularly well. I've repeated myself, stumbled over things. You guys know I'm like, I waffle a bit. But even though I haven't explained it super well, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about, because you've picked up on it as well. You've seen it as well. Yeah. I think it's why, we talk about this happening like video games. I think it's why, sometimes, I think it's why a lot of video games recently have been like flopping, because it's like something that should be serious is being trivialized, and it's like it doesn't fit the tone. Yeah. But like I said, there's a difference between jokes. Jokes and memes are fine, but there's the over memification and the infantilization of a topic can really rub me up the wrong way. Yeah. There you go. So, Curry Kane, that's my take. Time Lord, thank you for super chat, man. If you're willing to pivot for a moment to K47 and review a list, I posted a PDF for your viewing pleasure and a screenshot for your viewing displeasure. I am Jungle Jin. If not, then Dan. Of course, mate. Dude, of course. Don't be... I would love to review your list. No, don't worry, I've seen it. I would love to review your list, mate, but what is this? A list for ants? Don't worry, I've seen the proper version here. Yeah. Nah, don't worry. It's all good.
Forward, you
the PDF, I could open it here, so it was fine. All right. So 8 order dice, 7 rift dice. 14, 15. You do have 85 points left over. Most games are played at 1500. Just so you know. Star Trooping guy with light AT gun. Nice. Rift Mastery. Yep, that's good. Volsham, Jaeger, Falcon Squad. 8 assault rifles. Fine, but I would recommend the best way to use Volsham, Jaeger, Falk. Okay. There's 2 ways of running them. There's the really cool way, like this, and there's the more competitive way, which is take 5 and give them Panzerfausts. And the idea is they drop down and Panzerfaust something to death. They're like Fireflies. But there's nothing wrong with this squad. I just thought I'd make you aware of drop with Panzerfaust is quite an effective tactic. Nacjager are great. Nothing wrong there. Just they're not, piece of advice with Nacjager, they're not Schreckwolfen. They might look big and beefy, but they're actually quite fragile. You need to use them as bullies. My recommendation is you drop them behind like a piece of terrain, and use them to like threaten the enemy, or drop them behind enemy lines and try and force some enemy fire in one direction whilst you advance up the board. There's a few ways of using them. Shred Troop and Commander, fine. Star Troop and Squad, all fine on this. Not sure you need the Panzerfaust here, but yeah. The Star Troop and Squad, cool. Locust Mech, Vogel Spinner, yeah. So I don't know if you need the Panzerfaust here, because this is long-ranged AT and this is short-ranged AT. Do you know what I mean? I'd be tempted to turn these into 2 3-man squads with the light AT, and then take 1 6-man squad with the Panzerfausts. I'd be tempted to do that. Yeah. But if you made 0 change to the list, I think it'd be totally fine. I think it would be totally, totally fine if you made no changes to the list. I've made some suggestions of things you might want to consider, but not anything that you need to desperately do in any way, shape, or form. There you go, man. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Show Swordsman Smith your worm. He needs it. Look, I don't think Swordsman Smith is going to appreciate that in the few weeks that he's been away, we've utterly degenerated into showing off my worm on screen. Cosmic, fuck's sake. But Mountain, thank you for super chat. K-47 order on the way. Commonwealth Assault Platoon, Walker Platoon, and a Bever Troop Transport. Easily a full army for $300. Oh, that's the way, man. That's the fucking way. I love it, bro. Yes. And don't worry, we'll be looking at the There's been a big K-47 announcement on Warlord Community, which we'll be taking a look at. Yeah. So that's awesome. Dude, that sounds great. Commonwealth Assault Platoon. Let's have a look at that. There we go. So you got the Grenadiers and the Power Armor guys and the Power Armor Commander and the Dogs. That's great. And then the Walker Platoon. Yeah, I mean, dude, that's such a solid fucking army, man. Woohoo! That's a spicy boy. Yeah, that's a spicy boy, man. Yeah. That's 24 infantry, 3 mechs and a truck. Yeah. That's a good list. I think that'll do well. Yeah. Nice. Denzel Wenzel! Thank you for super chat, man. Wonderful stream, MG. I hope you're doing well. I would like your opinion on expanding on a dwarf army in Old World. Would I get the battle box and a king on Oathstone? Pitch with dwarves I'm working on. Let's have a look. Well, I like what I'm seeing so far, man. It's a good start. Love the blue. Big axes. Can never go wrong with a big axe playing dwarves. So, obviously, the question, Denzel, is... Darren. I always call you Denzel Wenzel. Darren. I'll actually use your real name for once. The problem is, Darren, I don't know what you have. But I do agree with Syriade. I would recommend the King on Shield Bearers over the King on Oathstone. If you've already got the King on Oathstone, though, he's totally fine. Like, he's literally legit. But the Shield Bearer guy is one you might want to also consider getting as well. If you are... yeah, so I would, depending on what you've got, I do think the Dwarf Battalion is a good start. I think the Dwarf Battalion is a good start, and I think the King on Oathstone is fine, but the King on Shield Bearers is a little better. Both of their uses, though. The Shield Bearer guy is a lot more expensive. The Oathstone guy is a little cheaper in game. And so that can have its own advantages. Yeah. But if you don't have any already, I would recommend some Dwarven artillery. Can never go wrong with a couple of cannons, a couple of organ guns. Yeah, yeah. I ordered the Oathstone and the Mountain Hold Battalion box. Just watch I get that. Okay, so I still recommend the Shield Bearer guy. Because you can always have a Thane on Oathstone, you see. So still, I'd recommend Shield Bearers. And I'd recommend artillery. Because the battalion's going to come with all the Dwarf Warriors that you need, right? So what you need is some long-range boom boom. A couple of cannons, a couple of organ guns. That should do you nicely. Won't, you know, a lot of people poo-poo Dwarf cannons because they only do D3 damage rather than D3 plus 1. But at the end of the day, still, you've only got access to one cannon, and it's a good cannon. It's only got access to one cannon, so even if it's not the best cannon, you still want it. Also, it's a dwarf cannon, for fuck's sake. You've got to have a dwarf cannon. So yeah, artillery is where I would go next, mate. All right. Now, gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but I didn't go for my pre-stream poo. So I have to go and do it now because I am turtlenecking. So I'm going to go to the toilet quickly, and then when I come back, we are going to talk some possible 11th edition leak that I've just had. Literally just had it come in live right now. It's only a little one, though, but still. And also some Konflikt 47 hype. So I'll be back in a minute.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Oh, I left my dressing gown downstairs, but it's all right. All right, here we go. Where are we up to? Mark Coyle, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. 07, mate. Sorry if it took me a little longer, but I was having a big shit. Let me just, I need to have a look. I am feeling a lot lighter, yeah. I got to send a message, but it's important. I can't tell you what it is, though. Hey, De Krampus, give me a second, man. All right, let's have a look. So, all right. So, I have possibly. In fact, we'll say thank you to De Krampus first. Okay. De Krampus, my boy! Thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Holy shit, man. Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much for not 1, not 2, but 50. That's 50 gifted memberships. It's popping up, baby! You're in the core now. The infantry core. Every day in the core is a day on the farm. Every meal a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. And formation a parade. I love the core. De Krampus, you're an absolute giga chad, mate. You're an officer and a gentleman and scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and I raise my glass to you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, bro, for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. For coming in with the big old 50, and for absolutely blowing my nips off. Thank you, bro. Seriously. Holy shit, man. I was just here, like, send a quick message, an important one, but, and then this thing just comes in, it's like, it blows the fucking head off, mate. Holy shit, man. Amazing. Seriously, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you very, very, very much for a very kind and very generous amount of support for the, very kind and very generous amount of support for the channel and for the community. 07, you magnificent bastard. Let's all get some 07s going down the chat. Big 50 memberships is a big deal. It's a big fucking deal. Let's get some 07s going and show some love and appreciation for De Krampus for coming in with that. Yeah, that's amazing. Oh my days. Oh. Right. I might have something big for you. Well, we'll see. Ladies, gentlemen, small furry creatures of Alpha Centauri, I don't mean to alarm you, but we might have a leak. Leak! Now, it's only a little leak. It's like a little droplet of water just dropping out. But we have a little leak for 11th edition Warhammer 40k. Like a little one. Now, I will say this. This is an unverified leak. But it does come from a source that has proven reliable and trustworthy in the past. So, I'm willing to take it. I'm willing to run with it. I'm willing to run with it. This is a leak regarding the 11th edition launch box. And it has some potentially spicy implications. So, apparently, there's going to be Gretchen in the 11th edition launch box. Now, I think that was pretty much already known, according to other rumors and stuff that have been floating around. There's going to be some new Gretchen coming. Now, that's been a rumor, but it seems to be getting backed up now by this leak. So I think new Gretchen confirmed. But apparently, it's going to be a 10-man squad of Gretchen, not an 11-man squad of Gretchen. And they are presented as 2 5-man squads. Now, it might just be a presentation thing. It might just be a stylistic thing. But there's an implication here that you'll be able to run little 5-man Gretchen squads running around. Maybe there'll be 2 5-man squads or 1 big 10-man squad. I'm not sure. But the implication here is that they look like they might be split into 2 5-man squads. Now, I have no idea if that's good news or bad news from the Orc perspective. Now, we have no idea if that's going to be good in terms of competitive play, like what the 11th edition missions might be or anything like that. But apparently, they're going to be they're presented on the... So there's no rules associated with it. It's just the way they're like presented. It's like 2 5-man squads. Now, again, it could very simply be that there are only 5 sculpts in the starter box. So it's 5 unique sculpts presented twice. It could still be they're run as a 10-man squad. We don't know. But it seems like there's definitely only 10, so no runt herder. And it seems like they're being presented as 2 5-man squads. Now, like I said, lots of fun. It's all speculation. It's all speculation. It could all be just presentation. But if it is 2 5-man squads, that's kind of big. Because, you know, having a little 5-man shipmuncher squad to hold an objective or something like that could be really important. Could make it even more efficient. It may be split for the sake of the starter box. Very true, Suriade. Yeah. 5-man guard squad hype? Maybe. Someone was in here earlier. I think it was Rex here saying everyone should be able to combat squad. And maybe that's happening. Maybe that's happening. So no hordes for 11th edition. Could be. We know that Games Workshop isn't a big fan of hordes. We know they've been trying everything they can do to take them out of the game. Could this mean no more 20-man bricks? Or now minimum 5-man, 10-man, and 20-man? I mean, I think it will be how it's... You'd have to look at the... You'd have to look at the current Cadian box and work that out. Now, I have got another leak here. Okay, so the first leak, so it's 2 little leaks, 2 little dribbles. Drip, drip, all right? The first one is definitely new Gretchen in the launch box. But for some reason, they look like they're split into two 5-man units. But we're not. But it could just be a stylistic choice. Okay? The second leak. Well, we'll get to that second. Got a couple more bits in China. Oh, this better not be GW trying to price Horde armies model by model against elite ones. I mean, hopefully not. Horde army is already expensive. But the thing is, the cheapest Horde army in the game is Guard, because you go to Wargames Atlantic. I know. Animals that don't seem orky to be. Hey, it might be you can still take them in bigger squads. It might just be there's like some starter missions in the launch box that they run you through, which encourage you to run 2 5-man squads, something like that. There's a few things. There could be a few different things, but it does seem like it could be that we're getting smaller squad sizes. Rather than bigger squad sizes, smaller squad sizes. Jeddah, fine, make the Grot squad smaller, but please make my Orc squads bigger. 30 Orc mobs, please. I mean, this is the thing. GW keeps making things smaller, but we actually want, like, big hordes. But the only way do you know what it might be? Controversial take. Controversial hot take. GW's trying to make the game cheaper. So rather than lowering prices, they might instead lower the amount of models you need for an army. And I have. You can't, Vigo. Not since all of 10th. You can't do 20. You can't do 30-man boys anymore. You can only do 20. I have evidence. Age of Sigmar. The other day, we were reading about Age of Sigmar and some of the problems with that game and everything. And we were being very sympathetic towards it. But one of the things that came up was and Eldon Lean, you play Sigmar, so you can actually confirm or deny if what I'm saying here is true. I always like to make sure that I'm trying to be accurate as best as I can be. Age of Sigmar has a much lower model count than 40k. Like, they really, like 20, I think someone said like 10 chosen of chaos in Sigmar is like 300 or 400 points or something. Yeah, you could build Warriors of Chaos Army with 20 models. Yeah, so they might be they might have gone, okay, well, we can't bring the price down. But we could bring the amount of models required to play down. And controversial take on this controversial hypothesis. I'm not overly against that because I'm already someone who plays games like Konflikt 47, don't know if I mentioned it, and Bolt Action, which have much lower model counts. They're not tiny, but like a Soviet Horde in like Bolt Action, if I want to run like a Soviet Horde, it might have like 48, like 4 12-man squads in it, supported by like some weapon team, like 2 or 3 weapon teams, and like 3 T-34s. Like that, and Konflikt 47, my last Soviet army had 9 models plus 14 models. That's 23 plus 10 is 33 plus 2 is 35. 35 infantry on 1 truck. So they might be going, and if you look at the StarCraft game and stuff, we've seen the StarCraft games like much lower model count as well, and people are getting very interested in that. So it might be that GW is like, okay, if we keep putting the prices up, we know it's creating a barrier to entry. We know, because one of the most clear sentiments that I hear these days is, I feel priced out. That's what I hear. You guys hear it as well. I feel priced out. So they might be thinking, how do we reduce the barrier to entry without reducing our prices and having to like go back on corpo decision. Well, what if we keep the prices where they are, but you only need half as many models? Now, I love a good guard horde, but I've been playing some 4th edition recently, and in 4th edition, I still, I've been running half the guard infantry I normally do, and it still feels right for the scale of that game. Now, again, we're doing a lot of speculation. We're going off on a lot of directions here, based off a single little driblet, little drop. But it's an interesting one. Interesting. It's all speculation, but it's an interesting point. Okay. Second leak. Confirmed. Again, it's a leak / rumor. It's a lumor. We will be keeping our current codexes for this edition. And they're going to get updated via data slates and Mutator field manuals. Now, I don't know if that means we won't be getting another codex in 11th, or if just that it's not an index edition. So this could mean one of two things. Personally, I think it's going to mean that we continue with our current codexes until they get updated. So it's not an index. It's not an index. This is my speculation is it's not an index reset, but there will be new codexes. That would be my guess based on this. But the idea is that at least initially, everyone is going to be keeping their current codexes, and everyone's codexes are going to be getting updated with data slates and Mutator and field manuals at the start of 11th. Cool German Dude. Don't think that's much of a leak. More of a well-educated guess on how GW has done their edition cycles. That's true, Cool German Dude. But remember, it was like an assumption that everyone seems to have made. But this seems to be now. This leak seems to be confirming that. So it might. So here's the thing. It might not seem like a big deal to a veteran like ourselves, Cool German Dude, with your plasma pistol badge, 3 years in the guard, right? But think about if you've only joined 10th edition, only joined 40k with 10th edition, or late 10th edition, or mid to late 10th edition. Knowing that your codex is going to be good going forward is actually it's a first time thing for new people. Yeah. Sunscreen. Okay, does this mean that factions will be reverted to their codexes? Because I play AdMech, and the AdMech codex required 2 years, both the buffs. No, my understanding is that they will just continue forward. Just continue forward with continuing data slates and continuing Mutator and field manuals. The reason why this has come out is because GW want people to still feel comfortable buying the codexes now. Because the moment that people heard that like a new edition was coming, people stopped buying the codexes. So like this is coming out, this policy is like coming out. This is the policy they want to have so that people will still want to buy codexes. Like this is where, like, I can't tell you where my leak came from, obviously, but there's an element of it's, you know, you can get a codex now and it'll still be good for the next edition kind of thing. Yeah. So this seems to imply confirmed. This seems to imply 10.5 edition or 2.0. I think that it's looking like we might be getting, but it's going to be 10th extended. Yeah. Dio the Fisherman, what is going to happen with the app codex / rules when 11th will come out? Just update automatic to 11th? Yes. So what will typically happen is what will typically happen is the rules will come out and the app will update probably a few days later, but they might do a special update to have an update on the day. Yeah. Ashley Garrett, as someone who is new, Drukari, my codex has only been out less than a year, only to be made redundant by a new edition. I mean, Ashley Garrett, a year is pretty good. When the Guard Codex came out in 9th edition, I shit you not, GW released the Guard Codex, said the Guard Codex is going to be good for the next edition, and then it lasted 3 months, and then the new edition came out, and we lost our Codex. We got to use it for 3 months. So a year is pretty good going. Yeah. Archon Hank is making a very good point here, though. I wonder how many codexes are actually happy to keep their current codex, their current 10th one. Our codex is even good anyway. I was hoping to get indexed. I mean, that's the funny thing, isn't it? I bet a lot of people wish that they were getting indexes and were getting a new codex, because a lot of codexes out there which are held together with spit and string because of, from 10th. And I know exactly how that feels. Long beard grognards of the Guard will tell you that, you know, our 8th edition codex lasted 5 years. All through 8th and pretty much all through 5.5 years. All through, oh no, it came out partway through 8th. So it lasted like 2.5 years of 8th. 2.5 years of 9th, and by the time it got replaced, it was barely holding together. Barely, like, it just couldn't keep up. Yeah, it just couldn't keep up. So if you've got a codex which is, you know, being held, it was, you know, like it had been updated and patched and 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 again and again and again and again and again. So if you've got a codex which is like that, where it's like, God, like, yeah, I like my codex, but it's basically just the equivalent of just full of sticky notes, then it can be a relief to get a new codex, one that's just like, let's just a fresh start, you know? Yeah. But again, most other codexes have been so heavily efficacious and balanced that they don't even resemble the original product. Well, here's the big question. Here's the big question. Let's put 2 and 2 together. Let's do what we wargamers do best, and that's speculate. Let's get some baseless speculation going on here. Tip for hat time. Let's combine the two pieces of information we've got here. Grot's possibly being taken in smaller squad sizes. Linking that to AOS, which is often seen as the guinea pig for 40k, and the smaller army sizes in that game. Linking it to us keeping our current codexes with lots of updates. And linking that with the very obviously phoned in nature of the last balanced data slate. What if day one we're going to get a big Munitorum field manual? And it's going to change a lot of points. What if the reason they didn't change any of the points now is because they knew that the point changes that are coming in the future are going to be so monumentally different that if they fucked with them now and then fucked with them again, people would be like really, really annoyed. Like adjusting the point. Oh my God. The black ships. The black ships, they speak to me. What if the reason they didn't update a lot of the points in the Immunity on Field Manual is because they're going to update the squad sizes? 5 model guardsman squad, 10 model guardsman squad. Is it a 10 and 20? What if they change all the squad sizes? My God. Five, 10, 15, 20. No. I reckon they'll just do 5 and 10. They'll just do 5 and 10. That's what they'll do. Everyone's squad sizes are going down. We're through the looking glass here, people. If they do 5 and 10, I'm done. What if 5 guardsmen cost you as much as 10 guardsmen now, and 10 guardsmen cost you as much as 20 guardsmen? So everyone's list size is cut in half. What if? They did it. We did it, Patrick. We saved Warhammer. All right, now that is, to be clear, that's let me make something abundantly clear about what is leak and what is speculation here. So the leak was new grots confirmed, 10 man box, but it looks like it's split into 2 5-man units. And then the other one was we're keeping our current codexes, and they're going to be updated by via data slates and Mutant Field Manual. So that's it's a continuation edition confirmed, grots confirmed, possible 5-man squads confirmed. But rumor is possible 5-man squads. Everything outside that is speculation, just to be clear. MG, let's think. They only want us to buy 1 box. But only buy 1 box, and that's the whole unit. We can use and can't increase size. Yeah. That's it, man. GW doesn't want you buying
Forward, you dogs,
2 squads
to
of guards and putting
victory!
together. They want 1 squad of guardsmen. If we get 5-man guard squads, I'm opening a civil suit against Wesley St. Hines, as it will 100% be his fault. Finding Nemo so he could be served. Yeah. So you bought 2,000 points edition, but only need half it for next edition. Seems like a GW thing. Finding Nemo. Oh, yeah. There we go. If they gank the squad size, then vehicles stuff like Terminators are going to be so overtuned still, I bet. Yeah, maybe. 5-man Sentinel squads for the win. Sentinel squad's going down to 1. Finding Nemo guilty. Oh my God. Crazy times. Crazy times. Who knows? Who knows? So a lot of speculation there and a little bit of leak. Like I said, the leak itself is only 2 unconfirmed dribbles. But a lot of implications, a lot of speculations Yeah. If armies get smaller, they really got to lower the lethality because things already get picked up instantly. That's true, yeah. But how could they lower... But how could they lower the lethality without changing the data sheets? Lower the squad size? They're going to make the table smaller? No, 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 no. Wait. No! Not like this. GW's like, everyone's playing on a single kill team map. Not if they go to 4 turns. Oh my god. 4 turns confirmed? I feel like I need to get that tinfoil back on. Nah, Jenny, it's not a joke. 4 turns confirmed! 4 turns confirmed! I'm not saying confirmed, but yeah. Smaller boards and flat terrain. Playing on a 4x4 board with 4 turns and smaller squads on a 2-year cycle. Oh no! It's just occurred to me. Boys, it's so obvious. Oh my god. The black ships. They speak to me. They speak to me. So clearly that the tinfoil hat, it's not blocking their signals. It's actually acting as a radio antenna, focusing their signals in on me. What has been? We know that GW uses AOS as a guinea pig and a testing ground for 40k. And gentlemen, what has been AOS's most successful game mode? Can you hear the voices too? Can you hear the cry of the spearhead? Why do you think they have been releasing so many combat patrols recently? It all makes sense now. Alright, now we are getting silly. I hope. Oh, man. Combat patrol size games. That's not hopium. Russell W. Oh, you saying I gotta hope that it doesn't happen. Yeah. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Oh. Anyway, like we said, we've had a bit of fun with it. This is what I love about like leaks and baseless speculation. It's so much fun. It's so much fun to to get like a tiny crumb and just run with it. It's a lot of fun. Hope you guys have been enjoying it. We got a super chat coming in here from Mega Weapon. Thank you for the beam, Blade Man. I'm getting super scared with this line of thought. I'm new to 40k and I bought 120 Poxwalkers to play a zombie army and I'm going to play with them for the first time tomorrow. So maybe I made a big mistake. Say it ain't so. It's not so. You're fine. You're absolutely fine. Let me make something clear. once again, Mega Weapon. The only bit of information we've got is new grots confirmed, 10 of them confirmed, maybe 2 5-man squads, but that might just be literally an aesthetics presentation thing, like on the box, right? And that the only other leak is that we are definitely keeping our codexes from one to the other. Okay? From 10th to 11th. That's it. Other than that, everything that I have said is completely baseless speculation, taking a tiny dribble of information and running with it for a bit of fun and a bit of memes. Just to be sure. Just to be clear. So I will say this, Mega Weapon. I have no idea. Maybe it will be a mistake. You got 120 Poxwalkers. Maybe it will be. But we don't know anything for sure yet. Okay? We don't know. So it's more of a... That's why I put the tinfoil hat on, to show that I wasn't being too serious. Hey, it might happen. Dude, I don't mean to alarm you, but at the end of last edition, the end of 9th, I bought 360 Tyranid Termagants and not 360. 240. 240 to... No, 360. How many fucking... I have a lot of Termagants. I can't quite remember how many I have. But the point is, I bought... it was like 300-ish Tyranid Termagants, and then GW made it so I could only run... It was 240. I bought 240 Tyranid Termagants, and GW changed it so I could only run 120. So half of my Termagants got taken away. So they did it. They did do it at the end of last edition, but that was going down from 30-man bricks down to 20-man bricks. I don't think they'll go down from 20s to 10s. That would be a very strange thing. So I think you'll be okay. I don't know though. I can't sugarcoat it for you. I can only tell you what I know and what I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Sparrow 4451 secondhand shops are gonna be a gold mine. Maybe. Potentially. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Anthony Williams, thank you for super chat. Controversial statement. GW can't be bothered to make money by making models. They deliberately keep making 40k less popular. They want to transition to making 90% of the money in IP sales. They don't make that much money from franchising and IP licensing though. Like if you actually look at the financial report, like but they make very little in comparison to model sales. Like I think they, out of like 260 million pounds profit that they made, I think 30 million of it came from licensing in the last report. So it's not anyway, the vast majority of it comes from them selling models and stuff. So yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. And I also think that they wouldn't have bothered redoing the paint line if they were going to start sacking off selling models. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not actually this theory is about GW wants to go to being a license company. Right now, it's not. It's a long way off. It might maybe it would take maybe in 10 years time, but right now it's a lot off. Yeah. But anyway, that's the leak. Grots, 10 of them, maybe 2 5-man squads, and codexes going to be going from 10th to 11th with updates via data slates and mutant field manuals. Maybe we get new codexes, but not confirmed. There you go. What do you think? What do you think of the two little driblets of a leak? Is it? This is honest. My take. It's great that the leaks are starting to happen. This is when the fun begins, gentlemen. I will do my very best to leak as much as I can to you the moment that I get it. The moment that I get it, I've leaked the Guard Codex twice, 9th and 10th, and I leaked Imperial Agents. I was the first person to leak that one as well. So, hopefully I can bring you some more leaks. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. All right. What do we got next? We've got a super chat from Merlin. Merlin, don't worry, I hadn't missed you. I just wanted to do those two because they were related to what we were talking about. But don't worry, I'm going to come back and do yours now. I've got two. I've got Anthony Williams first and then you. So Anthony Williams, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the support. 107 for your super chat before. 107 for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, but 5 memberships. Thank you for the 5-man grot squad. There you go, mate. All right. And then we've got Merlin. Thank you for the super chat, bro. A very good 5th edition update. My opponent from my game has talked to people he knows, and they are interested in giving it a try with new armies. Orcs and Necrons. The future is looking bright. Yes! The revolution spreads. The fire rises, brother. That is amazing. See, this is how it spreads, man. Oh, big stretch. Oh. This is how it spreads. People hear about a game being good. All it takes is a couple of people to try something out, and then for those people to enjoy it and start telling their mates, and more people start getting interested. Yeah. Excellent work, Merlin. Excellent indeed. So, guard, orcs, and Necrons. That's pretty good. Yeah. That's a pretty healthy little 4th edition community you got going there. Excellent stuff, man. All right. Now, if you guys are enjoying a little leak and a little reveal, then I don't mean to alarm you, but I might have not a leak with Dark Angels, Elder, and Demon Hunters also on the way. Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome, Merlin. Please keep us informed in the loop. Now, I might have not a leak for you, but a reveal. It's time. We've had a 40k leak. I think it's going to be time for a Konflikt 47 reveal in a moment. Before we do, we've got a super chat coming in here. Kraken Attack, thank you for the big super chat, bro. Branching off my 10th edition 40k army, Crimson Fist, and grabbing some older models to get a 5th edition Crimson Fist army going. Yes! Ugh. I know there's some old heads at the local club who like playing it. Yay! Amazing. And the revolution spreads! The fire rises! Go 4th or 5th. Go 5th and multiply. Plead the 5th. Go 4th and multiply. I love that. Go old hammer, best hammer. Old hammer. 5th edition is a great edition, man. Yeah. Really, really cool. Dude, and Crimson Fists are so cool, man. Yeah. Like, remember, never forget, Crimson Fists were the original poster boy Blue Marines. Yeah. Ultramarines, Schmaltmarines. One of the best looking codexes GW ever made had Crimson Fists on it. It was so cool. Look at this. Look at this for a codex, man. Codex Space Marines. I remember poring over this artwork cumulatively for hours. You know, seeing 1 minute, fucking hell. Seeing this guy down here, like, blasting his bolter. One-handed. Seeing this guy, like, bullets sparking off him. The bolter casings dropping around their feet. Like the dreadnought in the background. Like the brothers literally fighting back to back under their banner. So cool. I remember the one guy that made diorama of that cover, one of the great ones. I'll have to find that, man. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, hey, is this? I think this is it. So cool. Look at that. Look at that. That makes me want to get a Crimson Fist army. You know, that makes me want to get a Crimson Fist army. Oh yeah, the beaky guy down here. That's a different one that still looks great. Fair enough. If you've got a link to the one you were thinking of, put it in stream discussion. I'll try and pick it up, mate. I'll try and pick it up and show it off. Yeah, man. OG. Now, to GW's credit, they did actually redo it. And it was with Primaris Marines, but it still looked good. Oh, it was partly Primaris Marines, to be fair. They did redo it. And you can see, like, there's a mixture of, like, Firstborn and Primaris Marines fighting side by side. And, like, I actually think, like, fair play, this artwork actually looks good. I don't think it looks as good. And I know it might sound like a really weird, like, petty reason, but I don't really, like, if we look at the two, you know, these guys are, like, lying on, like, their fallen brothers. There's a smashed Imperial Eagle, but it looks like there's, you know, standing on the ground, maybe on some rubble. But this one, it's like, why are they just standing on a random pile of skulls? Like, it looks good, but, like, that's slightly weirdly immersion breaking. Like, there's just this random pile of skulls that they're stood on. Like the skulls were, like, thrown in as, like, oh, this will make it grimdark. Look at all these skulls. If they were just stood on, like, you know, like if they were stood on, like, a Fallen Aquila, it would make more sense. And, like, the bodies aren't piled on top of each other. Like, there's one or two, like, lying around, but you look at this one, they're literally piles of dead Marines everywhere. You know, like, literally, you can't see the ground in some places because the bodies are so piled up. Yeah. Yeah, and the standard bearer looks depressed in this one. Whereas this one, there's desperation. Desperation. Fierce defiance. To go quiet. A refusal to go quietly into the night. Yeah. Yeah, the classic very much is the feel of Marines being pressed back to back with no ground left to give. I mean, this one literally inspires, you know, feels like it inspires the, like the scene from Space Marine 2, right? Yeah. Yeah, it looks cool. Every time I see this picture, I want to collect a Crimson Fist army. In fact, before I bought my Firstborn Raven Guard, I was going to get a Crimson Fist army. And then I saw the Firstborn Raven Guard pre-painted for sale and I got those. But I still have a desire for a Crimson Fist army. Yeah. So, Kraken Attack, thank you for your support. And thank you, dude. Thank you for second super chat, dude. Thank you for second super chat, bro. I think the original one is meant to be the last stand of Jadeberry Hill. It was an original Rogue Trader mission and featured in Rin's World book. Ooh, really? That's interesting, dude. I didn't. Let me have a look at. Let me have a look at this. Oh, there was another. Hang on. There was another 3rd edition Crimson Fist. Not 3rd edition. Rogue Trader Crimson Fist artwork. Oh, yeah. Like, I've just found this on Reddit. All the Marines fighting on random hills. But, yeah. So, this is the Rogue Trader era one. Which also does look very... So, Crimson Fists were in Rogue Trader and they were in 3rd edition. What was this? Blood Angels were on the 2nd edition Blood Angels Codex, or Codex Imperialis. And then Codex Angels of Death had Death Company on the front of it. And then there was a Codex Ultramarines. And a Codex Space Wolves. Yeah, I remember the old Codex Space Wolves, man. It's like a really trippy piece of art. Wow, look at all these, man. Look at this. It's kind of it's kind of interesting, actually. Well, you've set us off on one now, Kraken Attack. You set us off on one now. Look at that for the Space Wolf Codex. It's kind of cool. It's sort of in between, like, retro camp and also badass, like, power metal album cover. Like, it's a little, you know, camp with the, like, flames painted onto the flamer. And, like, but then at the same time, you know, that is very much 90s power metal album cover. And, like, whatever the fuck this is flying overhead. Are they fighting in front of a hive? Is that a ship crashing planet? I don't know. No one. Well, honestly, most of that was covered up in the by the Codex logo. Yeah. This is some of the old codexes that used to exist. So Rulebook, War Gear, Imperialis, Dark Millennium, Eldar. You can't really see them very well. Storm of Vengeance, Battles, Assassins, Sister Battle, Tyranids, Space Wolves, Ultramarines, Orcs, Angel of Death, Chaos, and Imperial Guard. Yeah. That was 2nd edition. Yeah. It's cool, though. 2nd edition was... It was quite campy. It was pure... It was very metal. You know? It was very, very power metal. Yeah. Yeah. I think what's my sort of take on this is that 40k started off really not taking itself very seriously. Rogue Trader in 2nd edition. And the rules were like meta, never even heard of her. And then 3rd edition, it went more serious. And then for a long time, the game took itself quite seriously. Like, it was less camp. It was more, you know, heavy metal over power metal, as it were. And then now it's in this weird place where it takes itself, like, it's transcended the satire now. 40k is no longer satirical. 40k is just itself. But it's weirdly, like, childish in places. Yeah. So 1st and 2nd edition were satire, parody, not taking itself too seriously, very memey kind of thing. But it was grown up. It was grown up, but not serious. 3rd edition and Midhammer and all that was, we're taking it seriously now. And then New Hammer is, hey guys, skibbity toilet, we're so serious. Warhammer's cool and radical for kids. Like, it's lost its edge. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely lost its edge. Yeah. I'm expecting Deadpool to appear at 11. Bro, they'll go full... old Warhammer is old Jack Black. New Warhammer is new Jack Black. I haven't heard anything from Jack Black in a long time, man, to be fair. Like, I think the last thing I saw from him was him dancing around his pool, and it was just a bit disconcerting. But to be fair, Jack Black's always been a bit of a mentalist, so I don't know. But yeah. All right. Yeah, I definitely think 40k used to, so it used to be not serious, then it was serious, and now it's starting to become childish. Yeah. 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 Anyway, Kraken Attack, thank you for the support, and thank you for the interesting conversation topics. Cool as fuck, man. And good luck with your 40k 5th edition Crimson Fist army. Dude, genuinely. Firstborn are amazing. And they're so much fun. And I think you'll really like 5th edition. Yeah. I think you'll really like it. Yeah. There we go. Matthew Sinclair, I can see you do super chat, but I just want to talk about your non-super chat first second. Fantasy has always been gloriously childish. I don't see fantasy as childish at all, man. No, fantasy is like old Warhammer. It's serious with levity. The Troll Hag begs to differ. No, that's serious with levity. Like, fantasy now is way more grimdark than 40k. Yeah. Like, although you shouldn't sell that to children. Exactly, right? Exactly. Like, orcs and goblins in Old World are absolutely a fun, wacky, crazy faction. Oh, those crazy, boing. I mean, they're boinging along on, like, fucking squigs and stuff. But then in the same faction, you've got Black Orcs. Seriousness with the Black Orcs. Levity with the squigs. But the squigs themselves are also can be, when they start eating people. When a squig, if you read like a Warhammer fantasy novel, and it describes a squig attacker like chomping someone's leg off at the knee, like Yeah. Oh, squig. Oh shit. No, actually, it's a serious deal. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Matthew Sinclair. Yeah. Tragedy of Orcs and Goblins is amazing. Look at that pump wagon. 2 days later, they tortured their cat to death. 2 days later, they made a poo statue. Yeah. The art where Troll is vomiting someone. Exactly. Oh, he's getting vomited on. Then you look closer and the guy's literally melting under the troll vomit because it's so corrosive. They're a perfect... They're a perfect example of how greenskins should be done in Warhammer as a whole. Old World and 40k. Yeah. Old World isn't super serious, but it takes itself seriously with setting consistency. Exactly. Like, the moot is obviously funny. Like, fucking halflings running around. Oh, wee, the Shire, wee. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's obviously funny. But then, you know, there are, like... but then, like... Actually, you know, traveling throughout the Empire and getting, like, raided by beastmen. That's not funny. Because if you know what beastmen do to people, that's not funny at all. Yeah. Yeah, it has... Fantasy has absolutely got it nailed. Yeah, they've got it. Yeah, fantasy is the perfect place. Like, it takes itself seriously. Yeah, it's just got it nailed, man. Yeah, it's just got it nailed. So yeah, I wouldn't say. I know I sort of picked your words apart there a bit, mate. So I do apologize. So I would say. Fantasy is not gloriously childish, but fantasy is gloriously silly, but it knows when to be serious. I think that's a statement that we can both agree with. But before we get too far down this rabbit hole, mate, dude, thank you for the super chat, man. Won a bolt action game for the first time in stream discussion. Yay! Amazing, man. Let's have a look. What was it? We've got some memes coming in here. I've just seen this whilst I dropped into stream discussion. That's actually brilliant. I've got to tag Evan in that. There we go. Let's have a look here. My first win with my KMT army. Both T-26s and my BA-6 got blown up by the Germans turns 1 and 2. Yeah, sounds about right. Turn 3, my reserve squad comes on the flank. Guns down and then bayonets a squad on the flank to get me the edge with 4 of 7 objectives. Yes! Always comes down to the infantryman and his rifle. My squad holding the centre for the win are massacred over 2 turns. My command squad charge into the breach. Sadly, we roll the extra turn and my command squad are also cut down. But then my reserves just make it in with a desperate final charge to win the game. Pick up the flag and stand defying the Nazis for a very narrow win. 4-3, man. Holy shit, bro. Woo-hoo! Look at that board, though, man. Look at that board. Beautiful army, mate. Absolutely beautiful. Especially seeing that flag guy charging forward. Damn this Soviet piece of shit armor. Amazing. And that's cool. I do love seeing, like, I love seeing people fighting over the terrain, like the, pardon me, the trees and stuff. That's really cool, man. Yes. Take the bridge. Charge. Charge. There we are. Dude, that's so cool, man. Sounds like you had an absolute blast. So how many games in to bot action are you before obviously you then got this win? Oh, that's great, bro. You need to try and your second game. Hey, that's not bad at all then. That's not bad at all. First time I just got shot. Yeah, I mean, you can't. I mean, it depends on what you're facing. A lot of it comes down to because bolt action is a lot less lethal, but a lot of it does come down to knowing the right time when to go down. You know, how to take advantage of the cover and all that kind of stuff. So but generally you don't get too gunned down in bolt action. But it can happen. It's a dice game at the end of the day. Yeah, it can happen. Yeah. But I was gonna say, you need to. I think the game with my army is to lose but win. What? Because just because of the restrictions that you've placed on yourself. That's fair. What I was gonna say is you need to try and encourage the guy who's got Germans. You try and encourage him to play, get some Japanese. I think this would just look so damn perfect. Like this, imagine this board, but it was, the Chinese versus the Japanese. That would be amazing. Yeah. There's a Japanese player in our group. You must seek him out and battle him. Yeah. Yeah. That's cool, man. But dude, seriously, I'm genuinely like super pumped and super excited to see you playing some bolt action. It's an absolutely amazing game. It's a ton of fun, and it's really cool to see you diving in head first. I've absolutely loved, living vicariously through you and your antics in Warhammer the Old World. And, with the, first the Orcs and Goblins and then the Cathay. And I am really genuinely, like, fully on board, backing you up right to the hilt, mate, on your bolt action journey. Because it sounds like, honestly, it sounds and looks like you're just doing it right. You've got in there with a really fun sort of niche army. You've really sort of bonded with it, gelled with it. You've got it on the tabletop. You're starting to vibe with the game and everything. It's all looking great, man. And I'm just genuinely just so happy to see it, bro. So keep us coming on the journey, mate. Keep us coming on the journey. Amazing. All right. As you can see, I've just run out of drink. So I know I said I was going to do the K-47 reveal. I will do, but I need to grab a refill. So I'm going to grab a refill, and then we'll do it. All right? So back in a second. It seemed only right on a Friday, and with a bit of a leak happening, and with us about to celebrate a Konflikt 47 reveal, that we should enjoy a cold beverage. There we are. Smells nice. cheers to everyone at home. Hope you're having a good time. Delicious. There we are. All right. Let's get into this. Gentlemen, there has been a reveal. Not a leak, not beef, but instead, hype! Hype, baby! Yes! So, with the upcoming release, and it's not very far away at all now, of Festung Europa, Fortress Europe, the first big expansion to Konflikt 47, Warlord Games has been doing a pretty good job of sending out lots of information and doing lots of stuff on Warhammer, Warlord community, apologies. And we've got another update for you guys today. So we saw in the last update the stuff for the Naxera and for the Toten Rotter platoon and all that kind of stuff, which was really, really cool. And in this update, they are showing off something which is very interesting. So I knew this was coming, and I wasn't allowed to talk about it until the 20th. But now, Warlord has been like, oh, well, we'll just show it off ourselves then. You're busting my balls here, Warlord. Let me talk about it early. So we've got a new reveal here. A brand new Firefly platoon is incoming. So not only are we getting the German shrimp mech and the associated Totencore platoon, but now we know we're getting an additional platoon for the Americans as well, with Warlord heavily leaning into the Firefly platoon. Now, I will say one thing. I know that we've had a lot of Firefly stuff for the Americans at this point. But firstly, when you read the Festung Europa lore, which is genuinely amazing, I forgot how much. See, I always said I wasn't a lore guy, but I used to be a really, really big lore guy. And it's just that for one reason or another, I stopped enjoying certain lore. And it's taken Konflikt 47 coming out to really remind me, like unlock some core memories of how much of a lore guy I really am. And it kind of made me realize that I never used to be a competitive player. I used to just be a vibes-based lore player. And, well, I feel like we are returning to we're returning to Monkey, you know, we're returning. Now, the reason I mention the lore is that in the lore of Festung Europa, the Fireflies play a huge, huge role in it. They are the spearhead of the American and British advance against the Axis in Western Europe. And they have some incredible heights and they have some terrible lows, but they are a big part of that particular bit of the lore. So it actually makes a lot of sense to have this platoon come with this book. Now, the big thing we've seen here is that we've seen 2 new platoons come with Festung Europa. And we know there are more expansions coming for Konflikt. We know there's going to be about 5 or 7. I think it might be 5 to 7 of these lore expansion books of the world building that are going to be coming over the next 2.5 years. So we're getting lots of these big, old school Imperial Armor style books, which is awesome. And they're going to really build the lore up. But it also means that hopefully with each one, each one of these books that we also get an injection of rules. And so which is honestly more than I hoped for, because the base game of Konflikt is so much fun that I never even contemplated them expanding the game in this way. But it is really exciting. I think what we're seeing here is, you know, the Konflikt 47 core rules and the way the core game is designed, it really is the foundation. They've laid the foundation. And now they want to start building on that foundation, both in terms of rules and in terms of world building. So that's very interesting. I thought they were just going to build the world, but it turns out they're building the game as well. So that's very, very cool. So I wonder what we'll get with the next expansion, which is Invasion America. Now, if the things that I am allowed to talk about are true, I think we might see something for the Japanese with that expansion, which would be cool. But if it's taking place on American soil, then we might also see another platoon for the Americans, which would be kind of cool. And hopefully that'll be one that's more focused on home defense. Maybe we'll see some more sort of heavy infantry or basic infantry and stuff, which would be kind of good. But who knows what else? We genuinely don't know who else could be involved in Invasion America. It looks like it's going to be Japanese versus the US. But if you remember the Festung Europa lore snippet that I showed you guys, there could be a fifth column of Soviets in there. So, could be a little bit for everyone. And bear in mind, the Soviets do get a big mention in Festung Europa as well. So, there might be another platoon we've not seen yet. But I haven't seen anything there, by the way. That's not a hint. I haven't seen anything. Soviets are good enough at the moment. They don't need an extra platoon. Anyway, shall we get into the new Firefly platoon, which I definitely think has kind of caught people a little bit off guard, but in a good way, and is getting people kind of excited. So last week we took a brief look at the Totenrotter, a terrifying new way for the Axis players to run entire armies of Toten Corps. And we said at the very end that there was also something for the United States players to look forward to in the army list when Festung Europa arrives. Well, here it is. Let's meet the upcoming Firefly platoon. There we go. So it's a dedicated. So if you love Fireflies, then you can take a dedicated specialist platoon that will give you some extra buffs and bonuses. Now, obviously, the advantage of that is you get the bonuses. The disadvantage is that your army is a lot more specialized, and there's a lot more minimum requirements for this Firefly platoon. Like, this is going to basically be your army, realistically. This one does what it says in the tin. It allows you to field a whole platoon of America's finest jump troops. But wait, I hear you cry. We can already do a platoon of Fireflies. We've even got a platoon commander. Well, yes, that's true, but trust me, if you like Fireflies, you'll want to read on. I like that picture. Hands. I think we are in danger. What's that scene in Saving Private Ryan? Do it, Doyle! Yeah. All right. So what makes the Firefly platoon different from a regular US assault platoon full of Fireflies? Well, this platoon is designed to represent the first wave of a Firefly drop assault, such as you might see in the Operation Touchdown section of Festung Europa. That's what I was saying. And is kitted out as such. Just like the Totenrotter, the Firefly platoon can replace the assault platoon as the mandatory core of your force and comes with its own set of mandatory units. In this case, one Firefly platoon commander, or Roberta Wells, 2 squads of Fireflies, and a linebacker. Right off the bat, this gives you a compact, hard-hitting force which can happily also be built straight out of the US Stars box. I literally, you know what's funny? I haven't actually pre-read this article. And I was just thinking that, like, hey, that's kind of cool. It literally fits perfectly with the US half of that Starter Army. Now, for those that are wondering what points that's looking like, Firefly squads are 168 minimum each. and a linebacker's 328 minimum. And then you've got the commander on top. So this platoon is roughly 750 points. Before any other upgrades, this is just 750 points. So it is expensive. It is expensive. And bear in mind that's 13 infantry and 1 mech for your whole for half your army. Fireflies are expensive. Linebackers are very expensive. Now, I personally really like linebackers, but there is a little bit of, there are some people in the community that think, that they are a little pricey. I think it just comes down, honestly, I think both points of view are valid. I personally think they're a fantastic mech. And I think people really underestimate the value of not just the fact that they can shoot, but they're really good in melee as well. And they're really tough with reinforced front armor. I've actually, unless I've had a railgun, I've struggled to even tickle a Firefly. So they are, not a Firefly, a linebacker. So they are genuinely nails. They are very good. So I think linebackers are really strong, but, they are expensive. And so having one of those as a mandatory choice for some people will genuinely be not for me. But for other people, it's perfect. So it might seem like all Fireflies are really good and really powerful, but there are, as I always say, there's always multiple angles you got to look at this from. Yeah. For your optional extras, you'll notice that the theme of must be able to drop into combat or at least be convincingly thrown out of an aeroplane prevails. Want another linebacker? Why not take 2 more? If smaller walkers are more your speed, try 0 to 3 M2 A1 mud skippers and or 0 to 3 M5 A5 jackals. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Yeah. Jackals are powerful. Honestly, I'd be so tempted to go linebacker, 3 jackals, and then maybe the rest, just like 2 squads of Fireflies and a commander, something like that. Yeah. We can see a theme beginning to develop very quickly here. Drop in, hit hard, move fast. The infantry backs us up. 2 more Firefly squads, if you please. And then there's a full selection of support teams. These are where it gets more interesting. Yeah, so I'll be honest. Everything up until now is fine. It's fine. Oh, okay, cool. If it drops, we can take it in a platoon. There's some advantages to that. Although, of course, I could have just taken an armored walker platoon. Of course. Where it gets interesting for me personally is the new units that are coming. Because this isn't just a new platoon. You're getting new unit entries. New data sheets. Want a medic? Sorry, we're all out of stock. However, are you, Warlord? Are you running out of medic stocks? I think there's an Australian one you can check out. However, there is this nice Firefly medic that's just dropped in. Might be of interest? That's right. Beneath its oh-so-normal garb, this platoon conceals new Firefly units. The Firefly medic on its own is very, very good. It's actually, in some ways, like the biggest deal out of this entire thing. Because Fireflies are really expensive. In fact, if your medic saves like 1 or 2 Fireflies, he gets his points back. And Fireflies have got the only human special rule, which means they can be revived by medics. Medics give you a 6-up feel no pain just in polos. They give you a 6-up feel no pain. Yeah. So you what you can do is deep strike your Firefly medic, deep strike your Firefly squads, smash the entire area, then regroup in hell back towards the medic you've just dropped down. So then when the enemy claps back, you've got a medic. Now, I also, one thing that I think is interesting about this, I don't think they're going to release. I don't think they're going to release a Firefly medic model. I could be wrong. Maybe it's coming in Resin or something, in Warlord Resin. But for me, the big thing here is like, wait, hang on. Are we getting units without a model? Where players are encouraged to build these out of existing kits? You know, like take a Firefly and paint his shoulder pad differently, or put like a white helmet on, or give him like a satchel, you know, kit bash him in some way. What's that? No dreaded policy? Exactly, Macomb. Exactly. I know, Uncle Clumsy, I'm sorry, man. Don't towards my emotions on this. But there's more. There's more. Kit bash, here we come. Kit bash, here we come. If you're going to drop into combat alongside the Fireflies, it's a good idea to go through the training yourself. All the special teams in the squad have got the memo, meaning you've got a Firefly forward observers. So that's drop in and call in an artillery strike. Although you have to drop in and then survive a turn, then call the artillery strike in, remember? But I think the forward observers are more of a fun one. I'll be honest. I don't expect the forward observers to be taken competitively. But remember, well, maybe actually, because remember this. Forward observers have got an infinite range. They just need line of sight. So you could drop in miles away, or like on one corner, and as long as you've got line of sight to where you want to call that artillery in, or that airstrike. So, potential. Very much tactical potential. Forward observers aren't great in K47. Well, they're all right. Like, they're not great, not terrible. Too many fearless units? Yeah, I think it comes down. I think you probably want the airstrike over the. I think airstrikes are massively slept on, Vigo, because I found out that in Konflikt 47 it takes like 7 hits or 8 hits to drive a plane off, not 3. So I actually think that a massive sleeper is air observers in K47, because even though there's potentially more flak, you have to hit so many more times. It depends on, and Vigo, it kind of depends on what you're facing. I mean, if I think about, let's think about this. If you're taking the new Firefly platoon and dropping in against the new Totem Corps, where's the flak? If I think about the last few games that I've played, no one, like, in theory, there's a lot of flak. But there's not as much flak as you think. Like, there's a lot on paper. I'm not sure how much there is in reality. Like, if you take, not many people are taking pintle weapons on, like, a lot of their units, because the units are already expensive. Like a Tesla Sherman, too expensive. So I agree that hypothetically there's a lot of flak. But I think I'm going to start keeping a track of it properly over my... I'm going to try a Firefly forward observer out and see, for a few games, and see how it tracks. Yeah. So yeah, I'm with the planes being harder, the armies being smaller, maybe there being like 1 or 2 flak units. Yeah. I mean, obviously, if you face a Kodiak, you're fucked, but other than that, I think you should be okay. Yeah. But the big one, this is awful. Like, I don't mean I don't mean like it's bad. Oh god. The medic is nice. The Ford Observer is vibes. The flamethrower team is going to be probably an auto include. So one of the most powerful tactics in the game is dropping a unit of fireflies upgraded with a flamethrower down behind an enemy vehicle and being like and toasting the vehicle and causing panic and stuff. That tactic is quite expensive because you have to take the Firefly squad, then pay 22 points to upgrade it with a flamethrower. So you end up with like a nearly 200 point unit, 180 something. Yeah, if you can do it on a 2-man flamethrower team. Oh, God. Everyone is going to have to become very adept at dealing with Firefly drops because if you don't, we're all going to die. You're going to need something, anything on ambush. Literally anything on ambush, but you're going to need it. Yeah. Well, I didn't like that Panzer mech anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Is there any way to flak drop troops without too much of a war crime for conflict? Oh, no, there is. Yeah. Sparrow Pearson. So you, any unit that drops in, you can potentially shoot them for free. And you can also set units to ambush and stuff. So after units finish to move, you can shoot it. But I think there might be some new platoon rules in here which might make this even spicier. Yeah. I know, Macon. I know. I heard you mention it before. All this makes the Firefly platoon a compact, hard-hitting force that can easily be expanded to become your whole force, or taking its minimum strength to add an Alpha Strike element. No, Warlord! To wider US collection. Alpha Strike was never a good term. Take it away! There's also a great opportunity to use some of the extra bits on the plastic Firefly sprues, backing the concept up, are the new platoon rules. Right. I've got, right. Just as the Totem Rotter platoon has a couple of asterisks with its sleeves, including the ability to make totem call scoring under the right circumstances, so too does the Firefly platoon increase the qualities of the troops to which it restricts you. In this case, it gives you a once per turn reroll of Regroup in Hell. That's just rerolling. Regroup in Hell. So once per turn, one of your units can reroll it if they fuck the roll up. Perfect for getting a squad out of a tight spot, but the real star turn comes before the game. One unit from the platoon can be nominated for special treatment when arriving from reserve using either jump or flight. Enemy units within 12 are unable to react to its arrival by opening fire. It also receives another special bonus in certain circumstances, but we don't want to spoil all the fun of cracking open the army list on update day. The possibilities here are really great, allowing you to deliver a devastating first strike, dive on a crucial objective, or seize a vital piece of cover without having to weather a storm of incoming fire. So, it's not bad. It's not as bad as I thought. Okay, I thought the way it was presented to me by Macon was that I'd never. Okay. It's just one unit. One unit in the entire platoon can get the can't be overwatched. But it's not even overwatched. So you can still ambush them. So you can still ambush them. You just can't do the free reactive fire. And if you put this on like a flamethrower team and someone just has any unit on ambush, it's going to gimp that flamethrower team. Because think about it. The flamethrower team's going to drop in. And let's say you put like something that manages to get a hit on the flamethrower team. Even if you just get one hit on the flamethrower team, it's then hitting on 4s. Because it's moved, so -1, pin -1. And then take into account if you not only hit the flamethrower team, but kill one of the people in the flamethrower team, because it's a team weapon, there's another -1 to hit. So you might be like, I'm going to take a flamethrower team that's like super cheap, and I'm going to like drop in and burn people, and they won't be able to stop me. And it's like, great. You dropped in. I had a 50-point MMG team. Something so low tier on the target priority list, right? Something so unfathomably low tier on the target priority list. And it's like, oh, sweet, you dropped in. I trigger my ambush with my 50-point shitmuncher MMG team. And I've killed one of your guys. Congrats, you hit on a 5. And then you still have to roll to see if you run out of fuel. You know what? It's all right. Isn't ambush a reaction fire? No, ambush is specifically an order. The reaction fire refers to the free reactive fire you get when someone drops in. Yeah. Like, truth be told, I actually, if we think about this for a hot minute, and we think about platoons, if we think about this for a minute, and we think about platoon v platoon, the Totenrotter platoon and the Firefly platoon they're quite spicy, but not really into each other. Like, oh, you dropped in and burned my zombies with the flamethrower. Oh, some of them will get back up. Oh, you dropped in. My zombies are on ambush, so they charged you because you can ambush charge. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. And remember, if you're dropping into flamethrower range, you're within ambush charge range. But it is good to take out the zombie brewer vehicles, yeah. I mean, I tell you what, man. I do actually have the platoon rules for this, but I only glanced at them when I got them because I couldn't talk about them until the day. So I'll give you a bit of a clarification on that, Atona Rhombus, if you give me a second. It's definitely, as it's written, and obviously this can change, because these are preview rules that I've got. It's the reactive fire from units that have yet to receive an order. So if you're on ambush, you're okay. You can target these guys. Yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing. First impressions obviously seem like super. So it's funny, I hadn't read this article, but I had read the preview rules that Warlord sent me, but I just looked at what's funny is I'd only looked at the units. I hadn't looked at the the platoon rules. So those are actually I should have read them closely. I shouldn't have skim read them. I was just very excited. But yeah, so yes, you could just take an assault platoon full of Fireflies. However, pretty confident that you've got a good head for heights at M1X1/2 and bad intention towards the enemy. You want to take a look at running a new Firefly platoon when Festering Europa arrives. Nice. So what's my hot take on this overall? I think this platoon I think this platoon and the Totenrotter platoon look spicy on the surface, but when you scratch below the surface, they're all right. I think you've got play and counterplay. I think this one could be quite powerful, but I think there are absolutely units that will be able to deal with this. Yeah. Strong, but not... strong, but not overpowered. Because you have to think like, oh no, you flamed my Shrek Wolf, and I'm just going to kill you. Oh no, you flame my Totem Core. Oh, I'll respawn, then I'm going to eat you. Oh, although, to be fair, they'll regroup in hell at that point. Yeah. I think there's going to be, like with everything in Konflikt 47, I think there's going to be an element of, at first, it will seem broken, and then people will learn to adapt. Yeah. Yeah. They have done very well with making these platoons at first glance seem very powerful, but actually have some nice encouragement for counterplays. Exactly. And here's the thing. It's one unit on one drop in the entire game. And Fireflies are like genuinely fragile as fuck. And do you know what's kind of funny about this whole thing? Someone said this earlier in chat. I think it was Dust maybe. Dustin Polos. So we're adding reasons to take some of the old bot axe units like the MMG team supplement and mainly K-47 Force. I mean, think about this, guys. Right now, loads of people are taking very like dead-hard K-47 armies. But if you've got a platoon like this, which is like, oh, I'm just going to drop in and like fuck you up, then it might actually be a reason to take armies which are a little bit more diversified, so that if the not so many eggs in one basket. Yeah. Yeah, these will definitely catch people out at first, but they're very manageable with gameplay adaptations. Exactly. I think it's like, it reminds me of the 8th edition Genestealer cult. The first few times people played against them, they really fucked them up. But after you played against them a few times, they were relatively handleable. Yeah. That's the whole lore K-47 as well. New ref units coming out, they're figuring out how to beat them. Exactly, yeah. The thing is also at the end of the day that still just Fireflies, still have damage value 5, so we'll dial the same. Yeah, exactly. Like, Vogel Spinners are going to have a field day. Vogel Spinner with a turret-mounted Grav. You want to drop down nearby? I'll just be on ambush. And don't forget, guys, Recce. Don't forget Recce. Don't forget Fanatics. All sorts of reasons that you'll be just... Yeah. So I think this is going to see... I think it's going to be interesting to see how people approach this. Will you take cheap... Well, there's multiple angles you can take into account to try and handle this. Will you take more units that are dedicated ambushers? Will you take more units... will you take units that are cheaper so that when the Firefly drop comes in, you... are less likely, you don't lose some vital piece. You lose like one bit and then you've got redundancy built into your list. Will we see, like less eggs in one basket? Or will this lead to a meta of people, or another way you could approach it is people going more dead hard. Okay, like if I'm going to be getting dropped, I need a unit that can take the drop. Two ways to approach it. Like, do you take units that can wreck you away? Do you take units that if they die, you don't care? And because you're going to outnumber them so much that if you lose a bunch of the drop, that's fine. You'll get them on the bounty. You know, get hit hard, hit back even harder. Or do you take a bunch of units that are so dead hard that the Fireflies don't even want to get close to you? Yeah. So many different ways you can approach this. And remember, they can't come in turn 1. So, and if they're bringing this platoon, they're probably bringing a fair number of deep striking units. So there's a real chance for you to be like, turn 1, I'm going to get everyone that, you know, I've got to think. I'm going to get into position turn 1. And then turn 2, you're going to be like, okay, I'm going to, my opponent might bring his first unit in with the anti-reaction fire. That's fine, but if I get the first dice, I can be like, snap 2, let's do some ambushes, bitches. Yeah. Or you could simply just have like, I'm going to put, like a single Vogel spinner with a grav gun would be so useful because you go, I'm going to put him here, turn 1, I'm going to ambush him. All right. He's staying, that dice not going back in the back, he's staying on ambush. 30-inch range, anti deep strike bubble. Just in case you don't get the first dice turn 1. Yeah. Like there's a lot of different, what I love about this is there's a lot of different tactics that you can start playing around with to see how you would counter this. And also, you know, like it's important to remember as well that like at the end of the day, remember this. Let's say worst case scenario happens. 1 or 2 or both of these new platoons are a little bit overcooked. Right? Could happen. Could happen, right? Firstly, you're not paying for these rules. Remember, they're free. Updated freely on the army lists. Secondly, because of that, if there's a bit of feedback that, hey, maybe this is a little spicy, it can get updated. It can get updated. We know Warlord is doing these balance patches every 3 months. So if it turns out it's a bit spicy, Warlord will tweak it. And the game being tweaked and FAQs are like, that's fine. Like we're not in a 40k situation where it's getting tweaked every fucking 2 weeks like it is on average now. And you know, people, it's actually it is better. Like credit where credit is due. It is better to fix a problem than to not fix it for the sake of, oh, we don't want to change anything. No, people, it is better to fix problems. Yeah, I don't think it will be, but if it does need a little tweak, it'll get a little tweak. This or Totem Rotter, but I don't think it will do, man. I think they are 2 very specialized platoons, and in my opinion, I think they will be 2 things that you need to learn how to beat, but once you've got to grips with them, you'll be all right. Yeah. And I don't even think you need anything particularly special to beat them. Something as simple as using the ambush order and not putting all your eggs in one basket. There you go. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think in chat. And I'll probably do a stream highlight of this. So down in the comment section. There we are. I think we've got some super chats and stuff coming in here as well. No, all eggs, one basket. No minimalism. Can I make my entire army out of one platoon? Out of one unit. I don't think you do it out of one unit, but do you know what's funny about this whole thing? as an Axis player, you now have, and as a Soviet player, you now have a real question. And as a British player as well. I love this. In fact, I love this platoon. I'll tell you why. Up until this point, there's been like no reason to only take... There's no reason to take the Rail Tiger or the Rail Wotan. Because you might as well just take the Rail Panther. But now, and there's been no reason to take like veteran vehicles. Now, it might be expensive, but if you wanted to double down and take hyper durable units, the perfect unit for dealing with this is a Rail Tiger or a Rail Wotan veteran. Because if you're veteran and someone and you're one of those two units, if you get hit by a flamethrower, because your top armor is 11, because your armor is 11, the flamethrower hits your top armor, it's only pen 3. It can't damage you. So because it can't damage you and because you're veteran, you then don't take the pins. Now, you still have to take the fear and panic test, but if you're the command vehicle, as long as you don't roll a double 6, you're basically immune to flamethrowers. You don't even take the pins for it. If you are a Soviet player, there's a very, very... If you're a Soviet player, then, comrades, I highly recommend you start considering the T-30... not the T-34 ZP, the veteran KV ZP. Because armor 10 on top, exactly the same situation, but a lot cheaper. Oh, why would I ever take a Mammoth? Why would I ever take a Mastodon veteran? Now you know why. You know what? Fuck me. The Mammoth is great. The Mammoth, once again, Soviet superiority. Once again. Superior Soviet technology has once again given us the perfect answer to the decadent, corrupt, weak Western powers. They thought that their fireflies would bring the proletariat to its knees. But they did not know of our wonder weapon, the Mammoth. The Mammoth tank is the ultimate anti-Firefly unit. It is literally a giant fuck-off walking fortress. It is designed not as a tank, but as a mobile bunker. Deploy your Mammoth. Trust in its armor 12 on the front if you really want to. And put it on ambush. You now have 2 howitzers and 2 HMGs, which will fucking jib any Fireflies which dare to come within its line of sight. Bear in mind, the heavy howitzer on top. 360-degree range, comrades. 360-degree line of sight. This is our meta. Our blood. There you go. Oh, why would I ever take the mammoth? Why would I take the mammoth? This is why, comrades. This is why. Sometimes. Not sometimes. All of the time. Every moment of the time without a single shred of doubt. I am proud to be a Soviet man. There we go. There you are. See? There's loads of ways of dealing with these. There's loads of ways of dealing with these fireflies. Yeah, yeah. Big brain. Yeah, exactly. That's it. And you can literally... the Soviets have always got an answer for every problem. They're such a good faction, man. They are honestly my favorite. Like, I know I have all the Konflikt armies, but truthfully, my Soviets are my main. I have to say it. Like, I never thought that'd be the case. I thought the Axis would probably be my main. And then with the National Guard list that I've been building for the Americans, I thought that was probably going to be my main. But I think I have to say the Soviets are going to be my main. I've even called my Soviet army the 50th Guards Division, which is actually a real division as well. But it's like the 50th Soviet Guard Division is it's like the 50th Mordian Rifles. Yeah, yeah. There you are. All right. I'm ready. And you know what's great? The Mammoth is probably also pretty good against fucking Totem Core as well when you think about it, because of the spaffing out the big templates and everything. And it can literally sit on a Naxera and squash it. It just goes. The Mammoth is a genuinely very good unit. The only reason not to take one is if your opponent takes a rail cannon. But if your opponent doesn't have a rail cannon, then the Mammoth is like, what the fuck are you gonna do? It's fucking like, it's really tough. Yeah, it's really, really tough. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. I might start running my Mammoth a bit more. Do I take Soviets again to Warlord HQ, and this time with a Mammoth? I really want to. I really want to. Yeah. Totem Core can't even hurt the Mammoth, no. Outflank the Mammoth and the Rogan spotted? That's true. Yeah. Very Creed-like. Let the Mammoth outflank the Mammoth. Yeah, just hit it in the side. Yeah. That's hilarious. Any word on the giant crystal spider thing? The plasma ball, yeah, it's got rules in Festung Europa. Yeah, it's got rules in the book. It's really cool. I raise you one compression cannon. See, I don't know. If you manage to hit with 2 compression cannon shots, I'll be very surprised. It never happens. Yeah. What do we got next? We've got some super chats here. So, Jenny, thank you for super chat, man. Access list in stream discussion. Fucking hell, these hiccups. Stream discussion for review. Sorry for the hiccups, boys. Let's have a look. Ritual defense. 2,501 points. Tiki point. 15 order dice. 10 rift dice. Hauptmann Gross. Star Trooper Platoon Commander. That's fine. Schwertruppen Squad. That's fine. Schwertruppen Squad. That's fine. Schreckwolfen 3. Totem Corps 11. Nice. Sniper Team. Cool. Schwertruppen Panzerschreck. I'd probably just take the Panzerschreck team and put it in the main Schwertruppen squad, to be honest. Like, you can upgrade your regular Schwertruppen to have a Panzerschreck team. I'd do that. I think it's better than having it standalone, because I think it'll just get killed standalone. Yeah. The Landwasserschlepper. Is that the zombie boat bang bus? Yes. Opal Blitz. Nice. Armor Platoon, Vogel Spinner, King Tiger, Veteran, Panzer IV, and Locust Mech, and Vogel Spinner. Nice. Nice. Looks solid to me. Infantry and lots of tanks, rail cannon, and grav weapons, and Gross to tie it all together. Yeah. There you are. Yeah, Cosmic. Cosmic's gonna have a. It's gonna be funny to see how see if he handles it. Double Vogel Spinner. And a King Tiger and a big grav. Yeah. That's a lot. There's a lot. I love it. Yeah, it should be cool. I like that list. Overall, I like it. I think it's pretty spicy. It's got a lot of tools. I spec for anti-linebacker. Oh, God. Oh, God. Cosmic's like, stop exploding, you cowards! Yeah. All right. I like that list, though, Jenny. And good luck. Good luck. May the green vault guide your shots. Ugug, luck is the way on the compression cannons. Getting close and outflank. Yeah, maybe. It just seems very expensive. Like, I have switched over to taking luck on my Japanese, but I've not been thinking of doing it as an outflanking thing. I've been thinking, yeah, just to pick the moment. I mean, my go-to Japanese, my approach to Japanese lists that I might be taking tomorrow was going to be 24 power armored guys, 20 ghost warriors, 9 Shibito, and 2 inexperienced officers with luck. The idea would just be I'd be really annoying with the ghost warriors, and then if there was any vehicles that need to die in combat, I'd kill them with the assault frame guys because of how many attacks they get in combat and how much pen they can do. Like if you've got I think I've got like a 8-man squad of two or three 8-man squads of assault frame. If I charge, even if I lose like 3 guys, I should still get like five hits with the combat blades overall. So that's like a pen 6 hit. So yeah, because of deadly 2, right? So that's kind of what I was thinking. But I might not even lose all that. I might not even lose that many. you know, especially with the legs. So, yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking. Kill the tanks in melee. Do it the Japanese way. Kill the tank with power swords. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking. You should test it. Well, I might do tomorrow. I've messaged Johnny because we should be filming tomorrow, and I've asked him what he wants to do, but he hasn't replied. All right. I've had success with the Chi-Ha cannon, but you have to get point blank to do well with it. Yeah, I mean it's difficult because it's only a 15-inch threat to do that, and so many other people are able to just like. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, what's the next super chat? Great to Glory. Thank you for super chat, man. Fucking hell, man. These fucking hiccups are pissing me off. I see a small but vocal minority whining about nerfing everything in K-47. Fireflies, paragons, and guts. What are your thoughts? I think that I'm going to jump out a window if these hiccups don't go away. Right, 1 second. I'm going to get rid of them. I'm trying to do some big stretches. Trying to breathe in big breaths. Because it's my diaphragm trying to go back into position. So if I feel like I take big breaths, that should fix it. All right. I'm not sure. We'll see if it works. All right, so Great to Glory. I see a small but vocal minority whining about nerfing everything in K-47, Fireflies, Paragons, and Guts, etc. What are your thoughts? My thoughts are that I suspect all of these complaints are taking place on Facebook, and only boomers use Facebook. So it's probably a bunch of old, grognardy gamers who don't like to change. They want the game to change around them. I suspect that these are exactly the same kinds of people that back in the day would have complained about Fish of Fury with the Tau because they couldn't figure out that maybe taking one missile launch in a tactical squad wouldn't be enough to kill a devilfish. Yeah. Does Konflikt 47 have some potential balance issues? Of course it does. But truth be told, I have played a lot of games of K-47 at this point. And I have found in many cases that it is my own inexperience or a certain skill that I'm lacking in, which I haven't practiced yet. Or maybe just because I'm playing a bit loose and a bit for vibes, that costs me a game. If I lock in, I tend to be able to win. If I play for vibes, if I play for vibes, then some things can beat me. But at the end of the day, what I tend to find is that even if I just play for a bit of fun and I lose, I still come away from the game happy. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not worried about it at all. New stuff and solving problems half the fun to me. Exactly. 100%. And like people often talk about like, oh, problem here, problem there, without actually like thinking about, rather than trying to think of the solution, they just start complaining. But like, if I go through every faction in Konflikt 47, they've got answers to both of these new platoons without having and these are answers they don't even have to like specialize in. Like, oh, Totem Rotter. Are you playing Soviets? Did you take Ursus? Like everyone? Oh, you'll be fine then. Do you take Muscle Mummies? Oh, you'll be fine then. Do you take PP? PP Patrol can probably gun down an entire Totem Core squad without even blinking. Especially if they've got the guts going. Like, and then you've got Japanese with the Fireflies. Like, oh, my entire army just can't. Ironically, the one people that won't struggle with the Firefly platoon are going to be the fucking Japanese because they'll be like, I'm on ambush. You're dead. Yeah. Americans could obviously handle it because Americans have got things, you know, like they've got Fireflies and you can counter drop Fireflies and stuff, and you've got Paragons who've got guts, and at the end of the day, the Fireflies just aren't that tough. So all the like random MMGs the Americans are strapped to every mech, MMGs and HMGs, they're going to take a toll. Axis, Grav Guns, Shrek Wolfen, yeah. So like you go through each one, and there's loads of different solutions to all the different things, and I think it's important to remember that, like, here's the most important thing to remember. Konflikt is a game played amongst friends. Like, almost no one has played the game competitively. Like, there's been, like, 2 Warlord events and, like, 1 or 2 other events knocking about. Like, no one plays this game competitively. This game is played pure fucking vibes. So you know what happens if the new Firefly platoon is a bit overcooked? You just talk to your friend and say, hey man, like, I know you love the new Firefly platoon, but do you mind like mixing it up a little bit because I'm struggling to deal with it? And your friend goes, yeah, of course, man, no dramas. Hey man, I know you love your Totem Rotter, but like it's getting a little old playing against just pure zombies like 7, 8, 9 games in a row. I don't think anyone's going to say that because playing against zombie horde is always fun, no matter how many times you do it. But anyway, oh yeah, of course, mate, don't worry, yeah, I'll mix it up. So yeah. So I that's such an important thing to remember. Yeah. Cosmic, we are getting a Firefly platoon. A fucking Firefly platoon. Absolutely. You should, yeah, Cosmic, you should be very happy. Why don't I tell you this? I was too busy getting that job at GW, man. I didn't have time to tell you. Work at GW. Work at Warlord. You're sending me mixed signals, man. Yeah. Don't be a dick is the answer. Overpowered units? Exactly. And Konflikt is exclusively played between friends. Go play with your worm. Alright, fine. I will do. Yeah. So yeah, is it worth taking the bar on Fireflies? Yes, if you're taking a flamethrower, because the BAR guy can load the flamethrower guy, and because he's not going to be shooting his own weapon, it makes him slightly cheaper. Technically, the best option would be to take a basic SMG, but as the plastic kit doesn't come with any basic SMGs, if you don't want a kit bash, the BAR is the next best choice. Yeah. And if the flamethrower runs out of fuel, then sweet, you got a BAR. Most people just take like 6. If you're not taking the flamethrower, you probably don't need the BAR. But Syria, it's also there's an element of, do you like the bar? The fucking BAR trucking on after all this time? Fuck yeah, put a BAR in there. For a bit of fun, for the memes. Yeah. Another good, yeah. Loads of reasons to take a BAR. Some competitive, some for fluff. Yeah, yeah. Doesn't the bar give an extra rule to the squad? I mean, it gives you an extra... It gives you a... You get a reroll for the BAR. But that's it. Like, so if you take 1 SMG, 1 BAR, and 4 Thompson M1X1s, then you get 8 shots with the Thompsons with 1 reroll, 2 shots with the BAR with 1 reroll, 2 shots with the regular SMG with 1 reroll. So you can do that, which is a good loadout as well, if you want to maximize potential rerolls. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. So either an SMG or BAR to load the flamethrower, or an SMG and a BAR in a 6-man squad to try and maximize some rerolls. But you can't use the reroll for the BAR on the good weapons. It's per group, if that makes sense. Yeah. Lower Decks, thank you for the support, man. Probe him thoroughly. Stream discussion. Yes. Bring out the probulators. Sir, Jenkins is now in the turnip vault. Isolated, we have made some brief observations. It is indeed a being that looks like Jenkins. He has the recorder tattoos. You know, that one. Yes, I remember it fondly. I did it myself. In the bathing suit area, gene samples have been taken. Initial observations cannot rule out Xenos or warp contamination. However, he was strangely silent the entire time. In accordance with dynasty policy, he has been restrained and sedated. And ball gagged, I presume. Never forget the ball gag. Now secure my small ship, we are leaving the port. A conundrum has presented itself. Sir, do we risk bringing Jenkins back to Dynasty Holdings? Do we tap our connection to the Mechanicus to see what their technology could tell us? Or do we bite the proverbial bullet here and contact the Inquisition and seek their assistance? I'll be real. I don't really want Jenkins near the Dynasty, even if he was loyal, because he's a bit of an odd one, you know? If the Mechanicus, if we've got Mechanicus Biologus, maybe. Otherwise, I'd say give him to the Inquisition. Worst case scenario, Jenkins goes ape and manages to like cause the Inquisition a bunch of headaches, but technically we delivered a heretic to them so they can't get angry with us. Best case scenario, they find something out about Jenkins and they're happy with us. So, yeah. I think it's the Inquisition's problem.
This is a Russian PT-76, the current Red Army amphibious tank. It is now the property of the United States. It was not given to us by the Russians, nor did we purchase it, nor did we capture it in battle. You could say that it was obtained, all 15 tons of it, through intelligence channels. Or you could say we stole it.
I cannot wait for Festock Europa. Yes! I love it, man. I love it. Dude, awesome, man. It was obtained. Yeah. All right. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Tomorrow, 2,500 point K47 list for review and a hobby update in stream discussion. Cosmic, it's not come down the pipes, mate. Resend it. No, wait, it has done. Sorry. It was just a bit earlier than I expected. 11 Order dice, 9 Rift dice, Firefly Officer, Paragon Squad, Firefly Squad, Heavy Infantry Squad with Super Bazooka, Studebaker, Linebacker, Kodiak, Mud Skipper, Sherman. Firefly Squad. Spicy. 2 spicy lists. I'm looking at Jenny and I'm looking at Cosmic. 2 spicy lists. Oh my days. Should be fun. Oh my god, you guys are gonna beat the shit out of each other. The gloves are fucking off, boys! I love it, Cosmic. I love it. Let's have a look. Well, tomorrow's the biggest game of K47 yet, and shall bring the might of the US to task. And my ruined house is dry and sealed and works perfectly. Hey! Yeah, man. You know what? It's come out really fucking good. Like, it's actually come out really, really nicely. Yeah. Very cool, man. Yeah, considering it was so loose the other day. Yeah, where it started from and everything. Yeah, you can really see it's all sealed. You can really see it's all sealed down now. Yeah. Excellent, Cosmic. Well, a nice little hobbying project. Nicely done as well. All right, what do we got next? Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. Has Timmy rattled the tin cup? I bet he hasn't. It's true, I haven't. I blame Jenkins. Also, when are we getting another one of your cooking streams? I mean, I have been making a lot of beef recently, so does that count as a cooking stream? I mean, what do you want me to cook? If I was to do a cooking stream, what do you want me to cook? I made steak last time, but everyone got very upset with me. Apparently, I didn't make it very well. Pork sausage. I actually do have some sausages downstairs. I could make some sausages. I could do it right now. Just saying. Jellied eel. Fuck off. It's got to be beef. Watching a beef cooking stream would be very, very boring because the beef would just go in the oven and then be cooked over a bit, roasted. Like, there you go, it's still going. Yeah. Yeah. Beef Wellington. I don't think I've ever made it, but I could follow some instructions. Shepherd's pie. I'm not very good at making shepherd's pie. It's fine, but mashed potato never spreads on top very well. It's fine though. You know, it's all, I can make a good shepherd's pie. It's more I'm a bit of a I like it to look good, and the shepherd's pie is like the potatoes all like half it, you know, like like the gravy's soaking through it and everything. It's like do you add egg to your mashed topping? I haven't done, but is that a trick? I could try it out. You need to brown ground beef. I was discussing the latest GW beef. I mean, I could make like I can make beef tacos or spaghetti bolognese, which with beef mince. Yeah. Like, we could get beef involved in some way. We could get beef involved in some way. Yeah. Can't forget if it's mashed potatoes and meat. No. It tastes nice. I like. Look, when you look at mashed potato, not mashed potato. When you look at shepherd's pie in like the cookbook or the online cookbook, as it were, these days, it's like always like the mashed potato is perfectly spread and it's got like the wavy lines in it, and it looks really nice. And mine never has the wavy lines in it and looks really nice. I mean, it tastes nice. I like the taste of it, but I always chase. I'm chasing them. I'm chasing that perfect pie. That sounds wrong. Yeah. Bangers and mash. Bangers and mash, yeah. Tomorrow is pie day. Tomorrow is battle report day. Yeah, I actually didn't get a chance to film today's battle report. Unfortunately, my opponent, that rat bastard, Skaven Sam, was unwell. He woke up with a bit of a head cold, and we chose to err on the side of caution. And then I checked in with him a little bit later. He went, "No, I've got a lot worse." So yeah, we did. Well, not a lot worse. He was like, "I got a bit worse," but we did end up filming. You know how we said how he won that Old World tournament with Skaven. We ended up, chatting for an hour over Discord, and I recorded it. Obviously, he knew I recorded it. Just talking about the event and everything. So yeah, so we've still got still a good productive day. Got a bit of Old World out of it, but it was a shame we didn't do the battle report. But we're rearranging. Yeah. But yeah, it should be fun. I'm looking forward to it. But I've got a battle report tomorrow, which I'm filming with Mordy Bro, which should be good. I kind of want to run my National Guard Americans because they're mostly ready, or I want to run my Japanese, but I don't know whether to wait on the Japanese getting their balance patch first. I don't know when that's going to be. It could be soon. It might be a little while, but yeah. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. A friend of mine is getting back into 40k with elves. I sent 2 1k list discussion of what I'm thinking of, but a part of me is like, show no mercy. Let me have a look. I mean, if he's only just getting back into it, I don't think... If he's only just getting back into it, even if you lose a few games whilst he's finding his footing, it's fine. Cadian Command Squad, 10 Cadians, 10 Cadians, 10 Cadians, Rough Riders, Bulgrin, Death Riders. So, you're not taking it easy. You've taken 12 fucking Bulgrin in Grizzled Company. Ed Bailey, what kind of absolute mentalist are you? Even though, like, that's actually not a bad list. You're just gonna fuck him. Like, he just won't. What? You give your head a wobble, mate. What the fuck are you on? Second is Cadian Castellan, Cadian Command Squad, 10 Cadians, 10 Cadians, 10 Cadians, Artillery Team, Ordnance Battery, Kazakin, Lemurus. Right. Ed Bailey, just take a normal list.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Just take a normal list. Stop trying like spamming this way or skewing that way. Just take 2 platoons of guardsmen, 2 Lehman Russes, and like some officers. I mean, fuck it. I'll literally build your list for you right now. All right. All right. 1 Lehman Russ commander. 1 Vanquisher. 20 Cadians. 20 Cadians. Cadian Command Squad. Cadian Command Squad. 750 points. Let's go for... Right. This is the list you're going to take. 2 Cadian Command Squads in 2 squads of 20 Cadians. 1 Tank Commander. 1 Vanquisher. 1 squad of Kazakin in a Chimera and a Sentinel. It's a nice, normal list. Some infantry, some tanks, and some special, and a bit of an elite unit. It looks like an army. It feels like an army. It's not a meme. It's not a skew. It's not 10th edition. It's just normal. All right? And you got a Scout Sentinel in there as well. Yeah. Right. Fucking Fucking 40k players coming in here, vexing me. I was all chill, talking about my conflict. It's my safe space, in my happy place. And 40k players like, yo, I'm teaching a new guy how to play Warhammer. Should I take 12 Bulgrin in Grizzle Company? Jesus. And Benny, I love you. Oh, bro, check out my meme list. It's totally a meme. It's the meme, you know, being fisted. Hey, bro, I've got 18 victories. God, don't worry, you'll be all right. It's a theme. It's Calgar's bodyguard. It's Gilliman's bodyguard. And Bailey's like, fuck you guys, I didn't even want your advice anyway. And Bailey, don't worry, I'm only busting your balls for a bit of fun. Don't take it seriously or personally, man. And dude, thank you for your support. All right. Yeah, just take, but on a serious note, if you are introducing a friend who's getting back into 40k, don't take honestly, actually good learning moment for everyone. I'm not singling you out at this point, Ed Belly, I'm speaking to the whole chat. Good learning moment for everyone. When you have someone who's getting to Warhammer the first time, because I've been here, I've made this mistake, by the way. When someone's getting 40k for the first time, sometimes there could be this temptation to be like, oh, well, I'll just take something fun and silly to, like, you know, thinking you go like downplay your list and everything, thinking you're just having a bit of a meme and everything. But actually, the best thing you can do when introducing someone to the game is to present them with like a sort of like just a very straightforward scenario. Even if they lose, it doesn't matter. Hopefully they'll win, but even if they lose, it doesn't matter. They've not lost because they're looking down at the board and there's like this fucking mental thing on the other side of the board. They're like, oh, cool, look, I'm playing against the guard, and when I played them back in the day, they had this kind of shit, and now I'm playing them again, they've got this kind of shit. Because you want to ease them into it. What you need to do is like, you need to lull them into a false sense of security. Lie to them. Because if you actually take a proper 1,000-point 10th edition list, then they'll see the true Warhammer 40k, which is fucking awful, and then they won't want to play it. So what you have to do is you have to be nice to them first, and then fist them. The fisting comes... Don't worry. The fisting comes later. There you are. Yeah, there you are. Also, to be fair, I do want to kind of show him a little bit of everything, try and show him every phase of the game. I mean, if you want to do that, you could swap. You could swap like the Kazakin out. If you want to, you could swap the Kazakin out for some like maybe like a squad of Bulgrin or a squad of Rough Riders or something. But I think a couple of tanks, a couple of platoons, and then season with some form of specialist. That's whether it's cavalry or Bulgrin or Kazakin. That's how I'd do it. Yeah, that would be my approach. Yeah. All right. Dude, thank you for the support, man. And good luck with your game and good luck with your friend. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, bro. Best advice on tiger hunting for K47 worm in stream discussion. Wait, Cosmic. Is the worm giving me advice? Or is there two questions here? Is there best advice on tiger hunting in K47, full stop, and then worm in stream discussion? I feel like there's two things going on here. You need my advice. It's not a walker. It's not resistant to shape charges. So if have a unit of fireflies in reserve with ATRDs. If Jenny doesn't go on ambush or leaves you an opportunity, or you get the first dice of one turn before she's got an ambush up, you know, maybe turn 2 or turn 3, drop in and blast it would be my advice. Yeah. Now, apparently there's some worm-related clips here. What? 1 minute. I hope you're not showing me clips of myself. You know I don't remember.
Show you the worm.
You know I don't remember anything that I say. It's not fair to use it against me. I've got plenty of stuff to talk. Oh shit. Yeah. Right. It's all gone wrong. Worm, behold the worm. It's not me. See, I'm a worm charmer. What? That's not me. Don't know what you're talking about.
To show you the worm.
Kissy, kissy, kiss my worm.
To show you
Oh no. I mean, we've got plenty of stuff to talk about. What's that chair? Cosmic should be king? Oh my. What's that chair? Cosmic should be king. Yeah. The worm supercut. The fucking worm supercut. Cosmic, don't know what you're talking about. That's not me. Don't know what you're talking about. All right. Oh. Oh. I don't mean to alarm you, dearest chat, if that is your real name, but we appear to have... It's AI. That's right, Suited. Yeah, that's right. It's an AI deepfake. I didn't do any of that. You can't prove it. I'll private all the streams. I'll private everything. Hopefully not. I don't mean to alarm you, chat, but we have finished all the super chats. So now I'm going to have to like think about topics to talk about. My God. You're relying on me to think about things. I actually did have a couple of topics that I wanted to consider. I don't know if I wrote them down, though. But I'll have a look. Oh, yes. Yeah, no, I do have some interesting bits here. So yeah, I'll come back to those in a second. So Chris K, thank you for super chat, man. Hail Mordian, thoughts on the Fleekazoid bolt gun vid? I've not seen it, but I can take a look at it now. Oh, that was it. Yes. I actually have... I'm going to write that down before I forget. Yeah, probably do. I've had a 11th edition rumors. I haven't got any. A genuine 11th edition leak. I've already talked about it on stream today. It came to me midstream. But basically, I got a message from a reliable source, which confirmed that the new grots are coming in squads of 10, so the runt herds, and that they look like they're gonna the way they're presented on the box, it looks like 2 squads of 5. So that's not confirmed, but it looks like it might only be, it may be, that's just the way it's been presented, or maybe actually you will be able to run 5-man Gretchen squads. Kind of interesting. And then it was confirmed that it's definitely going to be a continuation edition as well. Because, but everyone's going to get a big update with the Mutant, there's going to be a big update. Yeah. It's been too quiet. The leaks are coming, man. We've had the Orc leak, and now we've had the Grot leak. This, just in this stream, which it's only a little leak. It's a little dribble, but it has been very quiet. It has been very quiet. You are right. Yeah, surprisingly so. All right, let's have a look at this video. I do love Fleekazoid's videos, so I actually do want to. Watch this. Let's have a look. I think this will be fun. So if you haven't seen Fleekazoid, he does very, very good, funny game reviews.
40k lore, this video will probably give you an aneurysm. Hello pimps, how are you? Fantastic. Do your peaches look like mine? No. Can they look like mine? Yes. Should you play bolt gun? I don't know. Do you like the orgasmic sounds of heretical purging? Do you want to throw peach fuzz down to the floor from firing 250 consecutive heavy bolter rounds? Of course you do. Swan dive into the best night of your life. So pimps, should you buy bolt gun? You tell me. Bolt gun is the ultimate boomer shooter that will fuzz your peaches in no time due to the sheer riz per dollar that they pack.
I actually played a little bit of bolt gun, but I never finished it. But I feel like I should go back and try and complete it. Like, I literally played like a couple of hours of it on stream, and that was it.
Into this beautiful little
and they made a second one as well, didn't they?
Of pure gore, chain swords, heavy bolters, and melta-guns that break the goddamn space-time continuum with how hard they hit. Did you go to the doctor recently only to have them tell you?
When you think about it, I really should play bolt gun because it's literally firstborn. There's no Primaris in it, is there? I really should play it.
You that your low energy may be caused by a rapidly decreasing swimmer count? Well, play this game and you'll have more spunk in you than a can of Red Bull. Medical fact! And
medical fact.
This game a second dose of Adderall for the day because, as it would turn out, the ultimate stimuli is flying down a mine.
I mean, I just love the look of that bolter, man. It's so cool.
Captain crushing nerdlings harder than that BBW from the Dove commercial crushes Big Mac.
Oh no, that's so bad.
Harder than that BBW from the Dove commercial crushes Big Mac. But I'm not talking.
Reject modernity, embrace bolt gun. That's actually amazing.
About the great unclean one just yet. I'll bitch about that thing later. Let's kick this off by talking about the story. I did not realize there was one.
That's so cool. I do like that, the way he's holding the bolter on top there.
Amped up from all the heretical purging that my eyes were glazed over during the cutscenes as I watched back the tapes of the Emperor's work being done in my mind. People think
yes,
Space Marine is all about purging, but in reality, it's also about studying.
The game of crushing the very souls and the very thoughts.
Yes.
So that nothing that heretical corrupted bot can find its way to the Emperor. Ensuring I crush the heretics so hard that not even the smell of disobedience to our creed wafts into the Emperor's nose. Slaying, obliterating their bodies so hard that not even any memory of the heretic will live on. You can never forget who we do it all for. For her, the Emperor.
The Emperor!
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Do you know what's really funny? I played a little game of Combat Patrol yesterday. No, not the new shit one. The 4th edition good one. And I played with my Blood Ravens, sorry. And I had a 5-man tactical marine squad with a melter gun in a Razorback. And then I had 3 bikers with a plasma gun. And I had a 5-man assault marine squad with a plasma pistol, and everyone had chainswords, pulpits and chainswords. Oh, and I upgraded one of the sergeants to be a veteran sergeant with Terminator honors, and then I gave him a storm bolter, and we named him Veteran Sergeant Valoris. Simon named him. It was kind of cool. But playing the Marines felt so right. They played exactly like you think they should do. Just speed, violence, momentum. And they didn't have 2 wounds or anything like that. They just... Yeah, they were great. It really made me so excited to play my Marines at full strength in 4th. Yeah.
As I was saying, let's talk about the... One thing I absolutely love about this game is...
Sorry for the pause. We've seen the super chats come in here. Bucket, Gwevs 202, and Nick Salamander. I'm going to get to all your super chats after we've watched this. Don't worry, I've seen you. We're going to get you. It'll be a few minutes, but I'll get to you.
The Kool-Aid waterfalls of blood that fly out of every enemy. It adds another level of complete cellular destruction that I expect from a
It's
Space
just
Marine
like...
Mad Lad, and that extra...
When I was a kid, I used to play Doom pretending it was Warhammer, and now I can just play Warhammer Doom.
Level of misting enemies is exactly the level of immersion I want in every Space Marine game.
Yeah.
Hell, I want it in every game. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, just look at this.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Moving on,
Yeah.
let's talk about the combat. It's unquestionably fucking awesome. Power Fantasy playing once again is the Space Marine Blue Man group. So pretty much like Space Marine. Power Fantasy playing once again is the Space Marine Blue.
I mean, it looks... I mean... Who at Games Workshop decided that this wasn't cool enough and that this needed modernizing with fucking Primaris, man? Like, I know, oh, Morden, it's been 9 years, get over it, asshole. I never will. Like, I will never get over The Last Jedi. It was a terrible, terrible, terrible film. No amount of passing of time will change that. Like, this... Sometimes I feel like video game developers get 40k more than GW does these days.
Man group. So pretty much like Space Marine in that regard, except in Space Marine you waddled around like fat bastard thrashing
Yeah.
whereas this time you're
Get in my belly.
levels of 40 miles per hour thrashing just about every other flavor of heretic, except for the only
Heretic that matters. I'm still waiting, baby doll. Our time.
Now, it's an important thing to know that this is a simple game for simple men. Things
Yes,
from time to time
that's for
you
me.
Slice 'em. Because Space Marines don't show up for diplomacy, they show up for demolition. They are the Mr.
Yeah.
Clean of purging the unclean. The Walter White of state-sanctioned smite, the killers of anything
That's
that
cool.
looks remotely different from them. And I'd say this game translated that simplicity very well because, God, I haven't beat this much meat since Kwanzaa. So if you're looking for RPG elements,
That's so bad. Fuck's sake.
mini games, or choosing your own adventure, then feel free to choose an adventure very fucking far away from this game. Still sticking around? Well, the next
Very
game
fucking...
Must Survive is
Choose your own adventure very fucking far away from this game. Brilliant. So good. Yeah, fuck choosing that, yeah.
This game moves faster than a homeless man on bath salts. Despite being called a boomer shooter and styled like the real boomer shooters, this game will melt the brain of most boomers faster than a melt-a-gun because of how relentless it is.
Yes.
Seeing someone take this many shots to the face in such rapid succession since last night when you were watching those films, you know. This game plays so hard and fast that people are actually bitching about.
One of the things that is very this Fleekazoid, his videos remind me of Seth Zentak, if you know Seth's videos. It's how quickly every couple of seconds there's a scene change. Bang, 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 bang. And it makes for really, really entertaining videos. Really, really, really entertaining videos. That's the secret to it. Just flick, 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 flick. But you might think, oh, that's too much. That's over the top. That's like, you know, sugar rush, ADHD, fucking kiddie sort of like editing. Do you know what I mean? But it's not. It's actually incredibly high level, and it's actually incredibly like intensive to do that kind of editing. And especially when you're getting like every clip is not just being changed through quickly, but is also actually relating to what you're talking about at the same time. Like this 10-minute video will take a very long time to record, make, and edit and get it just perfect. Yeah.
About it in the Steam reviews. And you know what I have to say to that? I do not care. Because have you seen this chainsword in action? Have you felt what it's like to edge your own death over a cliff while spamming the homing chainsaw? This game was made for me, alright? And if you
edge your
with that,
edge your own death.
and if you still aren't looking at this game like a Romanian looks at an unattended car, then allow me to introduce to you the taunt button.
That's cool.
AKA the talk shit before you giblet every last
I love that.
damn Xeno on this planet.
Can I get a yes, sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And my favorite thing about these taunts is that you have the very extravagant, lore-filled ones like this.
Yeah, that's
But then you
cool.
also just have...
Heretic.
When I learned of this button, I spammed it for 4 hours straight until I beat the game. I'm not gonna lie to you. Moving on. Weapons. Look at your peaches. Now back at mine. Now back to your peaches. Now back to me. These are my peaches after having used the heavy bolter for about 6 hours of this game. This shit breaks the sound barrier. 12 out of 10 would happily
Just absolutely,
again. Secondly, the
absolutely holding the trigger down.
Like a fat kid loves a buffet. You ever heard of the heart attack gun? Don't worry about it. It's a CIA thing. They'll show it to you someday. Well, anyway, this is the heart eraser gun. Because any Xeno's body that dare comes in the way of the Emperor's will be fucking erased thanks to this beauty. And you know what else is beautiful? The grav gun. If this is the heart...
Hey. Grav gun, man.
This beauty. And you know what else is beautiful? The grav...
It may be difficult for some of you to imagine it. The hiccups are back. Imagine this. But there was a time when grav weapons were the most meta bullshit broken thing in all of Warhammer 40k. It's funny to think how they've basically been like erased from the setting now. But over the course of 6th and 7th edition, GW positioned grav as the new top weapon. And then 8th edition hit and they basically just erased it. Very, very strange. Very strange.
Gun. If this is the heart eraser, this is the identity eraser. You get killed by this thing and it will disappear you from every school photo, every employee of the month picture, every thirst trap. Gone. Going super Stalin on your ass. And trust me when I say you will need it because of these stupid goddamn bosses. But I'll get back to that in a second because I can't leave the gun section without saying a heartfelt fuck the plasma gun. I was intending on elaborating, but to do that would be to acknowledge that this is a gun, and it's not.
It's a heretic in metal form that should be stripped down to the last bolt.
Moving into the stuff that I don't like about this game, where's the flamethrower? Do I ask much of you, Games Workshop? Do I, boy? Minus 10 points. I'm sorry. It's out of my hands. I just work here, Tony. Next, this level can go fuck itself. And I'm not gonna get into it, but just know that it's a giant vertical twisting, turning mess. and you have to keep finding your way back to this little place in the middle without a map, all lad. If I wanted to explore a pretzel, I'd go to Annie Ann's. American reference, God bless. Don't get me wrong, they took a good chance of the Malachi Crunch level and also the Rising Lava level because it was here that I got to confirm that the AI is completely brain dead. But as long as it's I don't like, I hate just about every boss in this game with a goddamn passion. They're bullet spongy to all hell, oftentimes not that engaging to fight against, and most of all, this stupid goddamn bird can force choke you for all the health. Fine to fight against once, but when they use it one more time, or 2 more times, or fucking 3 more times, I'm feeling a
Purging coming on, brother. That's right, you stupid big bird reject. Why don't you fly your fried and filleted ass on back to dick? Oh, that's right, because you can't fly, because you're dead.
And unfortunately, I gotta wedge music into the cons because they didn't have any of these banger menu tracks blasting throughout the actual gameplay. And if I can't hear this music in the game, then I guess I'll just stay here in the menu.
This is the good life right here. This is why I go out there and purge the heritage from 9 to 5 so I can kick back and listen to these.
Open a cold one.
We really needed the rain.
I give this game 9 heavy bolters out of 10. We used to pray for games like these. Buy it now for 20 smackaroons, and I swear to the Emperor, compare this game to Gollum one more fuck.
I bought good. As you say, it's Gollum. Don't understand as 40k fanboys and me be not as buggy, but the game is a generic trap.
Time, and you know what? One
time is enough. Exterminate this bitch.
Such a good scene.
Major thanks to the flock.
There we go. All right, that was good. I do love the Fleekers videos. He does some. I mean, his best in many ways. His best videos are when he's recording a game which has which isn't very good, when it's gone a bit wrong. Yeah. All right. Jimmy Do It. Element Glory, how do I use reactive move Death Ride without pissing off my opponent? I told a guy today what they did at the beginning of the game, and then when I used it, he tried to say I gotcha'd him. I mean, you could warn him if he's clearly forgotten that you've told him, and he's moving in a way, and he's like said out loud, like, oh, I'm going to move over here so I can charge those Death Riders, and you go, okay. And then he finishes his move, and you go, I'm going to reactive move. That's a gotcha. There's so much that goes on in 40k. The game's so fucking convoluted. There's so much to keep track of that if your opponent has clearly forgotten like one of your like interactions, you should be like, just don't forget they can react to move, and he can go, okay, yeah, thanks for letting me know. That's the way I use reactive moves. Well, that's the way I try and play. But you know, I'm just gonna say it. Controversial, hot take, completely biased, mordianglory opinion incoming. Super serious opinion incoming. I don't use reactive moves. I think they're the mechanic of the coward. Oh, I'm gonna move away from you when you get close to me. Oh, I'm gonna. Oh. No. I'm a polite wargamer. I move in my movement phase. That is all. I do not move in my opponent's movement phase. I do not charge when it's not my charge phase of heroic intervention. I've had my turn. It's their turn now. I stand there and take it like a man. We die standing. Are we not the Imperial Guard? Are we not? Also, yeah, I don't remember them. Yeah, so yeah, right. Truth be told, if I take those rules, I never remember them. Yeah, I got you. Thanks for letting me know, sir. I used it to screen and he was mad, so I just let him move back. I mean, Jimmy, do it. There's probably a very, very strong chance that you were playing against a knobhead. Like, I don't think you did anything wrong. I think you told him at the beginning of the game. But telling someone at the beginning of the game is like, it's the you've told him, but it's still like the bare minimum. But it's one of those things where I often say, look, it's what you technically didn't do anything wrong. Like, truth be told, you didn't. You're not in the wrong here. But 40k is a game of it's two player. It's not like you've got that. There's no anonymity. It's not an online game, right? So there's nothing wrong with reminding your opponent if they've clearly forgotten something, on the understanding that they will return the favor. Yeah. Yeah, man, people got squashes. So I think you should looking for ways to cope. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Almost certainly. All right. Let's catch up with super chats here. We've got some good ones coming in. So, Bucket001. Thank you for the super chat, my man. And thank you for your patience as well. I begin playtesting my skirmish game tomorrow. Hey, that's cool, man. Super prototype right now. Paper dolls, flat terrain and all. Wish me luck and good info gathering. Good luck, Bucket001. I hope it goes well. I hope it ends up being really awesome and you have lots of fun. And what doesn't work, you make lots of notes on so you can fix it. And what does work goes swimmingly. Hope you have a great time. Yeah. Gwevs202, thank you for super chat, man. Makes me nervous. What? That there's no movement on rumors around 11th edition. They're coming. I mean, they're coming out bit by bit. Like, we know what's in the starter set now, basically. So if you want the summary of the rumors, we know what's in the starter set. We know it's a continuation edition. There's a lot of rumors about how they're going to change terrain. And there's a lot of rumors around, like, new units that are coming, like new guard vehicles, Yarrick coming back, the box being themed around the 2nd edition Armageddon box, all that kind of stuff, Orcs versus Space Marines. So there's lots of little bits coming out, but there's been no big leak. There's been no Horus Heresy style leak. But it's early days, like... It's early days. It is. Like, it's... The main league has lost interest in 40k and switched to K47. Well, considering I'm one of the main leakers, that is true. But you know, I have been respecting my NDA thus far. Not with GW, fuck that. With Warlord, yeah. Yeah. My apologies, mainly for the new rules compared to other editions. I'm impatient. Oh, yeah, dude, me too. Like, I really, really... Like, okay, for me, I'm not going to lie. I just want to know. It's like, you know what they say? I don't know if it's true. Even though I was a child soldier, I never actually saw real combat. But it's like they say in war, it's the waiting that's the worst bit. I just want to know what's coming because I'm really nervous about the new edition. I'm really annoyed about these hiccups as well. But I'm really nervous about this new edition because I really don't know if it's going to be good. Games Workshop models have been very, very good recently. I have to say their modeling department has been doing a very good job. So I have no doubt the models will be beautiful. But I am genuinely concerned. Like, about the core game. Looking at what they did to Lord of the Rings, looking at what they've done to Horus Heresy, looking at what's happened with AOS. I'm like, in the last 18 months, even looking a little bit at what they've done to Blood Bowl, in the last 18 months, it feels like Games Workshop hasn't released a new or updated game successfully. The last time they launched one with a bang, it was Old World, and like, truth be told, even then they tried to fuck it up. If you remember, like the day one announcement, the day before the pre-orders, they did this announcement saying, oh, by the way, half the factions won't be legal. And it was only with the community going, fuck that. Fuck you, GW. We're going to allow Skaven and Lizardmen and all that to play. But yeah, it's like worrying. But I am worried about. I have no worry with GW's ability to make models. I think they had like one blip with the Blood Angels. That's it. Other than that, they've been pretty fucking nails for a while now. But I am worried about GW's ability to actually release a good game now. I'll be honest, even the lack of a 2-player box set to try Old World was a knock against it for GW. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You're absolutely right, Macon. Old World lives and dies based on its community. Like, Old World is a really good example of why you really don't want all of your old timers to leave. Because Old World has become GW's second biggest game in a fraction of the time that AOS did it. AOS has been pootling along now for like 10 years. And it's still not taken off. I mean, imagine how much time is GW going to give it before they accept it's just not taking? Like, at this point, GW, after 10 years, 10 years and a lot of GW effort, you'd think it would be like as equal to 40k, but it's just not. And then after like 2 years, Old World's coming in here and just been like, oh yeah, we're daddy's home. Yeah. So Old World, but why did Old World do so well? Why did Old World do so well for the get-go? Because all of the old guard, all of the grognards who either grew up with Warhammer Fantasy and were coming back with it as, you know, adults in their sort of 20s and 30s, or who are now parents who are going to get their kid back, you know, get their kid into Warhammer with the game that, you know, the superior Warhammer and everything. All those people just came back. Literally, all those people just came back. The first people to play Old World, very few of them were brand new to the game. Many of them had a history or an attachment to it. Yeah. And that is the power of having the veterans of the community. And it is the veterans of the community who, thick and thin, will stick with you if you just treat them half decently. And Old World players have been treated better than, apart from the Cathay blip, Old World players, generally speaking, have been treated better than 40k players. People don't realize or appreciate that, but they have done. Every army's got, Look at every core factions battalion versus the combat patrols that you have to pay for 40k. You get between half and a full army for the price of a combat patrol, and every faction's got one, and there's been loads of made to orders. Think of all the arcane journals that have come out, loads of expansion books, lovingly done. Every single one has been well received. So, why do I mention this? I mention this because I'm worried about 40k. Because I've been saying this for a little while now. It feels like there is a changing of the guard. If you look around at content creators, and if you talk to people in real life and in forums, there's definitely a certain length of service associated with people who are starting to gripe about 40k. People who are newer to the game are like, I don't get what the fuss is about. But every single day, more and more longbeards, more and more 40k veterans are leaving. It's a hollowing out of the community. I'm not saying it's everyone's left, but I'm saying more and more people are going over to games like Fantasy, going over to games like Konflikt 47 and Bot Action. And the issue is, like, if those people leave and then 11th edition is dog shit, it shits the bed. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying it will or it won't, but I don't know if the newer audience is going to be keeping it going as much as the older audience. Newer people, if it shits, they just move on to a new game. That's my take. Yeah. So,
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
yeah, Gwevs, I'm right there with you, man. Gwevs, thank you for super chat. Not sure in the UK, but in Oz, nearly all events are run by the vet players. Yeah, dude, 100%. Having spoken to some event hosts here, they have said they will sell up if the game's poo. That is the real worry. Yep. Dude, 100 fucking percent. 100 fucking percent. Bro, if I think about all of the TOs in my local area, let me go through them, right? I won't give away too much because I don't want to, like, some of them work for game stores, right? But one of the places where I go to many of my local RTTs, none of the staff there play 40k anymore. They all used to. None of them will. So much so that if there's a buy, they won't jump in and play it. They actually have, like, there's like a spare, it's like a buy list that if you get a message on the day, do you want a free ticket to come and fill in? They've got some local players that will come in and jump in. But even then, they've actually got to the point now where, like, buy players, like, they're like, oh no, I'm all right. Because they were veteran players. Yeah. So the people running the TOs running the event don't even play it in that store now. I go over to the other store that I play at regularly, and it's like none of the staff there run the events. The people running the events are independent, like they're veteran players running independent events. One of those guys, out of the like 3 TOs that run at that store, one of them walks around the event hall while he's TOing with a t-shirt that says, "Make 5th edition great again." One of them just fills in for if as a buy player, and one of them plays the game. So there's 3 TOs at that store. There's 2 TOs at the store. So out of 5 TOs, one of them plays the game regularly. Yeah, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, the veteran players don't play it. And these people aren't, they're not playing it because, like, oh, they've got, like, kids and family. Like, for one of them, it's kids and family, right? But for the rest of them, it's like, because it's just, they're all waiting for 11th. They're all waiting for 11th. They all played at the beginning at 10th, all apart from the 5th edition. Make 5th edition great again guy. He bowed out on it at 9th, yeah. He just runs the events because he likes running events. That's it. But yeah. It's very interesting, Gwebs, that everything that you're saying is mirrored over here in the UK as well. It's and this is what I'm talking about. Like, there's and I agree with Wizardland Forever. 11th has to be good. Right, just bear this in mind. And I'm laughing because it's funny. If I don't laugh, I'll be sad. If I don't laugh, I'll cry. But guys, look at the Catan meta right now. Can you imagine being a new player coming into 40k 11th edition and getting fucking bombed by 5 Catan? Oh God! Oh yeah, I've got me 2 halves. I bought 2 halves of the starter set. I've got me 2 orc halves. Oh yeah, I'm new to the game. Oh yeah, mate. What have you got? Oh yeah, I've got like 4 orc boy squads, 20 Gretchen, a couple of the mechs, some of the characters. Oh, that's cool, man. Oh yeah, what have you got? I got 5 Catan. Oh, that sounds cool. I never played against Catan before. The moment that you hear that, I've never played against Catan before. Oh no. What's a Catan? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's all right. That game was over pretty quickly. Don't worry. We'll see it. We'll see if Phil's free for a game, mate. Phil, you free for a game? Yeah, I am. Yeah, do you want to come and play new guy over here? Yeah, no problem. Oh, hey, man. How's it going on? Oh, yeah, I just played against those Catan. Wow, they're really nasty. Yeah, they're really difficult, man. Yeah, no worries. Oh, yeah, so what are you running? Oh, yeah, I'm running Space Marines. Oh, nice. Nice. Have you got the starters? Have you got the Armageddon models? No, man. I'm running something called Victrix Guard. Oh, man, I've never heard of those before. What's a Victrix Guard? Oh, you're going to find out. Oh. Yeah, this edition really needed to be a reset edition. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. The giggles from everyone in an earshot. Yeah. So that player comes along. Oh no, we got a new one now. Oh man. Those last 2 games were really difficult. I got absolutely smashed, but I learned a lot. I learned a lot. Hopefully I'll be able to get better soon. Alright. I can't wait to go down to the club this week and play. I wonder who I'm going to play against this time. Oh wow. Hi, I'm new guy with my orcs. Hi, I'm new guy with my orcs. What's your name? Yeah. I'm running Tao. I'm running Tao. I'm gonna use my twin lance today, if that's all right. Yeah, that sounds. I don't even know what that is. That sounds fine. He said it would be all right. Wow, those battle suits look great. Yeah, I just take them because I love the lore around them. I just think the battle suits are really cool. Oh yeah, man, they are. What's up, you? They call me Custodies, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, man. Anyway, you get my point. It's going to be a very rude awakening for a lot of new people. Yeah. Unless the core rules change something big. Unless we get a balanced data slate day one that changes something in a big way. There's going to be a lot of that going around. A lot of seal clubbing. Yeah. Uncle, you just Mordian, but I know a small-time VTuber who had that happen and it caused her to drop out the hobby entirely. Oh, yeah, no, bro, 100%. I can 100% believe it. Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Imagine, it's like Eldar at the beginning of 10th, but there's like 5 factions, which is... Yeah, it's actually worse. Pardon me. It's actually worse than Eldar at the beginning of 10th, because at least Eldar at the beginning of 10th was like, they're like the one bad thing that needed sorting out. But imagine the situation with Eldar at the beginning of 10th, but it's like it's like every faction, because every faction's solved. Yeah. You need to make the meme with the little white lady surrounded by the group of large African gentlemen with the metallets in their faces. That's actually brilliant. I'm going to do that right now. I wonder how this is going. There you go. I've got it. I want 8D. There we go. Behold, this is going to take all of my editing skills. 1 minute. All of my editing skills are in full overdrive right now. It's going to be Garda on the top, aren't they, to be fair? And then it's Tau. Watch this. There are 5 of these gentlemen involved. What would be good for the 5th faction? Maybe, do we think Custodes? They're a bit of a stat check, aren't they? Oh, shit me. What do we think, chat? Custodes? Yeah, I think Custodes is a good choice. I think they're the current just stat checky bullshit like vibes going on. I need to undo. Oh shit, no. Oh fuck. I fucked it! No! No! Bastard. Aha! There we go. Was it Tau? I think it was, wasn't it? What was it? Maybe? No, I don't think you need that bit. I want a bit of text. This is peak content, this is. All right. Behold the behold my technical skills, unrivaled in the sector. Maybe I need to change. I might change the text. New players starting Warhammer with the 11th edition starter box. There you go. I did have an orc face, but I thought about I just left it in the end. Yeah. I just left it in the end. It didn't look as good with the orc face on. But yeah. There you go. That's probably going to be a community post. But I'll edit the text before I put it out. There you go. That's good. That's the situation that awaits them. Oh my god. Alright, what do we got next? Nick the Salamander! Dude, thank you for your patience, man. Thank you for the support. I hope Warlord puts the T28 Super Heavy tank in K47. It probably doesn't make sense in bot action because they only made 2 and 1 burned down testing. But with the power of the Rift, the T28 can live. Dude, you can run the T28 right now. Just go over to the mouse rules for the Germans and just buy a T28 model and use the rules for that. And yes, it's a German unit. It doesn't matter. It's a super heavy unit with a big fucking gun. Dumb. You can literally go and use it. You just need to, like, play, agree it with your friends, and it'll be totally okay. It's not like you're making up a custom data sheet or anything. You just go, I'm just going to use that and put it in this army. There you go, man. It lives. The T28 lives, man. You just need to be brave enough to go forth and grasp it. There you are. Uncle Clumsy, thank you for the super chat, man. K47 Kit Bash discussion. This one is your fault. Oh, no. Mordian, in your faction focus axe video, you made a passing comment about imagining a Star Trooper commander riding in a humble Kubelwagen. Imagine no longer. Chopping out the back seat was a bitch, but I've had much worse over the years. So, firstly, I love the shoulder-mounted machine gun. That's very, very cool. That's very, very cool indeed. Love the paint job as well, but hey, he fits. That's actually brilliant. That's actually really good. Yeah. If he fits, he sits. Exactly. That's actually brilliant, Uncle Clumsy. 10 out of 10 conversion. Love that. Love that. The ride bars paperclip. Ah. Very clever. Yeah. I like that. Very, very clever indeed. That is like genuinely awesome though. And the paint job is excellent. Yeah. Just very well done all around. What do we got next? Jimmy Do It. Thank you for becoming a channel member, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Riley, Mordian, I picked up a USMC imagery box after all your bot action glazing. Please keep making your awesome content. I will be doing, sir. Don't worry. And guess what? In fact, I'll even be recording a couple of bot action battle reports because we've had a lot of K47 recently. But it's good to do a bit of the old bot action every now and again. So, yeah. In one of those games, I'll be running Germans versus Simon's British. In the other one, I'll probably run my Americans versus Simon's Italians. So, should be lots of fun all around. There you go. So, right, lots to look forward to. But, dude, glad you like the content, man. And I'm looking forward to hearing about your bolt action journey. There we are. I want to say a big thank you next to Anthony Williams. Thank you, Super Chat, man. The ultimate wallpaper and stream discussion. Also, you're now an honorary American. Your statement earlier that you don't do reactive moves, totally American. I don't fucking do reactive moves, man. The ultimate wallpaper. Nice. Hey, they look great, man. They look really, really good. I love the combination of Gross and the Specialist Medic. That's very nice, man. That's very, very cool indeed. It's a nice wide picture as well. Yeah, very good for a wallpaper. Excellent stuff, sir. Excellent stuff indeed. That's cool as fuck, mate. I love that, Anthony Williams. What is it when you say not doing activities American, it's because Americans just smooth brain, playing straightforward. I tell you what, it is funny. I've played how many games? About 14 games of Warhammer in America. And most people are very, very chill. But you do, I will say, I'm going to be honest. Sometimes American players can be easily tilted. Like, but I think it's probably I don't know. Some of you guys run hot. Like, yeah, some of you guys, like 90% of the players that I've played are absolute gents, completely above board, and extremely kind. But I would say about 10% of the games, like I say I can point in my mind 2 games in particular where I was like, wow, I've not had an experience like that in a long time. Reaver 102, dude, it's so much worse in the past in the States. Bro, it's so much worse everywhere, man. No, I genuinely, I don't even hold it against the Americans. Your country is like, it's massive. Just by sheer proportionality, and also by, in many ways, the dispersed nature of it, you are going to have just more, just not even like knobheads, just more like old mentality players, shall we say. And in the UK, they've almost been completely weeded out. Like the last time I encountered one was Beardy Brian, sorry, in Old World, you know. And that's the first time in years that I'd come across one. But yeah, no, but you're always occasionally going to get people that run a bit hot. Yeah. But I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that it has come on leaps and bounds in the US, just like it's come on leaps and bounds in the UK. Yeah, I have absolutely no doubt. But just like I said, just by sheer dint of scale, you know, there's a higher chance, higher likelihood you're gonna bump into someone that likes to use some of the old tricks, shall we say, of stamping their feet and gnashing their teeth to try and get their way. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Reva. I think here is the mentality. I remember in 5th, I took 3.5 Demon Hunters in 2 Land Raiders, and he was literally whining to me that this was a 40-year-old man about how cheesy it was. Yeah, no, totally get that. Yeah, totally get that. Reva 102. I've seen that. It's exactly what we were saying before about Fisher Fury. People getting so upset about it because it was someone like, oh, it's so cheesy. You brought one tactical squad and like with a missile launcher, thinking that would be your anti-tank. This is not on me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Irregular interest. US 40k culture is very self-serious. One of the things that drove me over to Bot Action. I've a bit. I do find, and to be clear, and I want to make this very clear at the beginning of the outset, because obviously it's very sensitive when you're talking, you know, I am not American, even though I am now technically an honorary American. I am not American, so it's extremely sensitive because you don't want someone from outside of your culture, like, appearing to be like peering in and criticizing. And so I want to make it abundantly clear that I'm not saying that this is better or worse in any way, shape, or form. There are different cultures all around the world. You know, like that's just the way it is. Like, and part of the joys of actually playing Warhammer internationally, and generally speaking, traveling internationally, which is, I think, something which is easy to do in Europe, of course. In America, you never really need to leave unless you want to. For like holidays and stuff, I mean. And even then, there's lots of different cultures within America. You know, it's not homogenous and all that. But you do get to sort of navigate the waters of different places and everything. So the Warhammer culture and in the UK is very similar. It's similar to that of the US, but it's a little different. In the UK, you very, very rarely come across a dickhead, and nowadays, back in the day, it was terrible. Back in the day, it was full of just the worst kind of nerd. We all know who I'm talking about. You know, the bitchers, the moaners, the whiners, the cheesers, the fucking slimy rat bastard people. The slime balls. The scumbags. You know, the ones that would bitch, moan, and whine whilst losing. But the moment that they could pull a trick or a gimmick or get one over you in the most dishonorable manner, they would strut about the place like a peacock, thinking they were the king of shit mountain. We all know the type. Just there are different kinds of nerd. They're the worst kind of nerd, right? Now, in the UK, pretty much all of those people have gone away. Now they've been pushed out. Like the last time I came across one was in Old World, and that was like the first time I came across it in a long time, and that was one and only. And what I would actually say is, when I played in the US, bear in mind I've played 4 tournaments in the US. I've never actually come across someone. I've only come across like one game that was like that. Well, and even then it was only one game that was like that. If I was to describe sort of US Warhammer culture from an outside perspective, is that you don't seem to have, those old fucking dickheads. Like, we don't really have them anymore. But sometimes when things go wrong, like, you guys are quite expressive about it. Like, people are like, take the hat off, like, run their hands with it, like, well, fine, kind of thing. Like, but it's more of a, like, they're quite expressive about, like, being vexed in the moment. But it's only really, like, in the moment. And, once the game's over, it's kind of like the game's over, like, kind of thing. But in the moment, there's definitely an expression of being just, being annoyed or upset or frustrated. And, but, I've never had someone refuse to shake my hand or anything like that. Whereas I think that in the UK, if something goes really badly in a Warhammer game, people go like, "That's not ideal," like that. That's it. Like that's it. Like, that's not ideal. Yeah. Oh man, could have done with making that save. Yeah, you could have done. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm fucked now. Yeah, I think you might be. Yeah. That's kind of how it is. And I think that's the difference. But I think that's just British people are quite reserved. Generally speaking, British people are quite reserved. So I think it's just simply a fundamental culture thing in many ways. Yeah. It's not a, and some people, and I will say I have seen it. Last time I was at Adepticon, I did see someone, not in one of my games, but one of the games that a couple of my friends were playing. It was the doubles event, and they went ballistic. And it'd been a long time since I'd seen like a proper tabletop table flip, going absolutely ballistic, calling you know, people, all sorts of words under the sun and all this kind of stuff. But that's never happened to me. Yeah. Even going, as a Yank, that is absolutely true. I've done it in the battle bunker with my friends, and they've done it as well. Yeah, I think you guys are just more expressive. Yeah, I think that's all it really comes down to. Yeah, like it's just as a general rule, I feel like Americans are more expressive than British people, or maybe even European people in some ways. Yeah. So here you go. That's my assessment. It's very, very similar, but you guys aren't afraid to visibly show your frustrations, whereas in the UK, people are much more less likely to express it. Yeah. You cannot be serious, man. Yeah. I will say one thing. Like, it definitely seems. I mean, to us, not really. I was going to say, like, some of your top players do take the game a lot more seriously, but I don't think that's actually true. I just think when I look at the events that I've seen your top players play in, I've only ever seen them play in super majors when they've been on like the top table or near the top table. So that's just, and that's actually just people playing in a high pressure environment. Actually, outside of, you know, it's this very, that's exactly the same in the UK. When you get to the top table, it's, all right, it's time to be serious. Yeah. Yeah, I think overall, but no, like I said, I want to make something clear. We're talking about like I said, two or three games where I've had someone be visibly like frustrated, but the other many games that I've played, like I said, I've been to like 4 tournaments in the US, is they've all been incredibly kind, incredibly down to earth, incredibly reasonable, nice people who have been very expressive on the other end of the spectrum, which has been, you know, in terms of like almost overwhelmingly kind. You know, like as a British person, we're quite reserved. So, you know, someone being like so nice, you're like, I don't know how to take it. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, like, oh man, that was a sick maneuver, bro. Like, you totally, like, you just rolled so good on those dice, man. It's just like, thank you. That's actually something that actually I went through at my first Adepticon. Yeah, exactly. Irregular interest. I really wonder how the painting side of the hobby compares to in the US and the UK. In the US, I feel like no one paints anything here. It's very interesting, irregular interest. This is the second time that I've heard this, and it surprises me greatly, because in the UK, it's, well, I can only speak, of course, in my own area. And some of the tournaments I've attended up and down the country on occasion, but not regularly. I can only say that everyone paints the models over here, especially for events. It's different. Interestingly, it's different with other game systems, but with Warhammer 40k, it's basically you're not allowed to turn up with unpainted models or unfinished models. Like, it's very poor etiquette. Yeah. Yeah, like, I can't remember the last time I turned up to a 40k tournament, even a local RTT with just local players, and everyone has everything painted, even if it's just 3 colors minimum. 3 colors and a bit of astro granite, finger scooped onto the base. It's painted. It is. it's a pride, and it's been like that. It's been that way for a goodly while now. Like, to the point where if you don't bring painted models, you'll probably, even at a local level, the TO will probably remove those models and be like, no. And you're losing 10 painting score for the rest of the tournament. Like, it's quite well enforced. That, again, in every super major I've been to, every major I've been to, and every GT I've been to, it has to be painted. RTTs, 95% of the ones I've been to, if not 99%. I can literally think of one instance where my opponent put 5 Wolf Scouts down against me, and I was like, I'm taking 10 points. I literally instantly said, I'm taking 10 points of you. And he went, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Even if your army is like, if it's like a bunch of eBay shit that's been like pulled together, it's got different basing, no one minds, but it should be painted. Yeah. So I find that very, very interesting that people in the US don't paint their models. Yeah. Yeah. That's very, but it used to, I mean, I feel like it used to be a little bit looser. But no, honestly, it wasn't, right? If I cast my mind back to the first tournaments I started going to in 6th edition, you had what was called soft score. So we don't really have that anymore, but we used to have hardcore, hard score, and soft score. And hard score was the actual points you won in the game. And soft score was used for like tiebreakers. There was always like a minimum requirement, but soft score was used for tiebreakers. And like, you only got, like, you had to still turn it with painted models. And you got bonus soft score for tiebreakers if you had very well painted models. So I remember like a lot of the tournaments that had basically like, is the army painted in a cohesive color scheme? Like, that was the minimum. Do you have an army painted in a cohesive color scheme? Like, but here's the thing: I didn't even like, if you had like different guard regiments working alongside each other, that was like fine. But like, is it painted like, or different orc tribes? That was fine. But it's like, is it all painted to a reasonably cohesive level? Yes. And then that was the minimum. And then you get extra points like, is there any freehand on the models? That would get you bonus points. Is there any transfers on the models? That would get you bonus points. Is there any like weathering? Have you done squad markings? And is there any trophies? Is there any personalization, customization, kit bashes? All of this stuff went into the soft score, and you could win if 2 players won all 5 games or 6 games at a GT, it would come down to the soft score, and the person who had the better soft score would win. I genuinely have seen 2 players. I've generally seen someone win a tournament because they had put more effort into painting their army. That's how it was literally, I think it was the old Northern Warlord events when they used to do it in the sports hall, because the sports hall with a big bar, so we used to drink a lot. And someone won it came down to 2 players, 2 5-0s. Both players had max score. So the TO would check the soft score, and one guy had basically done more customized, more kit bashes and more freehand on his models, so he won. That was a tournament winning thing. So and what was really cool about this is it meant that the people that wanted to win the events would turn up with the most pretty armies because it mattered. It actually, if you didn't put the effort in as someone who wanted to fucking win, you could miss out on the trophy that you'd gone to win. And it was This is 6th or 7th edition, so it was very, very competitive. Yeah, yeah, very, very competitive. Yeah. Yeah, so it's been like that, and that's been that was when I was playing when I was sort of in university, so from around the age of 18. So it's been like 15 years of basically. Yeah, there was one shop that used to not have a painting requirement, and they used to have a reward at the end of the tournament where you got a certificate for, like, it was called like Lord of the Grey or something like that. And whoever had like the worst painted army or the least painted army would get like a certificate. That's the only place in my entire Warhammer career which has like done that, and they've closed down. I think it's probably just coincidence, but yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's yeah. So we definitely have a lot more painting on in the UK. If you guys, like, I genuinely cannot tell you the last time I played against an unpainted army, or even saw someone playing with an unpainted army, especially not on a competitive level. Yeah. So that's a really, really interesting difference, irregular interest. Yeah. I feel like Bucket 001, I feel like over here in America, the reason why unpainted models are tolerated is because there's a fear of painting quality. I can't paint well, and I don't want to be embarrassed, so I won't. An unpainted army looks worse than a badly painted army, so. Yeah. Also, there's not really... You hit Bucket 001, people will always come up with 1,000 excuses for why they can't do something. But the reality is, unless they have some sort of disability, they have no excuse. Even a lack of time isn't an excuse. You had the time to build the models, so you had the time to paint the models. And I know you did, because building Warhammer models takes a long time these fucking days. So you can't even say, oh, I didn't have the time. You had the time to get a rattle can out. Yeah, see, Peter Hoodie, man, I actually respect you more for being honest. I don't paint models because I'm lazy. That's the only reason people don't. It's just, that's the only reason. Oh, I don't know how to paint well. There are literally a million YouTube videos on how to paint every single Warhammer model, even ones that aren't made anymore, to a decent standard. Just follow them. You can follow instructions. It's not hard. Oh, I don't have the time. Like I said, time to build, time to paint. There's like, unless you have a disability, you don't have an excuse. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and yeah, you've got speed paints and stuff now. It's such a piece of piss to paint models these days. It has never been easier. It has never been easier. Chris K, any good videos of painting jumper camouflage? Sonic Sledgehammer Studios. He has multiple videos on how to do it, and he's very good. I use some of his painting guides myself sometimes. I used his painting guide for my 8th Army, and I used his painting guide for my original US Paras Army. There you go. I'll play some models unpainted, but maybe a squad I'm working on. Never a full army or anything close. Yeah, I mean, everyone has their own standards, man. I just won't. Like, we all have our own personal code. I just won't paint. I just won't play. I won't paint. I just won't play with unpainted models. In a casual game, at a tournament, in any setting. Yeah. Like, that's just the standard I hold myself to. I don't care what... I don't not care, but I don't hold anyone else that standard. That's the standard I hold myself to. Yeah. The key to painting is to do it consistently. If you want some advice, the key is to consistently to get into a rhythm of it. It doesn't even need to be every day, although that's ideal. Even if you can just do 10 minutes, it's just I will be painting on these days. Like, yeah. Like just having a routine. Yeah. Honestly, I paint because no one else here does. I love to flex and mog my opponent. Exactly. Love that. That's the mentality to have. Because here's the thing. Bucket 001. If you paint your models and your opponents don't, it is undeniable that you have the higher ground. You always have the last word. You rightfully have the superiority complex over them. Did you lose the game? Doesn't matter. At least my army's painted. You can get really fucking petty with it. You can say like a half joke like, well, it doesn't count because your army's not painted, or my army's painted, and they'll be like, oh yeah, and they'll know at the back of their mind, God damn it, he's fucking right. He's fucking right. I've said this before. Shame is a powerful motivator. Caesar shamed his legions into fighting for him. You can shame your friends into painting their models. There you go. Yeah. Right. If someone got petty like that, I'd say, okay, Dick, fuck, let's go outside and see who's better. But Mad Larkin, now you just look like a massive bellend. If you're going to throw hands, if you're going to try and throw hands over being wrong, you just look more wrong. That's it. You just look more wrong. Don't paint your models. But Mad Larkin, they're not insulting you. They're telling you the truth. Is your army unpainted? Yes. How is that an insult? Do you know how before I was saying how sometimes you Americans go a bit hotter than us Brits? Exhibit A. That's the thing. You can, and Mad Larkin, even if you win the fight, you're still wrong. Here's the thing. Winning the fight doesn't make you right. You're still wrong. And your position will still be wrong. And no matter how much you beat that guy to shit, he still has the moral superiority over you. All you're doing by throwing hands and beating it is flexing how right he is, how wrong you are, and how insecure you are about it. That's it. That's it. That's it, man. You don't even realize it. There you go. I just can't make myself sit and paint for several hours more than once every few weeks. I mean, Patrick, age 90. I mean, you might just have ADHD, bro. You might just have ADHD. Yeah. It could be something as simple as that. Like I said, they insult me over it. They are wrong. Okay. Also, Mad Larkin. Also, I think it's quite important to understand. I feel like you've come in completely half way through the conversation. If you are going, again, I will just say this again. If you are going to throw hands over a little joke about, oh, you beat someone in a game, but it doesn't matter because their army's painted and yours isn't, you're in the wrong. You are unequivocally, inarguably, irredeemably in the wrong. It's just that simple. Doesn't matter if you can back it up. Doesn't matter if you can win the fight. Doesn't matter if you're the big un. Doesn't matter. You're in the wrong. Because your army's not painted. Your army's not painted, bro. It's that simple. Unless you, like, beat them with your fucking, like, fists, and then the blood on your fist, you then get your Warhammer models and, like, smear it on that counts. You know, that counts. Like, if that's your method of painting, right, like, stay there, get your models out, line them up, right, now come here, bang, 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 like, just the blood flying onto the models, bang, bang. That's fine, I'll accept that. Then you'll be in the right. If you can literally beat the paint onto your models, there you are. You're all right. Yeah. Then they'll count as painted, and then you'll regain the more high ground. Best painting idea. Yeah. All right. Anyway. Not using one's own blood as paint, using someone else's blood as paint. There you go. Is that where they get blood from the blood god from? It is indeed. Yeah. Where do they get 3 different shades of blood, lol? Blood, brains, bone. Done. There you are. All right. Don't get the world player's idea. I'm surprised we haven't seen someone, like, whittle a bunch of models out of, like, bone. Yeah. A little bit of piss acts as the wash. Primal speed paint. Oh, man. Yeah. And semen as the matte varnish. Stargate and paint does work. I can attest to it. Stargate and paint is the ultimate secret to hobby success. And it's on Netflix now. So you have no excuse not to unlock the true potential of the Stargate and paint. Yeah. Right, I haven't streamed for 6 hours. I actually did have a couple of topics I wanted to possibly talk about, but they could always wait until next week, I suppose. Unless you guys, I mean, we could go a little bit longer. Star Trek and paint also works as well, especially DS9. Yeah. DS9, like, just basically, what's the episode when the Odyssey gets kamikazed by the Jem'Hadar? From that episode onward, just repeat. But can't watch Star Trek anymore because Netflix fell out with Paramount, and now they took it off Netflix, and now I'm sad. Yeah. I'm vexed. Terribly vexed. It's Friday's ticket out just enough for me to finish basic. Well, I need a drink, so I could go and get a small drink and then talk about a couple of topics, which could be good for some stream highlights or something. And then we're probably Gucci. Yeah. I don't want to have multiple. I refuse to have multiple streaming services. I have Netflix. And like DVDs. Yeah. That's what I watch. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I don't pay for any streaming services but Netflix. Yeah, that's the only one I pay for. A bridge too far on a loop, just keep playing it. It's not a bad one. Yeah. All right. Let me grab a drink. And then we'll... I just want to... let's just go to bed. I mean, I have all my stream. I'm only doing one video a week going forward now. One video a week. Fucking hell. One video a day. For a little while there, we're doing 2 videos a day. But we're kind of on... we're back to 1 for now. But, yeah, maybe I'll just leave it and do it next week. That's crazy talk. What, like going to bed early, being sensible? Don't burn out, bro. 1 a day is fine. 1 a day is like, it's funny because like now I've been doing 2 a day for like 3 weeks. It's like 1 a day just feels like not enough. Yeah. I'm not really burned out. I'm just being a bit lazy. Like, here's the thing. I still have loads of stream highlights. But I probably still have, like, even after the ones that are making up, like, next week, I still have, like 10 left over that like 10 stream highlights I never got to use, like 10 bits of content that just went away because like they feel old and out of date now, like, and also they're very beefy, and I feel like I've turned the corner on the beef and I don't want to beef again. It's like 10 beef stream highlights, and it's like I'm trying to be better, you know. I don't actually want to become a beef channel. I mean, I can try and find out which ones they are if you want. And then you guys can decide whether you'd actually want to hear them or not. Let's have a look. Not that one. Not that one. Okay, so I've got one called Games Workshop is addicted to removing units from the game. One is the uncertainty and constant change of modern Warhammer reducing player creativity. One is Games Workshop literally Hitler. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Warhammer in card dealerships. What is going on? Can we all stop coping and just admit Warhammer 40k is not balanced? Are there too many miniature war games out there? Trench Crusade is over. New Combat Patrols are kind of okay, I guess. The big battle for Cadia features no Cadians. Paint your fucking models, you lazy, hobby-shy bastards. And Beef Alert, big drama at the Manchester GT Supermajor. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 beef videos. I have 11 beef videos. Bucket says, oh, please don't say that there are too many war games to make one. I was reacting to someone else who said there was. And I said, that's bollocks. You can never have too much choice. So don't worry, Bucket. I'm on your side. And that's actually legit. If that stream highlight ever sees the light of day, which it probably won't. But yeah. So it's like, you guys can have double videos every day for like the rest of the month if you want. Because I've got 2 more stream highlights out of today's stream. with the leak and the K47 one, and then I could do like 2 more right now, 2 or 3 more right now, because I've got yeah, 2 or 3. So you know, you could again, you could have like double videos, because like we talk about a lot of stuff. We cover a huge range and breadth of topics on this channel. So yeah, like you know, you can have, you know, plus also, so that's like 15 videos, and then I've got 2 battle reports as well. So that's like 17 videos. So I've got 17, literally, I've got 17 videos in the bank. But I'm just not using like 11 of them because I feel like they're beefy and people have sort of said they don't want any more beef. So the community voted for no more beef. So I delivered no more beef. That's it. I've been true to my word. So yeah. Yeah. I would like some sugar high hype train, baby. And that's it. Like we're giving, like that's it. That's it. Like I'm giving you guys want the hype, you're getting the hype. That's it. Because like, hey, be more like the honorary American you are. Say you lied. The community hates content. No, I think people just, you know, I think people were like, we don't want to become a beef channel. And I was like, that's fair. That's why I checked in with you guys. Yeah, I mean, I'll check the results of the poll. It was pretty conclusive, though. And like, I didn't want to become a beef channel as well, to be fair. 1,400 votes 6 days ago. 36% of people said more beef. And 64% of people said that's enough beef for now. Yeah. Yeah. Beef prices too high. Give me the sugar. Maybe a bonus beef video every week. Well, the thing is, like, they're going to go, the beef's going to go off. Eventually, the beef will go off. Yeah, right? So, like, that's it. K47 unit reviews. I do want to do more K47 unit reviews, but I want to play more games first. And I'm also waiting for the next. I'm kind of waiting to see 2 things. I'm waiting to see what they do to basic infantry, and I'm waiting to see what they do with Japan. Yeah, the Japan hotfix. Exactly. Bucket 001. I do think Trench Crusade is essentially a walking corpse now, though. If not, the hangers on will have an abandoned game pretty soon. I think the devs are going to give up. It's just this. If we get a second plastic kit, it'll be a miracle. Yeah. The only reason we have so much beef is everyone is doing nothing right now. That's an interesting. What? Syriade, you have piqued my curiosity. Expand. I think they are going to get sued. Oh, that's the Trench Crusade people. Yeah. I mean, people have been sued for less, right? Yeah. Commonwealth book should be good, Patrick H. Yeah. That's it, man. Like, I just, look, at the end of the day, I don't want to become a beef channel. And I feel like there are genuinely, I want to say something. They are all genuinely beef topics. But I'm willing to let the beef rest in peace if it's the right thing to do. Yeah. So yeah, the beef thing is people are digging up everything instead of playing, so the beef goes off the charts. That's a very good point, Siriade. Yeah. I 100% agree. And that's why I think, Siriade, I think that's why we're seeing other channels now get way more beefy than they ever would do in the past. Channels that are being openly critical of GW that never were in the past. Because, you know, a lot of people are just like, you know, when you stop, I will say this, when you stop playing 40k for a period of time and you look over at it, you're like, and then you try some other games and you look back at 40k, you're like, fuck, man. That's, you can't help but, you know, what you sort of, what was at the back of your mind comes to the front of your mind. But I will say this. Though. So yeah, look, basically, I completely agree with you. I think that absolutely people are looking at the beef now because they're no longer being... it's not that they're being distracted by playing the game, but because their attention was on playing the game, now it's not. Their attention is now on... Rather than just playing through the problems of the game, they want to see the problems fixed. Yeah. Yeah, I think you are very correct in your assessment there, sir. There's something I was going to say. I can't remember what it was now. It was a fairly salient point, but it might come back to me. Oh, yes, that was it. Sometimes taking a step back for a period of time, having a palate cleanser, can be the best thing you can do. I think it's funny. For a moment there, I was not right there. I mean, over the last few months. For a moment there, like many of us, I was worried about what my future relationship with Warhammer 40k would be like. Because the game is just, it's changed so much on so many different levels with like, you know, with like the lore and the rules and the balance and, you know, going back and playing the way it was and realizing how much better it was and all this kind of stuff. For a moment there, I was a little, like, I was worried. Like, am I still going to enjoy playing 40k? But after stepping away for a little bit and trying a few other little bits out, I started listening to a new audiobook, Cadian Blood by Aaron Dembski Bowden. Bowden, I think, yeah, ADB. And it's not the best Warhammer book. There's definitely a few cringe bits in it. I think it was his first book he did for Black Library. There's a few cringe bits in it. But generally speaking, and then I re-listened to Traitor General by Dan Abnett for Gaunt's Ghosts. And I realized that like 40k, and especially the Imperial Guard, it's just like, it's just really good. I think what I've come to kind of realize is that I've just kind of got to realize that Warhammer is still like pretty. It's still pretty good. It's still very good. It's still, you know, damn cool. I think what I've realized is that all the frustration. There's a lot of it feels like a lot of like frustrations and like baggage that come attached with the game. You know, maybe it might simply just be the fact that, look, this game is like fucking 40 years old, 40 or 50 years old at this point. I think 40 for 40k, 50 for Games Workshop in general. I think it's just like, yeah, I think there's just like 40. There's just 40 years attached to this thing. Like, it's been going a long fucking time. And one of the things that's, I don't know though, man, because I say that, but then I look over at Warhammer Old World, and that's been going for basically 40 years. Little break there in the middle, and that's still great. Yeah. I think there's just a lot of baggage that just comes associated with Games Workshop. I think that's all it is. Yeah, I think that's literally all it is. You have you just. I think that's why I think that's why I have fallen so in love with 4th edition, because it's playing Warhammer 40k without GW's involvement. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, it's not about age. It's just... And why do I like Old World so much? Because GW is barely fucking involved. And the one... like... The one major thing they did, introduce a new faction to the game, they fucked it up. Yeah, the less GW is involved in a game, the happier I am. I think that's my realization. The revelation! The 21st revelation! That's it. I've realized the less GW is involved in a game, the more I like it. Yeah. That's why I went so off Horus Heresy. Because GW got really involved with 3.0. Yeah. Yeah. GW starting at the government. Pretty much decided with it. Yeah. What do we got? We got a super chat going here. Ed Bailey, thank you for the support, man. Context for the hard 1K lists is the guy has been known to take a Catan shard for 1K games and said he won't not include one at 1K. I thought, right, Ed Bailey, you're sending me mixed signals, man. Because you said he was like a returning player. Like, how long has he been away? Like, a month? A week? Did he just miss last week's game night? Like, this motherfucker's the kind of guy that... I mean, I thought you would say it. My understanding when you say a returning player is like, oh, he's busted out his old metal Eldar from like 2nd and 3rd edition. That was my understanding of the situation. So he just hasn't played 10th edition. Oh yeah, he's barely... Dude, that's just called a sabbatical. I don't think he's... Okay. I mean... I'd still take the list that I suggested. I don't think the list I suggested is particularly weak. The list I suggested isn't particularly weak. It's just one that looks a bit less memey. Could always, Bailey, you could always take the patented Dream Crusher. The 1,000-point list, guaranteed to crush the dreams of any Eldar player. Which is... Lehman Russ execution. Lehman Russ tank commander. 2 other Lehman Russes, either vanquishers or executioners. I've left 50 points off at the end, so you can take whichever one you want. 3 squads of 20 Cadians. And a Castellan with a Loudhailer in Grizzled Company. There you go. That's the patented Dream Crusher right there. Yeah. Alright. 3 Russes and 60 infantry is one of the best guard lists you can run at 1,000 points. And the best bit is it just looks like a good list. It just looks like a guard list, so he can't even complain. Well, I'm running tanks and infantry, bro. What are you complaining about? Exactly. There you are, man. There you are. Oh, baby. So, yeah. Book 1, I play 40k. Really? What do you play? Harlequins. Oh, so you don't play 40k. I mean, Harlequins at 9th were pretty good. Harlequins at 9th were very, very, very powerful. All right, chat. I have a question. Right. You know what? I'm going to grab a drink, and I've got two topics to talk about. 2 or 3? I'm going to be here a bit longer, but I'm going to get a few more videos out of it, so should be win-win for everyone. All right. Ugh. I might just do one, but there's one thing. I had a thought that just occurred to me, and I'm curious to get your guys' take on it. So, I'm trying to think about how to frame it. So I had a thought go through my head just as we were chatting on stream. And I would love to get the perspective of those in chat right now and in the community. Because we've been talking a lot about beef recently. And this isn't going to be a beef video. But it is going to be like a cold, hard look kind of video. And what sort of just went through my head, what just popped into my head is, what is different this time? Because I do feel like there is this feeling in the air a little bit about 10th edition. What's different this time? What's sort of gone wrong this time? Because this is not my first end of an edition. I've, you know, in terms of playing Warhammer competitively, I saw the end of 6th to 7th, and that was, I mean, people weren't that bothered because 6 was only around for 2 years, and 7th was basically just 6.5. People were really fucked off at the end of 7th edition, though, to be fair. But putting all that to one side, because that's like a different epoch. We're talking 8th, 9th, and 10th, right? At the end of 8th edition, I'd played an ungodly amount of Warhammer. And I wasn't burned out. And when I say an ungodly amount, I feel like I might have played more 8th than I played 10th. I played that game every week without fail. And I was still making content, don't forget. I was making, 3 or 4 videos a week, part-time. I had a full-time job and everything as well. So it definitely, it's not like, Forza, well, it's your job now more than, it's definitely not that. Like, I can tell you categorically it's not that. But at the end of 8th, I wasn't, bothered. I was like, I could have played a bit more of 8th, actually. I could have played a bit more. I don't know about you guys, but I could have played a bit more of 8th. It still seemed to have a lot of life left in it. There was a bit of a foul up with the bloody Chaplain Dreadnoughts and Marine Codex 2.0, but otherwise, I think it was, I could have played a lot more 8th. In fact, so much so, I actually used to call 9th edition the edition nobody asked for, because I was really happy, I think 8th was good. And there was a lot of broken shit in 8th as well, like the Infinite Poxwalker Hyperloop. That was a legitimate thing. And the rule of 3 didn't exist. And the Cake Topper Dark Elf Ravenwing Swarm Army. So many broken things. So it wasn't a balanced thing. 8th actually did get some good balance about halfway through. But anyway. 9th was way less balanced than 10th. In some... 9th had incredible swings of balance. But it was basically the same as 10th. Because something broken would come along, then they'd smack it down. Something broken would come along, then they'd smack it down. Something broken would come along, then they'd smack it down. It's really just like 10th edition. 10th edition people are just more used to it now. But 9th edition, I remember when Skitarii, a veteran cohort, was dominating. And it didn't bother me when I played it. And I remember when Dark Elder, it's hard to believe now, but when Dark Elder were just ruthlessly unstoppable. The infamous Dark Elder, a hammer and a metaphor of nails kind of thing. And even playing into Harlequins. Even playing into Harlequins, man. I played Harlequins with those bloody melter pistols again and again and again. I still never got burned out. But I don't know, getting, there's something feels different at the end of 10th edition. And we've talked a lot of the different beef. GW's behaviors, but, GW's always been this way. They've always put the price up. Warhammer's always been more expensive, relatively speaking. Yeah, they're probably crossing a line, but fuck it, I haven't bought Warhammer in 40k in 3 years at this point. I committed. I made a video. I committed to it until they changed their tune. I will buy it again in the future if GW changes some things. But I've always leave the door open a little bit. But it's not that, like, so I'm just not sure like what it is. I played a lot of 10th edition. I really enjoyed 10th edition at the beginning. It did seem like a good reset at first. So yeah, in some ways, I'm kind of curious. Like I've spoken on this channel many times about my issues with the game, and I think it's just kind of boring and solved. And I think it sort of hit me like a wall. It hit me like a wall. I think that's what it was. Like, I just sort of hit this wall, and I was like... And I actually... Do you know what's kind of funny? I can actually pinpoint the exact moment when it happened. Manchester Super Major GT. Yeah, I came out of that GT and was just like... What the fuck is this? And I think what it was is the codex had dropped, and it just felt like nothing had changed. And that's when I started realizing like how solved everything was, and how shallow the game was, and how the balance was out of whack, and I could do. That's when I started seeing into the Matrix, into the future, and all that kind of stuff. So it's but I just kind of wonder, like, is that it? Is it just that simple? Is it just that simple that the game is just is simplified, not simple? Maybe Games Workshop told us the truth at the beginning, I know I've said simplified, not simple is the biggest lie everyone fell for, but weirdly, when I look back at it now, maybe they were right. Like, this is, the game is incredibly simplified, and yet it's not simple to play. Maybe that's it, man. Yeah. Maybe that's it. And maybe, yeah. I think maybe it's just, I think that perhaps the, just, I know I'm sort of speaking in fits and starts right now, but I think perhaps the big thing is just, I feel like I completed 10th edition a year ago, and I didn't really feel like putting more reps into a game that was already completely solved, and reps into a game that felt like there was nothing new to learn. I like learning new things. I like learning new things. And I feel like I completed... I think that's what it is, I think I completed 10th edition about a year ago. And I kept playing... it's only the last few months. Like, I've even played tournaments this... I've just not played casually. I've even played tournaments this year. But I feel like I've basically just been doing games for, like, the sake of it in some ways. And then, but then Grizzled Company came out. That was really good because it gave me something new to explore again. Yeah. So I think look, talking it through with you guys, I think it's just a case of what feels so different this time. Guys, I think this is it. And I'm going to go over your reasons as well. But I'd love you, give me your hot thoughts on this one. I think 10th edition, from a guard perspective and from many factions perspective, just got solved about like a year ago. And so because of that, it's kind of been like just waiting for the next edition. But if we look back at the end of 8th and the end of 9th, it felt like there was always something new to try out and explore. I think a big part of this came down to there were more units available. Think about all the Forge World stuff that guard used to have. So there were more units of it, like, oh, I'll try regular infantry. Oh, I'll try conscript spam. Oh, I'll try mechanized infantry. Oh, I'll try Leman Russes. You know, all this kind of stuff. So I feel like, do you know what the difference I think is? Do you know what I think the difference is? I've figured it out right now. The revelation, another revelation. At the end of 8th, I still had things I wanted to try out. At the end of 9th, because we got our guard codex so damn late, I had a lot of things I wanted to try. I'd only just started scratching the surface. I had a lot I wanted to try out. And so that's why I kept playing right up until the last day of the edition. I want to keep playing. With 10th edition, there's really not anything new that I want to try out. Like, I know what is good. I know what's fun. And I've tried every conceivable combo. Like, the only combo I've not tried is cavalry spam. That's the only one. And truth be told, I'm just not that bothered about trying it. Like, I'm not a horse guy. I'm a tank guy and I'm an infantry guy. But have I tried multiple different ways of running pure infantry? Everything from, like, pure elites, like just Scions of Kazakin pure elites, all the way up to running, like, pretty much the biggest horde you can. I've run 300 guardsmen, I've run 300 ship munchers, I've run 110 regular guys, and everything in between. Yeah. What about mechanized? Have I run Tauroxes? Yeah. I actually was calling Tauroxes good before everyone else was. Have I run regular mechanized? Yeah. Have I run traditional mechanized? Have I run new mechanized with mechanized company? Yeah. Run all of that. I've even run... I even ran Aircav. I ran bloody double Valkyrie in a few games. You know? I've tried every single armored combination there is. I've taken every single... I've taken Leman Russes. I've taken Rogel Dawns. I've taken Baneblades and every single Baneblade chassis I've taken in games and tried them out. I've played Pure Scions. I played Deep Dragon Scions, Mechanized Scions. Yeah. Literally, I even enjoyed playing Pure Krieg. 6 squads of Kriegers, maximum artillery, boom. I even got, damn Legion's right. I even ran a Titan 2 times. I took a Titan to a tournament 2 times. God damn it, guys. I took triple Death Strike to a tournament. Like, it's not like I even tried it in, like, one game. We're talking to a tournament. I think that's what... I think that's what it is. I've... You know, about 2 years into the game, a year and a half into the game, I just tried it all. I tried it all, and I think Siriade made a good point here. I tried it all with my index, and then
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
there was nothing to try for the codex. I mean, I still tried every detachment once. I ran every detachment at least once, and in battle reports as well. Yeah. I think so. And then there was, I tried different armies as well. Remember, I was running my Tyranids hard for a good bit. Took the Ending Swarm to a couple of events. That was great. To an RTT and to a GT. Ran Tau a couple of times as well. Even ran my firstborn. Loved that. Ran my Black Templars a couple of times. Expanded massively in different armies. Yeah, I mean, I think what it was is just, it's not burnout. It's just being able to, like, you play a game, you get an assessment of a unit and of a situation, either what you've encountered, or what you've played yourself, and you get it like that. And I think that's one of the things that's made me go so towards other games like Old World and Bot Action and Konflikt 47, because, you know, one of the things I say, I know this is not a Konflikt video, but it's a good reference point for this point I'm trying to make, is in Konflikt, I don't know what the fuck's going on. And that's exciting. Like, I play against, like, here's a good example. If I play against Death Guard and I encounter Poxwalkers, it's very easy to understand how to beat Poxwalkers. And it's very easy to understand what my opponent's going to do with those Poxwalkers. They're going to take 3 10-man squads or so, infiltrate them into the middle of the board on various objectives, and that's going to be the first thing I'm going to have to deal with. And because Poxwalkers are basically like T4, T5 infantry, whatever it might be, I understand, okay, this is what I need to roll to hit and to wound and to clear them out. Very, very simple. If I encounter Totem, and like, I figured out Poxwalkers. I don't play Poxwalkers very often, by the way. I played them, after the first game I played them, I completely got the measure of them. I played Totem Core in K47. I'm still 6 months on. Many games against them, many games with them. Still figuring out the best ways of using them, and of using, abusing, and being abused by them, and how to beat them. Like, do you infiltrate them forward? Okay, well, the advantage of that is they're in the enemy's face. Disadvantage is that they're not going to have the extra rift dice for the extra respawns. Do you put them in a meat wagon, in a truck? Okay, well, which transport are you going to go for? Because the truck is cheaper and faster. The half track is more expensive, but much more durable. What kind of officer am I going to put with them? All this kind of stuff. Do I take into account first wave? The terrain's different every time I play. All this kind of stuff. So yeah, it just I think that's what it comes down to. In 40k, you take a look at a unit and you can very quickly discern what it can do. In Konflikt 47, I've just briefly, very vaguely touched upon a few little bits there, but there's so much that you can do with a simple unit of zombies. A simple unit of zombies. So many pros and cons, so many tactical decisions to be made in the blink of an eye. Snap decisions to be made. And I'm 6 months in, and they're about to get a new detachment, or, well, platoon. Yeah. So, I think that's all it really comes down to. Like, it's not a... I think in some ways, and this might come across slightly controversially, but I think in some ways I have been maybe slightly harsh on 10th edition. Maybe I've been a little harsh on the old girl, you know? I really enjoyed the first 18 months. I thought it, honestly, go back. I always say go back and check the receipts. Well, instead of going back a year, go back 2 years. I was there championing it. I've been there saying I think 10th edition is the best edition of 40k that we've had in a long time. You know, I was there, guys. And I think two things can be true. I think early 10th edition was amazing. And I think late 10th edition has been weaker. I think part of that is GW. I mean, look at the two different Grotmases, right? Look at the different Grotmases. Look at the different Grotmas boxes. I mean, that part of it's what's going on from GW's end and stuff. But I think part of it is just, you know, when there was still more to discover. You know, when there was still more to discover, the excitement was there. I'm an explorer. I'm an explorer of wargaming. Like, when there was more to discover, when there was more lands to be charted, when there was more flags to be planted. Have you got a flag? All that kind of stuff. I was deep in the source of 10th, and I loved it. And I have many fond memories. I traveled to Adepticon, and I played Met Guard. And I fought side by side. You know, I developed, to this day, I still refer to the Hatton Protocol, which was something that me and Chris Hatton came up with when we were playing Adepticon doubles together. It was amazing. So I have many, many fond memories of 10th edition and some fun, you know, whilst we were exploring and lessons were being learned and all. I think when the age of discovery of 10th was there, I think it was phenomenal. I think what's really happened is, as the sort of last codexes fell into place, it's kind of been like GG. Like, it's been so long. It's been good night. Yeah. And I think that probably is, you know, because codexes were codex sleep, not codex creep. And I think there was an element of the addition of loss. I mean, Guard didn't lose one index, we lost 3. And the codex we got, we lost units in that codex. So we lost 3 index. We basically lost 2.5 indexes overall, I'd say. Because we, you know, kept some units from our index itself, right? And we lost all those units. No new place. There was no new play styles. And then when those, and then when you've lost 2.5 thirds, 3/5. When you've lost 3/5 of your units, and then the ones that remain, there are very clear good ones and bad ones. So that cuts the list down even further. And then when your index attachment is still the most powerful one, it's just, you know, the combined down is still the most powerful one. And then the nerfs come in early on, and no buffs come in. Like, think about Guard, nerf. Guard have been, until Grizzle Company, Guard has been nerfed. So it wasn't like GW like nerfed Bridgehead, but then buffed Siege. Because that would have made it interesting. Okay, well, that thing's been explored now, but it's done. But Siege is here now, so let's explore that thing. I think it's... I think that's what it just comes down to. I just feel like everything that could be explored was explored. And every new thing that came out in the second half of 10th edition didn't massively move the needle in any unexpected ways. I'm not saying nothing changed, but like, oh, Imperial Knights, so Knight Codex comes out. Oh, Imperial Knights are doing really good now. Okay. So, got to make sure I've got enough firepower to kill one knight a turn. No change there. Oh, Death Guard are doing really good now. Oh, they can do these charges with these Death Shroud from like really close. Okay, guess just got to be absolutely on my screening game. Oh, these Victrix, yeah, just Victrix were never really a problem for Guard because of the amount of plasma we can bring. Yeah, that never really bothered us. A lot of damage 3 never really bothered us as well. Yeah. Catan, we can, that they were quickly solved for the guard. Vanquishers and OC, no problems. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it just came down to the fact that all of the land was explored, all of the conundrums were solved, and anything new that came out didn't move the needle on anything interesting. And also, actually, one last point, I don't really care what happens to other factions. I care about my faction. I care about the guard. And so when it was like, oh, it's just more combined arms, and there was nothing like to bring the other detachments up, like siege or mechanized or anything like that, or the units that were struggling to bring them up, it just felt like GW kind of gave up on guard. This is just what you run. Oh, fine, Lord Solder can order Baneblades again. And yeah, that's it. I think all the territory was explored. I think that's literally what it came down to. And that's the difference between the end of this edition and the end of other editions. In other editions, there was still more things to discover. And in this edition, there's nothing new to discover. And I think that's not just what's hit me, but I suspect that's kind of what's hit everyone in the last 6 months with the last 2 balance patches. People were waiting for the Catan situation to be resolved. And they were waiting for the Victrix situation to be solved, and it didn't happen. Yeah. Let's see what people are saying in chat. Let's see what people are saying. Because I think there's some good points that have been made here. So, Uncle Clumsy. To me, it's not just that I found 10th terribly tedious, but it's the ideological trajectory and corpo scummy things GW has done. It's what sound me more this time than any other. Also, knowledge going forward to 2-year cycle, that is supreme horseshit to me, and I reject it. The 2-year cycle is a strong rumor, but it's not confirmed. Again, the corp GW's always been kind of corpo, but I guess they have ramped it up. Yeah. Richard Patterson, it's just not fun. It feels like a really complicated version of chess. It could be rewarding to play, but me and my friends just found we were not having fun anymore. And that's a very good point, Richard. Yeah. That it's like a light bulb moment. Last tournament I went to, I don't think I really found any of the games fun. And that's nothing to do with my opponents. My opponents were all lovely. Yeah, but I don't think I found a single game fun. Yeah, I don't want simpler. The tagline for 11 should be, we're putting fun back in the game. Yeah. Bucket001, the focus of the company that makes this war game is not on making the war game, it's on making media and getting people to watch cartoons and influencers. The game summarily will suffer. That's a point. GW's focus shifting. To the Romans, did you feel like you could express yourself and achieve at least moderate success? Is that the same today? I still feel like you can. No. So I still feel like you can express yourself and receive and be, be moderately successful. I just think there's less ways to express yourself now. Like it's a low hanging fruit example, but conscripts. You can't run a proper guard infantry horde without conscripts, and until they come back, you never will be able to. So yeah, do you know what the difference is? Your armor is not always competitive, forcing you to change factions or take a break. Yeah. I think I've never had to take so many breaks and so many palette cleansers like I did in 10th. Viggo the Butch, there's the smallest population of veterans around. Most of us walked away already. The hobby has decreased the lowest levels ever seen. You are right. There's a lot of veterans walking away. There is. Jenny Bratz, my moment was after my last game of 40k that I hadn't. My moment was after my last game of 40k, I hadn't had a game in 4 months and didn't notice. That's because you were playing Konflikt. How much effort it takes to stay cut in 4K is just the most demanding to have been. Game change every other week. See, the funny thing is, like, That's actually too. It's funny. People complain about how the game constantly changes, but I actually don't think the game changes at all. I think things just get nuked. But weirdly, it's for me to me the game has the perception of changing too much, but it actually doesn't change very much at all. Bucket says, "Oh, this could be attributed to its growth in popularity. Same thing happened with video games. Used to be you got info on how to play a game for friends. Now there are a billion walkthrough videos online." Yeah, I never watched those. I literally never watch walkthrough videos. I always, because I want to learn the game for myself. I hate spoilers on it, yeah. Your best list was your index. You want something different and nothing else was as good. Perfect point, sorry, yeah. Regular interest. The Krieg units being nerfed or competitive relevant, but a massive damper on the faction. There simply isn't anything new to be excited over aside from Grizzled. And all Grizzled... and the funny thing is, here's the thing. We always go on about Grizzled this, Grizzled that. But did Grizzled actually really change anything? Or have Guard players been spamming Bulgrin and Rogel Dawns periodically throughout all of 10th edition? Bulgrin and Rogel Dawn spam is nothing new. It just got better in Grizzled Company. Michael JJ, what's wild is the amount of changes every faction's gone through. It all been solved within 1 to 2 weeks. Tell me I'm wrong, but 10th edition has been the edition of the most change. It's been the edition of the most change, and yet at the same time, out of all of the churn, everything basically, yeah, it's been the edition of most change, but it's been like eating junk food. Not sustainable. Not sustaining. Doesn't sustain you. Yeah. Bucket01. I mean, I guarantee you that everyone nowadays pulls up an All-Spec Tactics video and just runs what he says, and then GW adjusts to that. Then the next All-Spec Tactics video, maybe a little bit. He is a bit of a robot. Yeah. Oh, Glubsy. I can say on that front, I have found making armor lists in K47 more engaging, more enjoyable than 40k has made me feel in about 15 to 20 years. Oh, dude, 100%. I will spend hours poring over a conflict list trying to get it right to the minutiae, and I love it. And I keep bumping into barriers, and I keep being like, oh, I really wish I could just take like 2 more basic infantry squads. And I'm like, I just got to figure it out. Yeah. Yeah. Uncle, no, you haven't been harsh. I've been harsh on it, and I don't apologize. But Karl, here's the problem, though. GW puts their bar so damn high that expectations of them and their games must be set higher, and they'd be lambasted when they fail to meet it. I think the bar for GW is... it's very high and also weirdly low. It's high as in, GW, things are broken, you should fix them. But it's low as in, GW, for the love of fucking God, why is Dreer still 100 points? Two things are right at the same time. They are expected to fix the worst things, but they don't ever seem to put the effort in on the bad things. Yeah. Bucket 001. I'm glad you have that with K47. The way you keep it that way is do not talk about unit stats. So long as all the videos talk only about the lore, the community discovery will stay local and novel. I mean, that's a very good point. But I like doing unit reviews and like battle reports and stuff. But yeah, I know what you mean. I'm sorry, 10th. You're not the game I fell in love with anymore. I mean, a little bit of that, Jenny. You're right. Yeah. The only way to get that new building feeling, the only way to get that new building / figuring out feel is to have multiple armies, and that's true. But then each army only has like one viable build, so that's not even true, because I'm gonna go on collective units. Okay, this is the one way to play them competitively. Oh, okay. Yeah. Irregular interest. In my opinion, terrain has killed current 40k, but actually K47 feel alive and unpredictable because the terrain changes and the way units function in such a dynamic way. I think that's a hugely important point. Because people will say, but Mordian, how come playing a game like 4th edition, which literally hasn't changed in decades, feels more interesting and dynamic and fresh than playing 10th edition, which goes under changes every few weeks? And it's like, because every battlefield is different. Why? Oh, God, that's such a mind-blowing point. Another revelation! Another revelation! How come back in the day you would have like your little army, like your army never really changed. You had your 1500 points, maybe you swapped it in and out a little bit, but you had but your army never felt boring. The games never felt boring, even if you played like every week, because every time you set the terrain up, it would be different. Oh, I'm gonna chuck some trees down here. People were building their own terrain, bringing it to the club, all that kind of stuff. So even though your army stayed the same, the table was different. And so you had to figure out how you were going to navigate the terrain, tactically speaking, to get victory. Yeah. Standardized terrain. The whole game is built around standardized terrain. Which was, oh, but how come, but you've, and the reason, the whole game is built around standardized terrain. That's the difference. Another revelation. That's the difference. So back in the day, 8th edition, 9th edition, not even that long ago, when you played casually, the boards were set up, like look at 8th edition, like boards, for example, were set up immersively. But when you went to a tournament, you would have like ITC terrain that's coming in towards the end. And that was novel. It's like, okay, well, it's novel that I'm playing on it at the tournament. And when I play at home and with friends at the club, we just play on whatever. So that feels different every time. And now all you do is play on the same boards. And all you do is the same missions every time. That's why, no matter, oh my God, that's why. Oh, it's all coming together. The revelation upon revelation. That's why it feels solved. That's why it feels solved. It's not the granular points. Guys, it's not the granular points. It's not the detachments. Think about it. In 8th edition, you always knew what the best loadout was. Like, oh, you either go big or go home, melter guns or lance cannons, or you go autocannons or grenade launchers, or you go bare bones. Everyone knew what the best loadouts were. They took them every time. Oh, you're better off with this weapon on your Chimera versus this weapon. Oh, you're better having this version of the Lemurus versus this version of the Lemurus. Everyone knew what the best bits were, and everyone took the best options that they could, with their collections they had available. But the difference was the reason why the game is so solved now is because how can you solve something in 1 to 2 weeks? Because the missions never change and the terrain never changes. So what is good and what is bad is all being compared to the same thing. It's being plugged into the same machine. How good is it at standing on circles? How good is it doing secondaries? How good is it on the terrain? That's it. And player place terrain isn't the answer. But the problem is that standardized terrain, the game now only functions with standardized terrain. Before, the game functioned, again, using 8th edition as an example, the game functioned both with standardized terrain and without standardized terrain. So you could play your immersive games in 8th and use whatever terrain you had at home, and it worked, and it was great. And the list that you built to play on that terrain would be different every time because you didn't know what board you were going to be playing on. And then when you went to a tournament, you're like, "Oh, this is cool. I'm playing on set terrain." You needed sets. The problem is the standardized terrain coming into the casual scene. That's it. That's why, because everything is being plugged into the same formula, the same machine, the same system, every single game. That's what it is. And the problem is, the game doesn't work without this. You can't just say, "Well, go and set up your own terrain then." The game doesn't work. People get blown off the board in 2 seconds. You can't just say, "Play whatever missions you want." The game doesn't work. Guys, I've literally done this. I tried doing those games. Remember, I tried doing it. And Simon and I, after 2 games, we couldn't do it again. We had to just we were trying to pull these levers into place, and it just wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. We were fighting the system at every point where we just basically went, "Fuck this, we'll just go and play bot action instead." It's just the game doesn't function with it. And that's why Crusade always falls apart so quickly. Because the game isn't designed for Crusade. Because you're using the same units. You're using the same units as you do in competitive in Crusade. And those units are designed for the competitive scene and designed with standardized terrain in mind. Not. And you know they're designed that way because GW released standardized terrain as the core part of 10th edition at the beginning of this edition. That's what it is, boys. Because every mission is the same, because every board is the same, what is best, every army gets plugged into that machine, has to fit the same criteria, and therefore it requires the same inputs to get the required outputs. And another revelation. What's one of the biggest complaints about 10th edition? Every army feels the same. How? How can every army feel the same? It's not that every army feels the same. It's that every army is required to put the same inputs to the machine to get the outputs that they want. That's what it is. Every army needs to have the same inputs. That's why so many units get left to the wayside. That's why so many armies end up looking the same. That's why people say the internal balance is so bad. It's obviously a huge part of that is points as well. The 55th, well, I think it's the 25th revelation, Squid Fist, but fuck it, we'll add 20, we'll add 30 on. The 55th revelation. That's it. Oh my god. My god. It's been a little while since we had a chain revelation event. The chain revelation event, man. Nah, dude, honestly, I was looking at a few posts about why we don't have our range regiments anymore, and it's like, well, there are people literally saying it's like, well, no one else has multiple options. Here's the thing. You can go back to previous editions where we didn't have, like, the range of regiments anymore. Like, I loved 5th edition, and I still, as crazy as it sounds, I still enjoyed playing Guard in 6th and 7th edition, even though it was really unbalanced. But I love those games because, and I didn't, you didn't get to pick your regiment in 5th, and everyone loves 5th edition. Yeah. And 6th edition was kind of, 6th and 7th were kind of shitty, but you didn't get to pick your regiment back then, but you still, even if you got your ass, yeah, but I'm not even going to use, no, 6th and 7th edition, I'm not even going to defend them, they were shite. But, yeah. Every army must operate within the same conditions. This removes any faction identity. Orcs can't be orcs, Marines can't be Marines, Elder can't be Elder. No one can be themselves. This is it, we've got it, man. Cosmic, you say the same thing. Dude, no, this is new, man. Honestly, I've not even been sniffing the strange smelling glue. I don't even know where it is anymore. I think I threw it away. Oh no, here it is. I've not even been sniffing Mr. Cement. I promise, bro. 40k is fundamentally a single game. One victory is played on one type of terrain system. We've all played the same game over again for years. That's it. The Soviet mind control. The next person's house opened a window. Replaced it with water. It is pretty watery though, if you look. God. Every time I feel like I'd cracked the case on 10th edition, I find another layer, another twist, another cul-de-sac. Not on the game itself, but on what's gone wrong with the game. And so, now let's turn this in a different direction. And Cosmic, I think you'll like this one. K47. Oh, I'm going there. I'm going there. Old world as well, but we'll stick with K47. When I get into K47, when I'm playing K47, the terrain is different every single time. Better for worse, balanced or unbalanced, it's different every single time. There are 11 missions to pick from in the core book. None of them are the same. It's not variations of standing on circles. None of them are the same. You've got one for killing, one for capturing a middle objective and running off the board with it. One where one person starts in the middle surrounded by the person coming in. It's different every time. And I don't know what mission I'm going to play on. So I have to build a list. So I want to keep trying different lists because I don't know what mission I'm going to play. It's like, oh, well, I don't know what the inputs are. I don't know what the inputs to the machine are. So that means that rather than focusing on, okay, well, I need to make sure I'm building a list for this terrain and these people stand on circle. It's like, I can just take what, I don't need to do, it's the inputs to the machine are different every time, which means that I get to keep trying different inputs. And we're not even talked about like core, it's not even about core rules. It's not even about like Math Hammer or Tactics, because all of that shit's existed in the time. All of that shit existed in its time. We've had Math Hammer forever. We've had Rules Lawyers forever. We've had Rules as Written versus Rules Intended forever. We've had all of that. That doesn't what separates what's different between what was different with 40k and what's different about K47 now. Or it just is basically the reason why it's got solved so quickly is that required inputs are exactly the same from every army, and no one can feel like themselves. Like if you want to throw down Green Tide in, if you want to throw down Green Tide on 40k boards, whilst you know someone did mad good with it recently because of Mad Bastard, but I love him. But who, you know, I heard the rumor that basically someone went 4-0 or 5-0 with 4-1 or 5-0 with Green Tide, but it doesn't work. Why? Oh well, it's not good at the mission. Oh well, I want to run 120 Black Templars, okay? But if you have to do an action for a secondary, that's going to take an entire 20-man brick out. So instead of doing that, you now need to either do that and it's just shit, and you know, it's just inefficient, or you end up having to take one of those 20 bricks out to take some utility units, which then is water. Then what you've done is you've compromised your vision for the army because you're trying to get the right inputs from the machine. That's it, man. That's it. The machine. That's why it feels. Yeah. That's why every army feels the same. Because everyone has to put the same inputs, and that's why everyone, you know, that's why army lists don't look like armies anymore, because people aren't built. Oh my god, it's all coming together again, and it's like a chain. It's like a chain revelation. Why don't armies look like armies? Because now, rather than building an army because you don't know what mission you're going to play and what terrain you're going to end up on, so you just build the army that you have the vision for because that's the primary thing driving you. Now, people don't build armies to look like armies. They build armies which are good at putting the inputs into the machine. Another conundrum solved. Konflikt, fuck off. Like, you know, we talked about we've said why armies don't like armies and why that's a bad thing before, but we haven't got to this point where we're explaining why they don't look like armies. It's the why, Cosmic. Open your mind, Cosmic. It's the why. It's not the what, it's the why. We are getting to the why, not the what. We know what the what is. Now we're understanding the why. I will take this worm and I will throw it away. Don't think. I'll do it. I'm holding him hostage. I'm holding him hostage. I'm holding your worm hostage, Cosmic. There you are. I'll put you in the jar. I'll put you in the jar. Be cool, man. Be cool. Right.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
I think that's it, boys. I think we have truly, finally worked it out. And now we get to the final point, and it's just popped in my head from the rift. And that's why anyone who's played any amount of 10th edition over the last 2-3 years is not excited for 10.5 edition. That's why we all, even though we complain about the game changing too much, that is why we want 11th edition to be so different. Because we've all put these inputs into the machine for 2 to 3 years now. And we want, and we know what that is. And we want to explore new ground. And that's it. That's it. Solve Y. Solve for Y, solve for X, solve for Z. You know what that equals, Tim. That's math, is how you find the axis. Yeah. And that's what it is. That's why people were so fucked off about the Catan thing, because it was more of the same. And that's why people have started to get worried about 11th edition being 10.5 edition, because they're like, we want to be able to do something new and interesting. That's it. Mordian, tell me how we synergize this and what color and we'll have to circle back around to that and touch base in a dynamic meeting in 2 weeks' time. Put a date in my calendar. I think that's it, boys. And I have to say, my mind has been expanded. I didn't think it could be expanded any further. But I think that's it for now. That's it.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile
Turn around,
infantry
but
made me
Morden,
the
how
man
does
I
the
am
terrain
today.
discussion bring about the Super Bazooka reroll? Cosmic's on charge of that. So we'll circle back around, talk to Cosmic in a dynamic, synergistic meeting 2 weeks from now. Put a date in my calendar. Yeah. All right. We've got some super chats here. Michael, thank you for the 14 months, man. Xbox, baby. Give us Mordians back in 11th edition GW. It needs a big fucking reset. It needs a big reset. I think so. Yeah. We need all the old guard regiments back. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. I enjoyed 10th edition. Also videos discussion for you, Timmy boy. Cosmic, no, Cosmic. I really enjoyed 10th edition. I see this. I really enjoyed 10th edition. And this wasn't a beef video. There was no beef here. It was just a final revelation. Let's have a look.
What do you call me? Sarge. You didn't. You called me Sarge. Sarge? Bloody Sarge! Let me tell you one thing, Butler. There are only 2 sergeants in this man's army, and one is a massage, and the other's a bloody sausage. And if you massage the sausage, you are calling me a wanker. It's Sant. S-A-R-N-T. Short for sergeant. Don't ever call a senior NCO a wanker.
That's brilliant. Yeah, I think it is Sant in... I'm not sure if it's different in different militaries, but yeah, it's Sant. I think it is Sant in the UK. Or British Army.
You're serious.
Love it, little Nicky. Yeah, love it. Cosmic, I don't need a pineapple, or a banana. There is no beef. I am perfectly salient. Yeah. Argon Hank, thank you for super chat. I collect Iron Warriors Dark Elder 40k. Curious which one you think is cooler. Trying to get a sense of your taste. Thanks to stream. I probably... I kind of like Iron Warriors. I like both, honestly. I like both. Probably prefer Iron Warriors. Dark Elder might sound, I don't know, yeah, I think, yeah, both are very cool. One of my favorite scenes in any Warhammer book is the first last chances when the troop ship gets boarded by the Dark Elder and they have to fight them, ship to ship, or boarding actions rather, with like shotguns and shit, and it's really cool. So I really do like Dark Elder. I think they're really cool, but like I said, probably it's so close. I like both. I can't actually pick. Every time I think I'm going to pick one, I pick the other. Yeah, I'm going to say Iron Warriors, and I'm going to tell you why. There's a very, very, very good portrayal of the Iron Warriors in the... I think it's Cult of the Spiral Dawn book by Peter Feverari, but it might be the other one that he did. He did 2 Gene Cynical books, I think. Was it Peter Feverari did him? Anyway, but yeah, and there's a very, very... it's meant to be about Gene Stealers versus Sister Battle, and the Iron Warriors turn up halfway through, a single squad of them, and they just utterly steal the show, and it's probably the best portrayal of Chaos Space Marines I've ever seen. The author really gets them, and the author does a very, very good job of showing the difference between a normal human in power armor, aka Sister Battle, and a Space Marine, and how they are definitely... They might both have bolters and they might both have power armor, but one is very different to the other. Yeah. Tiki, Banzai! Thank you for the gifted membership, man. 07, you magnificent bastard. And thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new Banzai Warriors. And thank you for the super chat. Banzai! So did I miss anything tonight? Start a crusade. I finally figured out why 10th edition is so samey. It was actually a big revelation. It was actually a big revelation. It was a big deal. So, yeah. I think we finally solved the beef. I'm not even sure if I'm going to make a stream highlight of that, you know. I was a bit tired, a bit stuttery. But I might make a pre-recorded one out of it. But yeah, I have a look. I'll go back and rewatch it, and maybe we can trim the dead air out. But it was a big revelation, and I think it was the final revelation. I think, guys, Tiki, I think we just had the final beef of 10th. I think we just had the final beef of 10th. And now, I know we've heard that one before. No. Now all future beef is with 11th. We still have beef. But yeah. I'm going to miss the Morty Mobile and the Flare and the Spider Walker. Konflikt, why do you presume I'm not going to use those models in any capacity in future games? Yeah. Shoot it next week with you next week on the guard. Yeah. No, I think it's... I'm looking forward to 11th now. I can use them in 4th, Cosmic. Cosmic, there's... Dude, I can literally take the officer on the Morty-mobile and use the Morty-mobile as, like... I could give him a bunch of war gear to represent the Morty-mobile. Trademark item, the Morty-mobile. To represent the extra toughness. Bionics, carapace armor, and refractor shield. Bro, even if I only used him in 3rd or 4th, I could still represent the Morty-mobile. So, there you are. But even then, look, guys, I'm now looking forward to 11th edition. Of the Flare? Bro, if I can't use the Flare as a fucking demon prince, then what am I even on, man? He's obviously a big demon prince. Yeah. I'm dreading 11th. Whoa, Mad Larkin. I always thought you were less of a beefer than me. Sounds like Mad Larkin, you got some mad beefs here, bro. But in a good way. I'm dreading 11th, just based on what we've seen from AOS 4th edition and Horseheads 3.0. I get it, man. I get it. I think we're all a little worried. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm actually like, I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. Because, I don't know, like, I just got to feel... Not because I want it to fail. I'm looking forward to it because I'm just curious to see what happens now. Like, I'm really like, I wonder what'll happen. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like, I'm not, yeah, like, I know what you mean. Like, on the one hand, I know what you mean. And I'm right there with you. But on the other hand, I'm kind of like, I wonder what they've done with it. Have they learned from Heresy 3.0? Have they learned from AOS 4.0? Because both those games came out after 10th edition, right? And they've had time to see those games and see the reaction to them. Mad Larkin, it's genuinely not about the content farming. I know what you mean, but it's genuinely not about that. It's like, I'm really curious to see what they've done on it. And you know how lackluster the end of 10th edition has been? I wonder if that's because they're like, fuck! And they're like having to put every hand on the tiller, all hands on deck for 11 because they're like, we got some rewrites! Go, 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 go! That might be it, actually. They're like, we haven't got any time. Just put the katana at 10 points each. We got bigger fish to fry. This fucking thing's out in like 3 months. Oh, man. I wonder. Who knows? They do like additional 2 ahead, don't they? Fuck no. And that's all rumors and bullshit. Yeah. Oh, God, Macon, don't. Come the first article about 11th. We've tried to not change much at all. It should feel just like the 40k you know and love. I'd just be like, give me the gun. No. See, the first articles, I don't know exactly which one it'll be. I can guarantee you what they're going to say. They're going to say, there's too many rerolls in the game. We fixed it. And then immediately reveal a rule that has lots of rerolls involved. That's what they'll do. Yeah. The first thing we'll talk about rerolls. It will do. And lethality. It'll talk about rerolls. It'll talk about lethality. That's and how they're going to fix both those problems. That's what they'll talk about. Yeah. Right. Anyway, I think on that note, it's probably time to go. We ended up staying up a lot longer than I meant to, but we had a big revelation, so it was worth it. But gentlemen, ladies, small free creature Alpha Centauri, I hope you all have an absolutely fantastic weekend. Enjoy your now expanded minds, and have a great weekend. Play lots of fun games, do lots of fun hobbying. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I hope you enjoyed the show. And thank you for joining, liking, subscribing. Thank you for all of your support. All the gifted memberships, all the super chats, all that good stuff. And thank you for just being the best goddamn community on the internet. Thank you for once again supporting me and allowing me to do this crazy fucking thing that's called Warhammer YouTube for another week. Thanks you to every one of you for being absolute giga chads. Officers and gentlemen, gentlemen and scholars, good sirs, kind sirs, and of course, absolute bloody degenerates. I love it, all of the beef fucking beef 13 sweet meat treat. We need to play us out here. We need a song. I might just go for something simple. I'm going to go for something simple. I'm tired. But something simple but different. There you go. All right. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.